this monkey for now, Frankenstein?
I know I'd go from rags to riches.
Why, a 4-year-old child could understand this report. Run out and find me a 4-year-old child. I can't make head or tail out of it. Barabelli, you've got the brain of a 4-year-old boy, and I bet he was glad to get rid of it.
My fate is up to you.
Now, I'd be shitting my pants if I was you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Your List Sucks Top 100. It's Thanksgiving Eve, and I'm thankful that I only have one more episode to get. This is it. We've been counting down for the past 2.5 months. Everybody's top 10 movies of all time. So I hope you're excited. I hope you're ready. I'm glad no one has to work tomorrow because we might be here a while, but that's okay. It's going to be fun. Scott Harvey Esquire coming to us live from his parents' house.
Yeah, I'm expecting
today.
My parents deserve a nice gift card from on behalf of Multiplex Entertainment, I think, given that I just walked in the door 5 minutes ago and came straight up here after not seeing them for a couple of months now. But you know what? Commitment to the show. I committed to do this. I'm here. I'm happy to be here. I just want to say, because we'll probably all be tired at the end of the show, it's been a pleasure. Thank you, Kaleb Koho, for having me. Thank you to the rest of the panel. I would say that I wouldn't want to have done it with anyone else, but that's actually not true. But you guys have still been great. You guys have still been great.
All right. Thank you, Scott. To the opposite side of me, I don't know where he's at, but he's got a nice holiday ambiance going on. Looks like he's dressed for church with the in-laws. Jay Crookshank, how you doing today, buddy?
Pretty good.
You ready for it?
Yeah, I feel like I picked the objective 10 greatest movies of all time, so I feel pretty good about my odds of winning. I don't want to get cocky or anything. I don't want to celebrate before the day is done. But it just depends on what the other people really have on their list at the end of the day, though.
All right, down to the bottom. Amaru Moses, I know you traveled today. I don't know where you're at.
Yes, I am in a hotel room. There's somebody else listening in the background. I don't know whether or not they will listen for the entire 4 hours, but we will see. Right. We will see. And apparently, Jake has a tux on. I didn't even see him take it off. I was going to very much compliment the sweater, but now I'll compliment the suit. Lovely.
All right. And Spence, you look like you're coming from the same place you always have. This is your last chance. How's it going to go for you tonight? You feel
I'm in danger.
I'm just here eating my chicken Alfredo, nice and relaxed. We got one more week technically. I don't know why y'all are celebrating. You get to hear me talk for another 4 hours about how shitty my opinions are. So it's a regular night for me.
All right, we're gonna get into it in a minute here. Just so we all know, before we start, next week we do have one show left after this. It's gonna be our wrap-up show. Next week we will go over the combined top 100 of this series. I will announce the overall winner. We will be joined by the cast of the spring top 100. We will compare lists and name an overall winner for 2020. So that's always a lot of fun. It's a much shorter show, a little more laid back. But make sure you join us for that because that's going to be a good time. But for tonight, top 10 all time. We're doing carousel style, top to bottom. We're going to do everybody's 10s, everybody's 9s, all the way down to 1. And we're going to start with Mr. Scott Harvey and your number 10.
All right, my number 10, definitely a very Scott Harvey movie to start us off. The Best Picture winner from 2015, Spotlight. This has always been one of my favorite movies ever since I saw it in theaters for the first time. I actually think I appreciate it even more after watching through Tom McCarthy's filmography this year because, he started out his career doing these really low-key, understated, humanist indie dramas, like The Station Agent, The Visitor, and Win-Win were his first 3 movies. And then he gets this movie, right, which obviously much higher pedigree, much, prestige, Oscar candidate, big cast. And it has all of the things that you expect it to have, but it's also a Tom McCarthy movie first and foremost. And it is that low-key understated human drama that you're probably not expecting from a big Oscar candidate. And that's what I love about the movie. Everyone always points out that Ruffalo scene, they knew, but I think what everyone doesn't really talk about is that's really like the only scene like that in the movie, right? Like that's the Oscar clip, but that's the only scene like that in the movie because that's not really what the movie is. And they placed that scene very strategically. It's at a very, important point in the story when, he's basically at his wit's end. He's like, we're ready to print this story. And then, Robbie's like, no, we're not doing it. And so it makes sense in the context of the movie. And even after the end of that scene, like after Ruffalo goes on his rant, the first line that Michael Keaton says to him is, "Are you done?" And it's a perfect moment of like grounding that scene of like, hey, this isn't actually how we do things. This isn't real life. Like this rant that you just went on, like this is, you got to be professional about this. And that's really what the whole movie is these people doing their jobs. And there's all these, just little moments. And I really love also the way that he captures how much this story permeated Boston and the lives of these people. Like all of the journalists are affected in their own personal lives by this story. Another one of my favorite moments is Sasha, Rachel McAdams' character. Her grandmother is like a very devout Catholic. And the scene where she shows her grandmother the story for the first time, and it's framed like really well through like basically like you're looking through a doorway, and she just like puts down the paper after reading it, the grandmother, and just says, "Sasha, can you get me a glass of water?" And like that's all that needs to be said. It's again one of those understated moments that I really appreciate from McCarthy's filmmaking. So this movie, I love that it won Best Picture because I think in a lot of ways it's antithetical to what you expect from a big Oscar drama because it is so low key. But that's what makes it so good to me. And it's just an extremely powerful story. And McCarthy understands that. He lets the story and he lets the people involved with this story do the legwork. So I think it's weirdly enough for a movie that won Best Picture, I think it's weirdly underrated because I think people just brush it off as just another Oscar baby drama.
Okay, I've talked about Spotlight before. This is a movie that I understand the love for. I mean, it's obviously an important movie, but I've also said that just procedurals like this just aren't that's not my genre. And like you said, I think because the Ruffalo scene is the one big scene, and everything else is just kind of like the legwork. That's just really not my thing. But it's not something where I'm ever going to say that you're wrong for liking it because I know it's not a bad movie. It's just not for like I said, it's just not for me. Everybody else on Spotlight.
This is one one of the ones I haven't seen that I really, really want to. I also need to like build myself up to see. As much times as I've said I haven't seen it and I want to. This is one I'm like every time I hear about this movie again, I was like, shit, I haven't seen it yet. So I'm looking forward to whenever I do it.
I remember back in like 2016, the Oscars were happening. Everyone was yelling at me when I said like this deserved Best Picture. Like, it's not my favorite film of the year, but I think it's so powerful and shocks you. And I also think it's one of the only films where I could believe when someone says that the credits were their favorite part of the film, they're not just being an asshole. Because I think it has like this immense amount of just power when you're just seeing the name and you're just, oh shit.
It drops away.
Goes and goes. And you're just realizing like, this is a huge story. And that's because like, oh shit, look what happened to Boston. The world was affected by it. And this group of people changed the world from just fighting through everyone trying to hold them back from telling the truth. This is immaculate filmmaking.
I'm just curious. What's everyone's favorite member of the Spotlight team? Because there's so many. There's you got your Liev Schreiber, the whole cast.
Liev Schreiber is so good at it. He's so good at the movie. Like he is exactly on the right level. But I mean, I'm a Ruffalo guy. I got to go with him in the end. But they're all fantastic.
That's like the worst part in the film, though.
No, it's great. Scott was right. It's perfectly timed. The whole movie is so unshowy and unstylistic and so restrained the whole time. You see when Spielberg tries to kind of repeat what Spotlight's doing fairly successfully, I think, in the post. He can't resist the hyper stylized, showing the printing press and the camera panning all the way down it. And it's like, that's what Spielberg brings to it. But Spotlight is that in its purest form. I really love this movie.
All right, Spence, what is your number 10?
My 10 is like a magnum opus of filmmaking we were really waiting for a long time. Picking All Too Well from this year.
Stop.
I want to see if T-Mac shut up. All right, we're good. When number 10.
I'm here. T-Mac is my brother.
Avengers Endgame.
Yikes.
Let's fucking go, Rue.
It's me. What did you expect?
Rue, what is your number 10?
My number 10, Spence, I'm giving it back to you pretty soon. The best Fantastic Four movie of all time, The Incredibles.
Let's fucking go.
This is Pixar's best film, hands down. It is just we've talked about superhero movies before, talk about what superhero movies would be in real life. And this is yet and still another new take on it, where superheroes have to go in hiding because of the actual damage that goes through, not the big bombastic damage that we see in Batman, Superman, or even in Civil War, but just personally to different people, and then how they're trying to just live in the real world. Bob Parr's just anger and frustration being at an insurance claims company is pretty hilarious, and it's And all of it, just the joy you get throughout the entire movie, kind of all boils down really easily to the two scenes. One when he picks up the car and the little boy, the bubble gum pops in his face, and then later in the film, when Mr. Incredible's like, "What are you waiting for?" and he's like, "Something amazing, I guess." That might not have been the end of the film, but those two things just show how great this movie is and how well it blends the action. The voice cast is incredible. Samuel L. Jackson, of course, is great. Craig T. Nelson is great as Bob. Every family member gets their time to shine. Even Jack for a little bit, even though Jack's scene is in Incredibles 2. And I think this is one of my favorite antagonist ever. Syndrome is great. He's a bumbling idiot as an actual supervillain, but his ideas and his ability to be like, he got me monologuing and freezing them and knowing what to do is great. Edna Mode, one of the greatest characters of all time, point blank period. And the fact that Brad Bird voiced her is just, it's hilarious. I love this film. I think The Incredibles is incredible. I'm gonna say it again. It is.
How dare you call him in Syndrome and not his real name, Incrediboy?
Incredible. Buddy? You mean Buddy? Yeah, no, Incrediboy is his real name.
You're not affiliated with me. I think that this is a film, weirdly, that I think when you look back, it understands age really well. I feel like it has this incredible job of taking every character and really just putting a pin on how their age defines how they interact with everyone. Namely, I love, like, Violet's the obvious answer, but I love Dash. Just in the idea of everything is such like this worldly thing to him, but also he can fix all of it. To me, it all had like
that laugh he does when he runs on the water. It's so good, so good.
I love the moment. It's like after the plane crash, you're like, "We're dead, we're dead, we're all alone, and we're dead." And he's just like, "I fucked up once, the world's over." And I also love the dynamic between like Bob and Helen. Is like I'm a child, but I can totally see like the marriage dynamic of those two. Like they've lived so long together, and they can pick up like little things in their exchanges. Like, oh, so this is how we're gonna handle this now. And I love their dynamic. And yeah, the ending is incredible. It also has one of my favorite Pixar film of all time is "Behold the Underminer." just one of my most quotable films for me. I love this to pieces.
Anybody else have this one? Okay, yeah, I love The Incredibles. I completely agree with you, Amr. This is the best Pixar movie. This does what Pixar does the best. Just awesome world building. I love that like Silver Age, Art Deco, 60s kind of like timeless feel it has to it. Just the animation is so good, and this is the first Pixar movie that had like human main characters. So just the huge leaps they had in the animation of this. Like one of my favorite shots is when they're in the water after the plane crash and they're all wet and you just see their hair and everything, just how good that looks. I love it's one of the all-time greatest superhero movies. I think just the way that everybody what you're missing so many Marvel and DC movies is that like they have all these unique powers. The fight starts and everybody's either shooting lasers or punching. That's all they do. This one, everybody's powers are so important, not only in the fight, but just who the character is, how like their family, their place in the family archetype defines their powers. You know, Bob's the dad who has to be big and take everything on his shoulders. The Bob stretch yourself thin, etc. I love that so much. Yeah, just the way they use that laugh is so great. It's one of the most like pure superhero moments ever. It's just like such like great wish fulfillment. Like, you know, if you realize like exactly, you know, after being held down that whole movie, he's finally getting, you know, he's off the leash and able to use those powers. Just that feeling he has is just so exhilarating. So yeah, I love Incredibles. Like I said, absolutely number one Pixar for me. Jake and Scott, what do you got on Incredibles?
I think Rue, you said it best when you said this is the best Fantastic Four movie. It actually like it hurts me that they can't get Fantastic Four right when you watch this movie and it's like, oh yeah, like the family dynamic comes first, and you also said Edna Mode, maybe one of the greatest characters of all time, notably based on the costume designer Edith Head, who has the still has the record, I think, for the most Oscars for any woman. Famous costume designer, worked a lot with Audrey Hepburn, I think. And yeah, I fucking love this movie. I already put 2 Brad Birds on this, so it felt wrong to put a 3rd and a 4th Brad Bird if I was going to. So I avoided that for this reason. But yeah, I also just want to draw attention to a weird detail that I mentioned the other day to someone. Does anyone remember the initial teaser for this movie? It's Bob Parr just trying to get his old Incredibles suit back on. He's trying to get the red Incredibles suit back on. And it's totally this like independent film, totally separate from the actual movie. That scene does not appear in the Incredibles. And actually, in the context of the Incredibles, it doesn't even make any sense because that red suit was made specially for him at the size that he is in the movie. So I just want to like point that out and say, bring back that, like a great little animated short, just as a trailer. Everyone wanted to see that fucking movie. It told you everything about the movie. He's trying to get this belt on. There's all this great physical comedy. It's amazing.
All right, Jake.
Scott
Scott, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Well, I'm going to be the quote unquote bad guy. Not really, but I will say I feel weirdly about this movie, kind of what Kirk was saying about Spotlight. I will never begrudge anyone for having this in their top 10, for it being one of their favorite movies, for saying it's a great movie. I think it is a great movie. It's just not for me. I think superhero movies are not one of my favorite genres. Animated movies are not one of my favorite genres. You could see that from the 91 previous films I have talked about. So when you combine them, and I can distinctly remember too, like I went to see all the Pixar movies, of course, as a kid with my parents, and we were, you know, it was like Toy Story 2, loved it. Monsters Inc., loved it. Finding Nemo, amazing. And then we come out of The Incredibles, and we were all like, myself, my mom, and my brother, we were all like, it was good. But we weren't like, this is now one of our favorite movies. And that's kind of just how it has remained for me over the years. But again, go off. I understand why people love it.
Scott, my list is going to be very fun for you tonight.
I expected it.
All right. Jake, what is your number 10?
My number 10 is Wes Anderson's clear, obvious masterpiece, The Grand Budapest Hotel, which I believe has already been yiked by. Yeah, great. So the reason that I think that this is Wes Anderson's best movie is that it takes everything that people sort of criticize Wes Anderson for, I think unfairly, that he's largely style over substance and that he's a director who's too obsessed with aesthetics. And it weaves his obsession with aesthetics into the fabric of the movie. The whole plot of the movie, the major theme of the movie is that beauty is important, and that beauty is actually the opposite of fascism, and that this hotel owner, played by Ray Fiennes, caring about all of these little details, those little details actually matter. And it's so strange to see him go from making this masterpiece to making the Isle of Dogs, where it just feels like he was like, oh, you know what's a cool stop motion in Japan and dogs, and throw them all in a blender, and sure. And that's all the problems I sometimes can have with Wes Anderson. As much as I don't dislike that movie necessarily, it's not as it's not the holistic masterpiece that I feel that Grand Budapest Hotel is. And I think another part of it is that Wes Anderson can sometimes have a tendency to treat his actors like little playthings that are just standing in the center of the screen and making the correct face and making the correct gesture. And Ralph Fiennes, being a theater actor, you would think that he'd be perfect for that. The only thing is that Ralph Fiennes actually not a theater actor. He's a very method, very wild, very improvisational actor, which you wouldn't think looking at the guy. You'd think, God, this guy's done like 1 million Shakespeare plays, right? And apparently they did not get along on set because Ralph Fiennes wouldn't stand fucking still. He was like, no, right now I'd be over there, I'd be walking over here. And I think that energy and that conflict between these two artists is the juice of what makes this movie so special.
You don't need to put down Isle of Dogs, okay? That's a great movie. But I do like this. This is my introductory Wes Anderson film, so I have like this big soft spot where I just dove in. And so here's my thing. I would argue this film does have a little bit of style over substance, but in the way of just there's so much in both. Look, it is so much style and so much substance. It's impossible to balance it, and I love it because of it. It's so much is going on, and I love. Then my favorite scene in the film is like that final confrontation on the train when they're getting asked for their passports, and it's just like, and I remember like, oh wait, no, this is like an actual like emotional story at its core, and I could feel like Anderson as a director get like disconnected from that, but seeing the relationship between Fiennes and Zero is incredible, and I love seeing their bond grow through the film. It has soured a little bit on rewatch just because I find myself noticing more that sour over substance, but I still have just such that deep love for like my first Anderson that's always going to be somewhere on my list.
You're the only two who had it, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I love this movie. I think I go back and forth between this and Royal Tenenbaums as my favorite Wes Anderson. I think this movie, out of all of his movies, the most lends itself to his style. I think his style is the best fit for his kind of storytelling, his visuals. I just love that kind of like almost fairy tale look and the fairy tale feel, and just that tone that this movie has. I love how it starts out. It's like a flashback and a flashback and a flashback and a flashback, and just that kind of like chaoticness to it just runs through the whole film. And I love it. I think the cast is great. I think Fiennes is great. I didn't know, that story you told Jake. I didn't know about that. Yeah, it makes sense because there is just a real strong energy to this film, and I think it permeates through the entire cast. And it's definitely, like I said, top 2 Anderson for me. Ruin, Scott, your thoughts on this one?
I haven't seen.
So I actually just rewatched this for the 3rd time over the weekend. The first time I saw this movie, I was like, meh. The second time I saw this movie, I was like, what was I thinking the first time? Like, this movie is actually really good. And then when I watched it over the weekend for the 3rd time, I was like, okay, I was a complete idiot the first time I saw this movie. Like, this is quite possibly Wes Anderson's best movie. It's definitely his funniest movie. I mean, there barely a few minutes go by. I now think of him as like such a funny writer now. After French Dispatch too had a lot of moments where I was just cackling. But yeah, it's a hilarious movie. But it has that emotion that people often comment on, is lacking in Wes Anderson film, and that, yeah, maybe I feel is lacking in some of the early ones. But F. Murray Abraham is the other person who I think gives a really good performance in the movie. And when he's talking about Agatha for the first time, and he's like, oh, talking about how he doesn't want to even go down that route. When he's telling the story, he's like, oh, we'll get there eventually or whatever. And he has that like emotional moment where he almost like sheds a tear. It's really great acting, and you really care about his character all that many years later about Zero. So it's a fantastic movie, and yeah, with time will probably become my favorite West movie. It's at number 2 right now, I think.
I haven't seen it.
All right, that's everybody's number 10. And what we're going to do tonight in the chat, if you want, chime in and let us know who you thought had the best number 10 overall. Scott with Spotlight, Spence with Endgame, Amaru with Incredibles, or Jake with Gay Budapest. Sound off, let us know who you thought was the best number 10. As we get to number 9s, going back to Scott with your number 9.
All right, number 9 is the timeless classic To Kill a Mockingbird. So To Kill a Mockingbird, I think like many of us, at least in the American education system, I read in 8th grade, and it instantly became, one of my favorite books, and kind of set me on the course towards the field of law where I find myself now. It's just it's one of those stories. Like I said, it is time. I feel like it is timeless, because the central idea of the story about you have to have empathy for other people. You never really understand someone until you put on their shoes and walk around for a little bit. I mean, if that isn't still true, like if we aren't still struggling with that as a society, we may be struggling with that more than ever nowadays. Like I don't know what is true. It's and this is a movie where you might, like, in hindsight, you would think, oh, maybe this is like some white savior movie that like doesn't really hold up, doesn't really age that well. But I think the movie gets it exactly right, and the book obviously gets it exactly right, because Atticus Finch doesn't really save anyone in the end, right? He tries his best. He has, great intentions. He goes in front of the court and he makes, a foolproof case, honestly. Like, it is obvious that Tom Robinson is innocent. Like, he could not even use the hand that they say he used. But because the community is against him, because the community is prejudiced, Tom Robinson is still found guilty. And that's the message right there. Is it takes a village, right, to lynch a man, and so it takes a village to to change before anything can be done in a positive way. And one man, one good apple like Atticus Finch is not going to change that. So I think it has the exact right perspective on that, and is on the right side of the conversation that we are still having today. And Gregory Peck gives one of the all-time great performances, in my opinion, as Atticus Finch. I can't imagine that anyone ever in history could have played this character better. He just has that composure, but like he just exudes that fatherly authority. But also, like, when he's in the courtroom giving his closing argument, it's another one that I show to like my students. Like at the end when he summons that, in the name of God, do your duty. I mean, that's powerful. And it's also a coming of age story, and I think the child actors are really really effective as well. And the whole Boo Radley subplot and everything is, like I said, that gets right to the heart of the movie's themes about empathy. So I just think, this is a movie that will just never age for me, will never get old. It's just one of the great stories ever written, probably, in American literature. And if you haven't seen this movie, if you haven't read this book, please experience it for yourself. I promise it is not just one of those books that you read for school and you never think anything about again, or it's like a chore to get through. I guarantee you will get a lot out of this.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about movies that we had to watch or books we had to read in high school, and even if we rediscovered them later and thought they were good at high school, it's like, oh god, this sucks. This one was for me, like, I think 9th, 10th grade. Whenever you read this, we read the book, we watched the movie, and I was like, wow, this is fantastic. Like, before I really even had like any good taste in movies or in books, I recognized what was going on here. Shut up, Spence. Peck is great in this, and my biggest downside to this movie is that every time I watch it, I feel like such a garbage father because he is so good at it. And like, I think he just puts every dad to shame. He's the all-time best movie dad. Just does everything right and is like so perfect in how he raises his kids and his relationship with them, even though he keeps it with arm's length. There's just that warmness, that sweetness, and that that understanding of the kind of people he's trying to make them. I love the fact that the movie is told through the eyes of the kids, because it's such an ugly story that should be hard to understand. It shouldn't make sense, and unfortunately to us as adults, it makes sense because we know that's the world we live in. But for a kid to see that, it doesn't make sense, and that idea of why is this happening the way it's happened, this shouldn't be, just really adds a whole lot to it. The courtroom stuff is great. The scene with the ball, and the scene where he's breaking down the girl, his accuser, and just like getting the truth out of her. And it's just so frustrating because like he's right and he's right and he's right and he's right, and he still can't win. Like you think like you get to the end, like he has to win just because A, it's a movie, and B, he's batting 1,000 on everything he's done this case, and he still loses. But yeah, it's a beautiful story. It's a sad story. And then like all the Boo Radley stuff that's planned through and then comes at the end is great too. Yeah, it's a close to perfect movie. I love this one. Everybody else on To Kill a Mockingbird.
I was trying to like think of something smart this whole time to like add to this, and in my head I was literally just repeating like Gregory Peck is hot. Gregory Peck is so hot in this movie. Oh my god, hot dad. Yeah, I think it's really cool how this movie starts. Not like you expect at all, where it's just kind of following around Scout on their regular ass day, just kind of wandering through the neighborhood. I don't remember this movie too well, but yeah, I don't know. I watched it.
I mean, you're right. You are right. That is how it starts.
Yeah, I watched this movie. The last time I saw this was in school, but yeah, I listening to you talk so passionately about it makes me feel like I need to give this a rewatch. Fun fact, though, I think maybe not to you Americans, but they say that this is like as important as the Bible to Americans, which I'm like, oh, into the book.
I mean,
I've weirdly heard that somewhere. I've heard it somewhere.
Yeah. Interesting. All right. And by the way, it's not Thanksgiving here in Canada. We have our Thanksgiving at the correct time in October.
Americans shouldn't be having Thanksgiving. That's a conversation for another day. But I think my biggest issue with this film is because of how like thoroughly it's taught in school, and because like when you watch movies in school, I feel like you don't garner that affection for them. It's like, oh, I have to watch, no matter how good it is. You're always just like, I don't know. And I think it's my thing here. I don't actually dislike the film at all. I think it's really good. I just don't have any strong emotions, and I probably won't until I rewatch it, like personally on my own time.
Robert Duvall. Robert Duvall. The fact that it actually powers through being a school movie, because also the source material is amazing. The book is amazing. The movie is amazing. Atticus Finch is again. I'm gonna do a lot of superlatives and hyperbole today. One of the greatest characters ever. Gregory Peck does an amazing job. And I really like the point Kirk brought up. Actually being able to watch this through a child's eyes. Like just thinking about how children are not born to hate. They are taught to hate and learn to hate, and looking at it like, but why? This doesn't make any sense. I don't understand this. And just it boils down to the simplicity of why would another human being be treated this way before all of the stupidity of this country specifically and everywhere in the world comes into play for a child. So great pick.
All right, Spencer, takes us to your number 9.
My number 9, right as I close Letterboxd, because I forget how the show works. Number 9 is The Prestige. This is my favorite Christopher Nolan film. As Scott leaves.
Nice.
Hell yeah. I don't think I've ever been so immediately impacted by a film, by a film screenplay. Because I sat there taking this in. And I remember back, I think I saw this in 2018 or 2017 for the first time. And I'm sitting there taking it all in. And I have like this absurd notion to myself, like this is maybe the greatest screenplay of all time. And I'm not quite there yet, but I still think it's fucking brilliant. I find, as we said last week, I think Nolan can tend to be sort of cold as a screenwriter. And I find that he has such a great way of just like understanding these characters and like the pain and the anger that Jackman and Bale feel. It's phenomenal. And like beyond that, I think it's hard to have a film with so many twists that remains as engaging on rewatch. I can sort of be distant to a film on rewatch if it's like relying on a twist, but this walks a perfect line of not only keeping you engaged through all of it. There are so many like twists or like change of narrative. I'm like, holy shit, every fucking time. I love watching this. It's in a weird way. It is the best version of like soap opera storytelling of like shocking reveal, and it keeps me fucking interested, and I love it. It makes my fucking brain tingle and how like engaging it is, and also like Rebecca Hall, Hall or Ferguson, whatever it is, she's great. Love her. Love what she's in the one film. Yep, it's Hall.
Anybody else have Prestige? This definitely top. This is probably my number 2. Flirts with number 1 for Nolan films. I think it's great. It is a great story. It's great Nolan storytelling because it's his twists and turns and playing with time and perspective, but it's still very much character driven, and I think that's the best part of it. And I love the fact that it's very character driven, and I just love movies that take you into like a very specific world and show you that world is just like 19th century stage magic. And it sounds really boring, but like you watch this movie like, oh yeah, this is pretty cool. No, Kathy, the Illusionist is not like the Prestige. I know you like. Fun fact: Kathy likes the Illusionist better. I'll out her on that one, and she won't be ashamed of that. She'll be very proud that she likes the Illusionist better.
You leave Kathy alone.
No, this is this movie's a lot of fun. And like you said, it's one of those ones that even when you know everything, you go back and watch it and just see how it plays out. It's still fun and entertaining to watch on rewatch. And just how it starts, the way it's like told from at one time from one perspective, and then switches into a whole other thing and a whole different reveal. Yeah, there's so much going on in this movie. Very rewatchable. Like I said, top tier Nolan. This is what he was definitely at his peak. Everybody else on The Prestige.
The Prestige was actually like my 50 or 51 for the longest time. And I don't know, I can't remember exactly why I took it off my list. The biggest thing I can think of is I was really trying not to put in what my favorites are and what I watch the most, as you all found out. But I love this movie. I think this is one of Nolan's best in actually putting the mind fucks and the twists and from the beginning, the 3 steps of a magic trick into the 3 steps of the movie, but also actually bringing emotion to character. Actually, Christian Bale and Henry Jackman actually bring a lot of emotion, and you connect with these characters way quicker than most of his films. You connect with these characters, and though I think you connect with Nolan's characters in most of his movies, to me at least. But also David Bowie. I'm done. I'll leave it at that.
David Bowie, you're right.
Correct.
Yeah, so when I talked about Interstellar last week, I mentioned how sometimes the one shortcoming of Nolan films is that they do leave me a little cold. This is one of the ones that does, I have to say. And keep in mind, we're talking about one of my favorite directors. I still think it's a really good movie. And I can appreciate, that it's very well put together. I will say there's also a little bit of a Deus Ex Machina in the third act of the movie that bothers me a little bit. But I don't care about the characters in the ways that I do in other Nolan movies. And that's ultimately, while it's obviously a very engaging watch, again, it's well made, it's well put together. You're absorbed in what's going on. I'm not left feeling a whole lot after the credits roll. So it is a little bit lower on my personal Nolan list. But again, we're talking about one of my favorite directors here. I still like the movie.
One of the things that I love so much about the movie, I love like meta-ish things about movies. And I think this reveals a lot about how Nolan views the medium of film as like very this mixture of like illusion and mechanical and devotion to this art form. And you kind of see Scorsese get at that in Hugo a little bit, where he's drawing the parallels from illusionists to filmmaking with George Méliès. And yeah, my friend recently, I was like, you should check out The Prestige. How haven't you seen The Prestige? And he was like, oh, I know the twist. The twist is that, and spoilers, but the twist is that they're making clones and they're killing the clones right away. And I'm like, yeah, that's one of the twists. That's one of the many twists in this movie. Like, you could still see this movie, and that's actually not what I would consider the twist. I would say this movie doesn't necessarily even have a twist. It has a series of reveals. It's very interesting. I love this movie.
All right. Aubrey, what is your number 9?
First off, flying cat, apparently, in Adelaide's house. And secondly, my favorite comedy of all time, one of the best of all time, Coming to America. So before the Carolina Panthers game, me and Scott were having breakfast, and we were having a conversation about how one of my biggest regrets of going to the Schmodown is that I didn't get to have one game with me and Ryan Payne where we forced Kaleb Boatman to yell out sexual chocolate and introducing sexual chocolate. Coming to America is one of the most quotable and hilarious films of all time. It is Eddie Murphy's funniest film. It has a little bit of rom-com in there too, because not only is it just funny, but the story is nice to follow. But just the amount of iconic scenes and characters. Mighty Sharp Barbershop needs its own show. His mama, how many times have you said his mama named him Clay? I'm gonna call him Clay. I don't know how many times I said his mama called him Staples Center. I'm gonna call him Staples Center after the Lakers decided that stupid shit where they were gonna change the name to some Bitcoin company. Everybody on this stream has said a line from this movie at one point or another in their life, even if they have not seen it. Outside of Friday is the only thing that comes close to that. Both of my parents have had a birthday within the last 2 months, and they made it a point to sing "She's Your Queen" as they came out. This movie is, yes, thank you, Kathy. Prince Akeem yelling "To Be Loved" outside, and the New York being New York, and he yells back, "Yes, fuck you too." It's just perfect. It is perfect. It's perfect because it's not just a movie for jokes. It's a story that is hilarious and also kind of heartwarming. And you love all the characters. This movie is rewatchable and hilarious. And Samuel L. Jackson's basically first movie, robbing the bank. It's just so much to it. That boy good. That boy good. I will leave it at that because I could keep going.
I've seen this movie, multiple times over the years. I've always liked it, but when I saw it in your top 10, I was like, top 10 all time, really? So I wouldn't rewatch it for the first time in a while. And yeah, I have no qualms as being your top 10. This is all time great comedy. Definitely Eddie's best ever. I think this is his best performance, both from a comedic standpoint and also just from an acting standpoint. I think this movie does a lot of things right. That character would be really easy just to lean into the gullibility and the innocence and leave it at that. But he has a lot of moments of depth. He has a lot of moments of intelligence that he shows, and it walks the line between those two things very, very just seamlessly. It's a great character. I think it's the best use of Eddie's big smile, just when he's walking with that huge innocent smile, just so happy to be there. I think this is it's so refreshing to watch, especially go back to the 80s, to see a character with so little edge to it. This is probably the most wholesome R-rated comedy I've ever seen. It's just except for a few little things, it's just it's almost like a family film at certain times. It's very just accessible, I think, for anybody. The barbershop is fantastic. So many people have tried to do that multiple character things since then, and usually they fall completely on their face. That's terrible. Eddie and Arsenio are so great at it. Those characters, like you said, that could be their own movie. If they ever spun that off, I'd be fine with it. because his characters are so strong and so funny. I love how they show New York because they do a lot of like the New York's 80s New York is sleazy and like they get robbed and everything, but it doesn't just end there. Like they show like there's a very strong community there, and I like that it has those layers that a lot of comedies like that don't. I love John Amos in this. I love his little like McDonald's feud subplot. Just that scene at the end where he's in his office and he's reading the McDonald's manual and like someone's here for you. Not for McDonald's, is it? Just little seeds planted in there. It's not overdone. But all those little, all the side characters are great. But yeah, this is definitely all-time great comedy. So it's good.
They never made another one. It's a single movie. They
Exactly,
never made any more.
Yes. Everybody else are Coming to America.
I think I should just cam off because I've never seen it and I'm ashamed.
Never seen it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I love this movie. I love the whole cast. I'm a huge Eddie Murphy fan. The thing about Eddie Murphy is that like he's so good at playing high status characters in a being brought down to earth. And something special about Eddie Murphy, and you see it in this movie, is that Eddie Murphy's fucking hot. And like you can like see this is the horniest I'm getting now. All of a sudden I'm like, everyone's hot. Atticus.
Hey Todd, what the fuck?
Like I'm just like Atticus Finch is hot. Eddie Murphy's hot. But no, Eddie Murphy, it's a shame that they neutered him in the 2000s when you watch something like this and it's like, yeah, this is like a funny guy who fucks, like it's a shame. All right.
And then you watch Meet Dave.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Jake, that's going to be your number 9, buddy.
Number 9, I have The Thing. John Carpenter's The Thing. Oh, no one else has The Thing on their list? I should
That was so ominous, just the knocking after The Thing.
Spence had it.
I do, yeah.
Oh, you did have it. Oh, okay, good.
You yikes it, motherfucker.
I don't remember. We've been doing this for 10 weeks. I started jogging in this time.
You're getting our memories together?
The Thing. One of the great movies. I remember this is like one of like the first like this is the movie that got me into horror. I remember we had like our friend over from hockey. After hockey, we had him over, and it was like Halloween, and we were like, my parents were like, we rented The Thing or whatever, and I don't know how old we were, but we put it on, and immediately my friend, just the music was just like, nah, let's get out of here, let's go back to your room and watch some Scooby-Doo or something. So we had to go back and watch Scooby-Doo, and I like snuck out, and I'm watching the Thing with my parents, and everything about it, it feels so authentically alien. And the thing about this movie is that, and I think the reason that it was like the top rental forever is because there's so many characters in it, and there's so many little plot turns that even as someone who this is one of my favorite movies, so obviously I've seen it so many times now, I know exactly what's going on. But the little turns in it and the little reveals and the little horror beats for the longest time just kept surprising me somehow. like I haven't seen this before or something. The way that the special effects obviously get a lot of deserved attention. I still have no fucking idea how they do some of these things. There's a scene where the head rolls off and then it gets up and crawls away, which I'm like, how the fuck did they do that? And then it flips over and eyes pop out of it. And, there's like 8 different things that this head does. And it's like, is this a puppet? Is this stop motion? How is any of this working? And the main thing, though, is just the vibe of this movie. I want to hang out with these characters, specifically Keith David and Kurt Russell and all of these old working class, like rough men with real fucking faces. You never see that in movies anymore. Doesn't that suck? When you watch something like this, and you're like, these guys have like you can tell this guy like worked a drill press at some point in his life, and it's like, why isn't there more actors like that? And this is a movie like composed of those guys. So yeah, I love The Thing.
Kurt Russell, Keith David, also hot.
Truth.
If y'all want to turn into the greatest show of all time, Why We Love Horror, hosted by Mike Hanley, I say repeatedly, this is the movie that sort of broke me into horror. I'm like, oh yeah, it's good. That was very like elevated horror. Blumhouse, you're shit until you're good, then you're great. Fuck you. And then I watched this, and I realized that like I can love horror filmmaking. Carpenter is such a bar to reach, but when you can distill it down, that horror isn't just people being scared. It's like this ununderstandable, just shaking sense of dread in the universe of anything can kill you. I was like, wait, horror is sort of like a brilliant genre that anything can happen in it. And this movie, I think, is like a hallmark of that, where it is literalized anything. One second. Cosmo, fuck off. Get over here. Literally anything can kill you. Any human, any dog, anything that fucking looks at you funny could kill you. And I think that is brilliant. I've never seen the original. I've seen just the one thing where they're just like throwing the fire on the thing. But like taking it from this vague human Frankenstein monster to literally like an H.R. Geiger or a fucking who's the sci-fi racist dude?
Lovecraft.
Like taking that kind of horror and putting it where you physically cannot escape it is some of the best like storytelling. I think one of the best storytelling devices ever.
Yeah, I definitely love this movie as well. I think it's an all-time great horror movie, all-time great sci-fi movie. Yeah, just the setting and the tone. I mean, just for me personally, that setting, that Antarctic setting, is horrifying. There's like no worse place you could be. Like that, it just, you're surrounded by death. Like going outside can kill you, and then you add this element to it. I just like Dylan said in the chat, the movie takes its time. It's very patient. It just, just waiting to see what happens next. I mean, obviously the blood test scene is so iconic for a reason, so perfect. But the entire movie's like that. And yeah, I love the special effects. I love the bunch. I just love the fact that there was no rules to what this thing, or no limits to what this thing could become. Just how so much, just when it transforms, it becomes everything and anything. And they're coloring completely outside the lines. There's no boundary to what this can be, and just how how off the hook it is with the horror, and just all that imagery. And I think there's one. I think most of it's like puppetry, because there's one stop motion effect at the end, and you could tell, and that's like the one bad effect of the entire movie. Everything else is perfect, and I don't know how they do it all either, but it's fantastic. So yeah, I love that. I watched this. I showed this to my son for the first time about a year ago, and he was like, he thought it was the Among Us movie, but it was like he was still really just sucked in by like all of it. So
how old was he?
Child is us. He was 12 at the time.
Oh, you're a terrible parent, Kirk. Atticus Finch could really parent your kid.
But yeah, it's a fantastic movie. So Scott and Rue on the thing.
It's 80s horror. I haven't seen it.
We're getting my shameful moments out of the way early tonight. I will say that there were 3 movies that I wanted to watch in the past week because I knew they were going to come up on the show. This was one of them. However, I only got to watch one of them, and this wasn't it, unfortunately. But I'm going to watch this soon because there's no way I won't like it.
Hashtag cancel Scott.
I know. I'm sorry.
All right. 4 strong choices in the number 9 slot. Scott had To Kill a Mockingbird. Spence had The Prestige. Rue had Coming to America. And Jake had The Thing. Chat signed off who had the best number 9. And we're going to move on in the meantime to number 8. Scott, what is your number 8?
A horror film of sorts. David Fincher's Zodiac.
I also had this.
This is Fincher's greatest film, in my opinion. It's honestly, it's the perfect film for him to make because, of course, he is known for being like the most meticulous director, right? Like he takes 100 takes of every single scene. And so he's so focused on those details. And this story is all about those details, right? It's about, this watch that is a Zodiac brand. It's about handwriting samples. It is like every little speck of detail could be the key to unlock who the Zodiac is. It's another one of those procedural movies. Again, that really get me going. I just like the scenes of people going through documents and answering phone calls and just doing work in offices. And obviously, you have Mark Ruffalo again here with rocking the bow ties. And eating his animal crackers, and that's just those wonderful little character details like that. I think are indicative of what a good movie it is, what a next level movie it is. And it's just fascinating to watch. I mean, now that true crime has become such a big thing, I think it's interesting to go back to this movie and look at how it sort of interrogates that whole idea of true crime and getting really lost in a real life case. And the negative side of that, obviously the dark side of that. I mean, Paul Avery, basically ends up out of the business. Jake Gyllenhaal loses his, Robert Graysmith, he loses his wife and family because he's literally at the dinner table turning on the news, while they're trying to eat, as a family, and he's turning on the news because he has to watch what's happening. And Dave Toschi goes through a lot as well. I mean, people accuse him of being the Zodiac, or of having doctored the letters. And yeah, it's one of the most engaging 2 hour, 2.5 hour plus movies that you'll ever watch. Like it just flies by. And it is that great sort of movie about how the quest for answers where there are no answers, and sort of the fruitlessness of the journey sometimes. But it's compulsively watchable. It has like one of the greatest mic drops in a movie there when he's at the jail and he's talking to Clea Duvall, and she's trying to remember the name of the guy that was her sister's boyfriend or whatever, and it's like she's not going to remember it, and he starts to walk away, and then she goes, "It was Lee." And you realize it was, John Carroll Lynch's character from earlier in the movie. And he's terrifying too in his one scene. Like he's completely he's normal, but like there's something that just is off about him in that scene. He plays it completely perfectly. That scene is really scary. Also, the scene where he goes to the house of the guy who makes movie posters and he's down in the basement. I mean, that is like something out of a horror movie. And Fincher knows how to get those visceral moments too, like the way that he depicts the kills and tracks them very closely with what the real life facts were and how these murders went down. I mean, the daylight murder, or the daylight stabbing of the couple when they're on the picnic is also just it's terrifying to watch. But it's all the work of a master craftsman. I mean, this is like clockwork how perfectly put together this movie is.
Shout out to Gary. Also, Jake Gyllenhaal losing his wife. Some karma right there. This movie is fantastic.
Hey, Todd? What the fuck?
Fuck you, Koho. You like all too well. I think this is an incredible piece of filmmaking of not quite like adapting the unadaptable. I think Fincher did something really smart and really brave of literally making a story where the end of it is genuinely I don't know. And I think having that faith as a filmmaker that you can create an engaging story without really an ending is amazing. And I think Fincher mastered it. It's not quite my favorite of his, but I think that what he did here is just so incredible. And I find myself just thinking about it all the time of just like, granted, before September, whenever we found out about my man Gary, about just like, who is it? Who is it not? What's his name?
No, that's his name, but I'm saying that he's not actually the Zodiac.
I mean,
no, read more about it.
It's Ted Cruz.
That is also true. Well, just idea like you could go back and like, wait, who is it? And there's all these different evidence of just like how what to you makes the most compelling arguments. The fact that Fincher is able to incorporate those true crime elements while also like directing his actors incredibly and having like this incredible tone throughout the film is a masterwork of direction. The best film of 07, I believe, or pretty close to it.
I like this movie. For me, it's a tale of two halves, and I'm very sure, Scott, you and I will have opposite opinions on this. I think the first half of the movie is much more character driven, and that's the half that appeals to me. The second half becomes more of that procedural, and it loses me a little bit. I mean, it's still a lot of great. Like, there's the basement scene, everything in that part. It's a lot of good stuff in it. But I really like the first half. You lose Robert Downey Jr. that second half, and I loved him in this movie. So once he's gone, I lose a little bit of interest. But top to bottom, it's still a really solid movie. Not my favorite Fincher, but still a solid pick. Rue and Jake on Zodiac.
I really like this movie. It's great. My only critique probably is that it's a tad bit too long. Towards the end, I was like, let's get it going. But all those scenes you mentioned, I remember the feeling of those scenes. Like, holy shit, it's creepy. But yeah, it towards the end, I was like, it's still going.
Yeah, I really love this movie too. I reluctantly agree with Rue because I kind of think it's a perfect movie. But for some reason, when like Scott, specifically when you were talking, I kept John Carroll Lynch is hot. John Carroll, and I was like, that's not.
Oh, please, no. We're not doing this.
Robert and Margaret Koho are right there.
Jake over here sending prison letters to the Zodiac killer.
I feel like something's wrong with me.
You would kill me, XOXO.
Yeah, but one thing is, one weird quirk of Mindhunter being so good, the TV show, is that I'm like, am I going to revisit Zodiac as much because of how much I love Mindhunter? That's the one weird wrinkle in this. I don't know. That's all.
You
go on.
Rue, you good on it?
He talked.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. All right, then Spence, that takes us to your
8.
Number 9. Or
I'm
number
sorry,
8.
Scott. This is my favorite Fincher. Fight Club. I am sorry. Here's the thing, though. I was an edgy little shit because I first watched it as a double feature with The Clockwork Orange, and I watched this like 3 times in a week. So I was like, holy shit, this is filmmaking. And I sat on it for like 5 years. And I'm like, oof, I probably shouldn't have this opinion. Let me rewatch it. Let me see if it still works. And it's incredible. I used to be in that like subsect of just like toxic dudes of just like, oh yeah, I love those like so violent, them hitting each other is fucking awesome, and I love the Pixies. And now I come back to it. I'm like, this is such like an amazing criticism of like a culture that used to be a part of, and it also has the fucking Pixies, which is awesome. And I think that Fincher, again, it's like The Prestige, where I think it's able to tell such like an engaging story, with the twist being like the fundamental element of like, this is the movie. Without the twist, the movie like doesn't quite work. But then movies that like fail that, like Memento, I think we talked about on the show before. But then this just draws me back in. Like, I am so engaged in the journey of Tyler Durden, not just like as a character, but also like how like his place in society, how he needs to fill his life with like materialistic objects, and to him that is the world. And I think that I've read Chuck Palahniuk's like original Fight Club. I don't love it. I don't think it's interesting, and I think Fincher elevates the material to like an incredible extent that like, insert politics thing here. I know they don't love saying this on chat. Like, just pretend I'm saying politics. And I think that all that just appeals to me so much. And I think that its overall message and the way that it like goes towards the end, like as it barrels toward the end of the film, is amazing. I love how this story is told. And that's ignoring, I wish Jake was here, Brad Pitt is so fucking hot in this. And Helena Bonham Carter is so like, this is like eye candy, the movie. Literally not an ounce of fat on this in more than one way. I am shocked when people don't love the film like I do. Fuck you, Holtzman.
Yeah, this is definitely up there. If not my favorite Fincher, it's definitely at the top of the list. And yeah, I think it's great at being a satire of that kind of culture, but also, exploring it and not necessarily judging it. Brad Pitt was just having so much fun in the late '90s with this and Seven and 12 Monkeys, just the characters he was creating. He's so good. And I love him in this. And I love how Ed Norton's character is kind of discovering him as we are, and we're seeing it through his eyes, and just how he's kind of like turning his life on its head. And we get to watch that character just be that character, and I just love the little moments like the flash cuts of him standing there before we're introduced to him. I have so much fun with it. I know there's more to it than just what's on the surface, but the surface is so much fun. And the twist. Now, Spence, I haven't read the book, but from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, like the book, the twist from the beginning, right? Like it doesn't, it's not a big reveal at the end. That's what I've heard. I thought.
I don't think so. That's still like it's earlier in the story, but it's still a twist.
Okay. But yeah, it's such a it's a movie that's like really depressing and really dark, but at the same time very fun. And you don't get that in a lot of films. I just love the tone of it, and I think Norton and Pitt are great. Helena Bonham Carter's great. Meatloaf's good in it. Jared Leto. Everybody in this is just a really, really. There's I can't think of any other movie like it. You were the one who had this. Everybody else had Fight Club.
I can think of another movie like it. It's called Joker, and it came out in the year 2019. I don't like this movie. This is the one Fincher movie that I do not enjoy. I think it is. I think it's a mean-spirited for one thing. Like all the stuff with Meatloaf's character and the way that character is made fun of, it doesn't sit right with me. It's just gross. And then I do think that the movie crosses the line of being a satire. I haven't seen Alien 3. That's fair. Holtzman, that's the one I haven't seen. But, I think it's trying to walk a really thin line of depicting the things that it wants to satirize. And I do think it crosses the line into coming too close to glamorizing what it is, depicting. And that's the reason why so many people, that's not to say people don't misinterpret well-made movies too, but I think that's why so many people, have latched on and have the posters and all this stuff and this is, fits Fight Club. I think he didn't strike the right balance. Like I alluded to a few episodes ago, I definitely think that American Psycho is the better version of what this is trying to go for.
Oh yeah, I heard you. Yeah, Brad Pitt is very, very hot, Spence, and I'm glad you said it. You needed to say it. I have the wireless earbuds, so I could leave, grab my martini stuff, and then just head right back over.
Why are you James Bond tonight?
I don't know. My wife was also questioning this bit, and I'm like, I don't know, just don't question it. I'm pretending this is very special. It is special. David Ehrlich, since you compared it to Fight Club, David Ehrlich, the film critic for IndieWire, had a really great article comparing Fight Club to Joker and why Fight Club is it actually in his perspective, and I share this perspective, it actually avoids condoning the behavior that it is simultaneously glamorizing. And I think that's a very special thing about this movie, and a thing that is very rarely pulled off. Because on one hand, yes, Brad Pitt is so fucking cool, and the epitome of this toxic male ideal avatar. He is that, and he's perfect at it, and all the manic energy that he's everything. Deep down, the darkest part of a lot of people want to be, and yet this movie I think is a biting critique of toxic masculinity and honestly maybe not much else. I think when people start talking about this movie and they start talking about it's about how the system is against us, I'm I think immediately once you get into that, it's Yeah, I think Tyler Durden suckered you in, and you managed to miss the point of
That's
this
what
movie.
I'm saying.
Well,
He leaves it
I
too
still get a-
easily misinterpreted. Like it's too easy to misinterpret it.
Well, look, I don't think that we can judge movies on how the dumbest people are going to read them. That's how I
But
feel.
I don't think it's just the dumbest people. But yeah.
Yeah, maybe not the dumbest people, but most people are dumb. Okay, there.
This is probably one of the biggest blind spots I have. I've never gotten around to watching it.
Wow.
Okay, Saru. So just ignore all everything we said. Just, the twist doesn't exist. There is no twist.
Well, I knew about the twist.
I'm sitting here thinking about how to describe how this movie works. What I'd say about this movie is that I don't think it condones this lifestyle, but I think it understands how people get there. And I think that's what it shows. Like it understands the world that creates these kind of people. Well, it doesn't like say it's okay. It's like we understand why they got that way. I don't know. That's my take on it.
I'm sorry, Amaru. Do you watch movies?
He's a geek player. No, he
There's
doesn't.
so many movies that you've yikes the last like 8 pit.
Hey, I've seen plenty, but there are plenty that I haven't as well. There's millions of movies out there. So
all right, we'll talk about one Rue has seen because we're going to year number 8.
We're back, Spence. Avengers Endgame. I think this is one of the greatest achievements in cinematic history, to build 22 different movies with a bunch of different characters. Some are kind of similar, but when you start getting into phase 2, phase 3, the differences are actually really, really big. And the swings they took were actually able to put together, to be able to put together so many, close out so many arcs, make the movie entertaining, make the movie have weight, and then make the previous film, where in most cases in comic book movies, you're like, well, they're all going to come back, so what does it matter? And actually make it matter. When that 5 years later comes up and you're like, oh, shit. This movie is amazing. The only thing I'm going to harp on, a lot of people have the criticism of Black Widow and her treatment in this. And I actually think she was the one that needed to go, because even though Hawkeye is my man, if it was Hawkeye, nobody would have gave a shit. Except me. She was the one who put weight into the stakes of this film. Her actual arc is about how she went from this individual spy who's looking out for herself, and her family and her life was the one doing this job. She's the one after 5 years still doing this job, still caring about this job, and still making sure that this is happening. And her, the only, I'm not gonna say only because there's other ones, but one of the best ways to close out her arc is to fulfill her job and sacrifice for her family. And again, if it was Hawkeye who did that, I love you, Clint, but who gives a shit? So that's the one critique people have about this movie that I don't understand. But again, I think this movie is great, hilarious, action-packed, some of the greatest, my favorite movie theater scenes ever. It's brilliant.
Rue, you're right. Who does care about the worst Avenger?
Fuck you.
Ability to speak does not make you intelligent.
All right, who's the worst Avenger? Don't fucking hide backstage. He's
Jar Jar's
dog
the
shit.
worst Avenger.
Koho is the worst Avenger.
I mean,
Hey, Todd? What the fuck?
I make a weird comparison about this, but I think it'll fall on deaf ears with this panel, especially. But like, I think we underestimate like how important the MCU is for like my generation. Of like, this is our Star Wars. So sitting there and sort of taking everything in, and like the original trilogy ended with, hey, everyone succeeded, we beat Darth Vader, whatever.
I can't wait.
Our Star Wars ends with the person who we have spent the last 10 years like caring for, who is like a second dad to a lot of people, fucking dying, saving the world. That hurts. I think this is an incredible just like feat of like biggest movie ever, yes, but also just like this fundamental understanding of like a completion of storytelling, of like an ending so satisfying.
He agreed.
An ending so satisfying. Of not only just like, yes, we've beaten the villain who has taken us to our knees at our lowest moments, but also doing it in such like a non-traditional way that like none of us expected. With like, oh yeah, they'll just get stronger, they'll come back. No, they had to fucking time travel and break physics to beat this motherfucker. Yeah, Ant-Man could have called up his ass, but that's not as satisfying. This is just like an amazing piece of film achievement. That this is the film that it jumped in my top 100, the quickest and the fastest of any movie ever. Because I sat there at the end of it, fucking weeping, just crying, like literally a ball on the floor. It's like post credit scene, like give me something, tell me someone's okay. And it's just the hammer. I'm like, fuck you. I don't need that right now. I want someone to make me stop crying. This is just perfection, absolute perfection.
Indiana is sorry, by the way, for interrupting.
Oh, you named the dog Indiana.
Ah, there we go.
You're naming the dog.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's why I named it that, so people could say that.
This was a fantastic way to wrap this up, and Rue kind of alluded to it. I remember when I was sitting in the theater at the end of Infinity War, and there are actually people in the theater crying over like Spider-Man and Black Panther, everybody getting dusted, and I'm like, dummies, time stone, and then you go into this movie, and within the first 5 minutes they destroy the Infinity. So it's like, well, that's out the window. What happens next? And 5 years later, and they sit on that. Like, you have to sit on that L they took for a long time. And I think some people complain about like the length of pace of this movie, but I love the fact that they just have to live with that. And then like they slowly come back, and the way they end up doing it, I love the callbacks. I love it. It could be very hokey, just like, oh, we're going back, we're jumping into all the old movies, like a greatest hits record. But it works, and it's so much fun. It's just the whole thing, top to bottom, is such a great way to close out that. To me, that was. I think the MCU is going to struggle for a long time to gear back up from this. I think that's the only downside to Endgame, is that it really was an Endgame, and I don't think MCU has figured out what to do next yet. Obviously, COVID didn't help with that, but it seems like to get back to where they were is going to be tough. But yeah, I love the last 45 minutes when Thanos comes back. That scene where they're approaching him, Thor, Cap, and Iron Man are all kind of just approach him. They got that like low shot of him sitting, and he just sitting there, rubbing his head.
One of the greatest hitters ever, because that's all he does.
Yeah, it's like an old like samurai movie or a western, just that shot. And then obviously the portal scene and on your left is amazing, and that whole thing. Yeah, it's a great movie. It's in my top 100. And the thing about superhero, all comic book movies for me, it's like kind of follows the thing. It's like I see it at the theater the first time, I'm blown away, and then on successive rewatches, it kind of like I kind of start to poke holes in it. I haven't gotten there with this one yet. I think it's going to take a while. But yeah, just the feat in and of itself of what they did and what they were able to accomplish. The fact they pulled off a decent movie and a decent ending, let alone a great one, is huge. I mean, nothing's been done like this in the history of movies ever. So definitely deserves recognition for that. Jake and Scott on Endgame.
How you go first?
I think what Kirk is trying to say, and what I will go ahead and say, is that the MCU should have ended after Avengers Endgame. That should have been it. Of course, it was never going to be it, because money is a thing. But this should have been it. This is the best MCU movie by far. It's the most satisfying ending that they could have hoped for with this whole thing they created. I mean, the movie's so good that it tricked me into thinking for 3 hours that I cared way more about some of these characters than I actually did. And like, I actually felt something when Captain America, was leaving at the end, which I never thought I would do. But yeah, it's so satisfying every moment, that they've built up to. They land the plane. And especially like in a year when Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker also came out, like after watching Rise of Skywalker, I just kept thinking about this movie like, wow, it's just amazing that they pulled it off in a way that satisfied everyone. Because look at how horribly this could have gone wrong. and that was obviously Rise of Skywalker. But yeah, no qualms about this. Most of the superhero movies I've been like, yeah, whatever. But no qualms about this pick. This is definitely the best MCU movie for me.
Oh yeah, I don't think this is quite my favorite MCU movie, but I think that everyone spoke very well on it, on the feeling of finality. The fact that there wasn't a post-credit stinger in the most simple of terms is yeah, thank you, Marvel. Yeah, since everyone praised it so much, will you allow me to poke at this movie for just a second?
Oh God, please no!
there is quite a bit of questionable green screen in this movie that
That's your problem?
I just
There's
think
so many better criticism.
I just think visually the lack of physical space just visually holds this thing back from. That's probably the main thing that holds it back, honestly, from being my favorite MCU movie. But yeah, I think Kirk, what you said about allowing them to live in it, that moment from the start of when it jumps 5 years, that was my favorite. That's one of my favorite moments of being in a movie theater in recent memory, when the whole audience was just like, fuck. And like, I kind of wish that they would have held on the 5 years later, like 10 seconds longer even, because it was such a good moment that yeah, I really did enjoy that. And yeah,
when Scott sees Cassie for the first time after 5 years, not knowing.
Wait. Oh yeah, okay. I was like, who's Cassie and who is Scott? I'm like, oh, Ant-Man.
90% of the time, I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about.
I was wondering for a second there. I was like,
okay, but like for me, nothing matches. Like, the guy in Spider-Man: Homecoming who's like, "Hey, Spider-Man, do a flip." I was that in theaters, but just crying. Hey, Spider-Man, beat his ass. That one coming in, I was losing my mind.
I'll back you up on that, Jake. I will say, as many great moments there are in that final battle, like trying to get a sense of space and who's where on that is just, you might as well not even bother.
It feels like they're on a
do
stage.
A good job of that, actually.
All the women are together in one area all the time, though.
Yeah. The scene with Tony and his dad is the one that gets me, if I can add that on.
Yeah.
Who plays the dad in it? Which one is it? Sterling?
John Slattery.
Yeah, it's Sterling. I fucking love Mad Men.
We're going to go on to Jake's number 8, and I'm going to tell you guys now, as having been in your shoes in this episode, try not to be the last person to talk when your turn's coming up, because you're going to wear yourself out really quick. But Jake, let's go into your number 8.
My number 8 is Jackie Brown. Love this movie. It's my favorite Tarantino. It's the one that I revisit the most. This has been my summer soundtrack forever. This is my favorite of the Tarantino soundtracks. For a movie that's so plotty, for those who don't know or don't remember, the plot of this movie is that a stewardess, Jackie, who is constantly she feels the pressure of needing money, and she basically gets busted by these cops. One of them played by Michael Keaton, who's already appeared on this list in the same role in Out of Sight. He reprised the role in Jackie Brown for Out of Sight. He gets busted for transporting cocaine for Samuel L. Jackson's arms dealer character. And basically, in a horrifying sequence with Chris Tucker, who plays Beaumont, Chris Tucker appears a lot on this list. That's why I was trying to point to Rue there. Your love of Chris Tucker. You get this sequence with Chris Tucker, who gets bailed out by this arms dealer and basically murders him in cold blood. And it's this foreshadowing. And the movie is always a step ahead of you, which is one of the things that I love about this movie, and what makes it so rewatchable, actually. And in that it's foreshadowing exactly the thing that Jackie is going to face off against, and it is particularly horrifying. The song playing is Strawberry Letter 22 or 23, I forget it. Uh, but yeah, I love all of the performances in this movie, particularly Robert Forster as this bail bondsman who has this beautiful romance with Jackie, and the whole thing, it's so, I've said before that I do think that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is Tarantino's maybe his warmest movie, maybe his old manest, soft hardest movie, but this comes pretty damn close. And I just can't say enough good things about this. I don't want to talk for too long about it. I will say, though, that I basically have a theory that he cast Robert De Niro and was like, you're playing Travis Bickle 20 years later, and we want to see what Travis Bickle is like when he gets out of jail after doing all this shit. And it's one of my favorite De Niro performances. The little plot line that De Niro gets in this is also very some mixture of warm and sinister, which is the whole fucking thing in this movie, and I can't get enough of it. Love Jackie Brown. Can't say enough good things.
It took me a while to warm up to this movie because, I came in, it's his third movie, and it comes after Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction. So when I first watched it, I'm like, where are the guys in black suits? I hate this. And it took me a while to just kind of realize, okay, that's not going to be every one of his movies. That's okay. But yeah, it's still not my favorite of his, but it's definitely grown on me. I love Pam Grier and Robert Forster greatness. I love the fact that just like, you don't see like that a lot, like with just like two middle-aged, leads like that who are like the focus, and they have like a really cool, like kind of unrequited romance. Like there's not a lot of closure on exactly what it is. But it's a really great relationship. Forster's great in it. Samuel L. Jackson is great as just like the straight villain. And he's terrifying in this, just like a small time criminal. De Niro's really good. His performance is great. So yeah, like I said, I don't love it as much as his other movies, but I can respect the take. It's very different. Just the fact that I think it's the only adaptation he's ever done of somebody else's material, and you kind of feel that Elmore Leonard vibe mixed in with Tarantino's, which they're similar, but in a lot of ways they're very different. And you feel that, and it's an interesting movie in his filmography for it to be like that. But yeah, everybody else on Jackie Brown.
As much as I love Chris Tucker, this is not his best performance. But I have seen this movie. I do enjoy it. That was for you, Koho. I think it's cool. I actually really like your warm and sinister take. That really does sum up the vibe of Jackie Brown. So yeah, cool movie.
Go ahead.
I do not have a strong opinion about it. It's like the most there Tarantino for me. Like, I'm gonna have to use it before he's got to get deal with this. It's not that I actually dislike the film. Overall, I think it's a little slow. But other than that, it's just like, eh. Like, I'm not super endeared to any of the characters. I think Pam Grier gives a great performance. I also really like Robert Forster, but that's really about it. It was out of my head the second I finished it.
It's a grower, not a shower, for sure.
Phenomenal movie. Absolutely love it. The opening credit sequence of her on the conveyor belt at the airport while they're, across 110th Street is playing.
The Graduate. You want to hear?
Yeah, it's an ode to The Graduate, but it's like one of my favorite opening credit sequences in a movie. And yeah, Max Cherry, Robert Forster's character, is probably the closest thing to a real human being in any Tarantino movie. And that's what makes, Robert Forster's performance so great. Like at the very end, when she's like going off to Madrid and she asks him to go and he's like, no. And then she walks out the door. And then like the last thing you see is just that look on his face where he's like, maybe I should have gone. It breaks your heart. It breaks your heart. It's such a good performance and the type of moment you don't get in a lot of Tarantino movies. Though obviously I am a massive fan of his. So I think this is a really important film in his filmography. And yeah, I think it did kind of pave the way for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. A while later.
How about there's a scene where Pam Grier asks Robert Forrester, "How do you take your coffee?" And there's just a pregnant pause. He says, "Black." And there's just a little pause, and they look at each other. And I feel like the Tarantino imitators and the people who want to be Tarantino would take that one step too far. And I don't feel like Tarantino gets enough credit for his subtlety in some of these movies. Yeah, just a sexy moment.
All right, everybody get a chance to talk on this one?
Yep.
All right. Okay, that's everybody's number 8. Scott, Zodiac, Spence, Fight Club, Amaru, Endgame, Jake, Jackie Brown. In the chat, let us know who had the best number 8 while we move on to number 7 and Scott.
So this is not my favorite film of all time, obviously, but if you ask me today, what is the best, whatever that means, movie I've ever seen, it's my number 7 movie, Schindler's List. Which I believe Jake had as well.
Yes. Okay.
Nice.
I rewatched this last night because I wanted to see if I could come up with anything to say about it. Because I am just generally just filled with awe and speechless at how brilliantly put together this movie. I mean, again, I say it's probably the best movie I've ever seen. At the very least, I think it is. This is what movies can be at their very best. And it is, it takes this story of this guy. I mean, Steven Spielberg didn't even know who this guy was until one of the survivors came to him and was like, hey, or, put the story out there, or the book was published is what it was. The book got published. He read the book and he was like, well, this is crazy. And, putting that story on screen, depicting the darkest moment in human history, quite possibly. And Spielberg has said that he wanted it to be unflinching, and the thing which really got him to decide that he was ready to make this movie was that Holocaust deniers started springing up more and more at the time when this movie was going to be made, and he felt like, I need to make this movie now at this particular time, and I need to be as unflinching as possible in the way that I depict the Holocaust. And it's crazy, right? This is Steven Spielberg. This is the guy who directed Indiana Jones, Jurassic Park. That he's the crowd pleaser. And but Schindler's List is the argument for him as an incredible filmmaker. Like, those movies he's great at making movies. This is him making a film. This is the greatest argument for him as a filmmaker, I think. It's just every little, like, it is the perfect example of a movie where it is long. Obviously, it's over 3 hours, but every single moment matters, and every single moment without it, Oscar Schindler's arc, which is the heart of the movie, like, just doesn't make any sense. Like, he goes from, he's a full-blown member of the Nazi party who starts this whole project just as a cash grab. And, by the end, he's on the train tracks weeping, saying, I wish I could have saved more of the Jews. You have to have every little moment of that transition, or else it's too fast. It's too rushed. It doesn't make sense. So, like, I love the scene, like the very first time, like when the one-armed man comes in to talk to him at the factory and is like so appreciative of the opportunity that he's given him, and, is just thanking him over and over again. And Oscar Schindler, just like, he doesn't know how to react to that because he doesn't see these people as people, and he, like, yells at Ben Kingsley and is like, don't ever do that again, like, don't ever bring anyone in here to talk to me again. But he goes from that again at the end to, like, he's so caring, like, he wishes he could have saved more of them. That scene is like the start of it, and then we just see all these little moments throughout the movie. The scene with the hose, I think that's the scene what's really the turning point, when he starts giving all of them water. That's the scene where he crosses over from being like, he's trying to convince Goth, Ray Fiennes' character, that, hey, actually, it makes sense from your perspective to try and save, as many Jews. Like, he's trying to, like, meet him on his level and get him to save Jews. That's the point where he's like, I don't care what kind of, like, I'm getting rid of this facade that I've been putting up. I'm just gonna, these people need water, and I'm gonna make sure they get water. And then the ending is, the last 15 to 20 minutes is the most powerful stretch of film I've ever seen. Watching it for the first time, I was here at my parents' house, actually, watching it on my computer, and I was sitting in my living room, and nobody else like knew what I was watching, and I was trying to like hold it together like, for so long at the ending, and right at the end, right when they have all gone off of the train and they're just walking across the field, and there's the little text of like talking about the tree that they planted for Schindler, and then it says it grows there still. And I was like, okay, I did it. I made it to the end. And then it like crosses over into color, and you see all of the real people there. And I just like on a couch at my house, just like burst out crying. And my family all started looking at me like, what the heck is going on? And I was like, I just need a minute. This movie is, again, I think I've said all I could possibly say. I just am in complete awe of anyone who could say anything eloquent about this movie. It is a capital M masterpiece.
Scott, I think you said that this is a movie where every little moment matters, and to tie it to that ending where the theme of the movie really ends up being that every person matters, and that the value of a single human life is immeasurable, and that just saving one person, and I think that the latter half of Spielberg's career is he hits on that theme over and over and over again with something like Saving Private Ryan, where they the whole movie is about saving one guy, getting him back to his mother. And I tried to Minority Report is about this I had it on my list earlier, but it's about getting crime before it happens, and what if that went wrong once? That's one human life. That and you see this over and over again, where it's like it's not worth one human life. Like nothing is worth one human life. The way that Spielberg sees it, and he's making art about that. And I was mentioning this to my friend that they should, one of my other friends, different friend that I mentioned earlier, that they should check this movie out. And they're like, I don't want to watch some like misery porn or whatever. And I'm like, you are totally wrong about what this movie is then, because this is miraculously, this movie is the opposite. There's one sequence in particular, I think, where there's comedy in this movie. There's good comedy in this movie. In the darkest moments, there's a moment where this I guess it's implied to be this richer Jewish man is being moved out of his house and into this ghetto, and he turns to his wife and he's like, how could this get any worse? And then like 5 other
12 people walk in.
Yeah, they walk in, and it's like, that's a comedy, that's a punchline to this man's misery. And it's like, you put this in a Holocaust movie. And forever, since Jerry Lewis, The Day the Clown Cried, they've been trying to do that. And Spielberg does it like nothing. Just, he knows exactly what he's doing. There's even a moment, he understands that you always hear comedians talking, oh, Jordan Peele understands horror and comedy are so close. But there's a moment where they have a lineup of people, and one of the Nazis is shooting them, and he's like, fine, I'm going to shoot anyone until they admit who it was. And he shoots someone, and then he asks the little kid, he's like, okay, I'm going to shoot another person unless you tell me who it was. And he points to the dead body, and it's like this moment of release where you're like, clever fucking kid, even though you just saw this traumatic thing. I really fucking love this movie. So yeah, great pick, great 7, should have been higher on my list.
This movie is so difficult to talk about or to place on a list of greatest ever, because it is a fantastic work of art, but it's so real and so raw and so visceral, and such a real representation of what actually happened, that it's hard to separate from that. So if you say it's your favorite movie, I'm not going to say you're wrong for that, but it's so hard to look at it as just a movie. And I'm not saying that's what you're doing, Scott or Jake, but it almost transcends that to the point where it's hard to talk about as a movie. I waited forever. I probably waited 20 years to actually sit down and watch this movie, because like you said, Scott, I was afraid of what it would do to me. And the moment that got me, like, I made it through the Holocaust stuff. But the moment that broke me was this pin. I'm going to break down saying it. I could have got one more. Just so devastating, because it shows that, like Jake was saying, like the importance of the people he saved, but also the fact that there's no victory here. Like there's no victory you could have that wins out over what happened. we lost no matter what power victories we had, winning the war or whatever. It's just too much. But yeah, it's great. It's a fantastic film, top to bottom. I watch it once. Will I ever watch it again? I don't know. But not because it's not a good movie, just because of what it is. But Rue and Spence on Schindler's List.
Please tell me you've seen this.
I got 2 more years to hit the 20 because I haven't been able to get myself around to actually.
Oh my god!
Fair enough.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I haven't. I've seen clips. It's for me. It's literally my dad and brother were watching this, and I was young, and I was like, no, I don't know.
Do you put onto YouTube?
I've never came back around
clips. Best
Scott,
Schindler's List.
Scott, I'm entirely with you. I think this film, like I was sitting there, I was fine. I'm good. And then it cuts to color. And then you see everyone. And I don't know if they were actors, they're the real people. I was convinced they're the real people.
No, it's the real people, yeah.
Makes it so much worse. Putting the roses on his grave killed me. Because I think there's a tendency, or like I'm gonna steal one of Jake's weird takes for a second. Biopics can get a little cold because you can tell they're not telling a real story. It's like, we're gonna movify this, we're gonna make it interesting for the screen, but the real person is just like, it's like they did one thing, we're gonna make a whole movie about them. That I fully I get how amazing Oscar Schindler was as a person because of that scene, where it's not a glorified biopic. It's not just, oh hey, a dude did a thing, let's make him celebrity. The real people you photograph and you show the effect and how many people he saved, and it broke me down. This is an incredible film. I will never understand putting it on a favorites list because I can't put myself through watching this again. But 10 out of 10 movie.
All right, Spencer's going to take us to your number 7.
About to cut out, so we're going to see how this goes. Here goes all the goodwill. Sweeney Todd, the demon.
Ooh, you suck.
Fuck you, Koho. This is okay. Here's my weird thing with this. This is quite possibly my favorite story told across mediums. Of just I think it's an incredible, just original book, poem, story, all of that good shit, adapted into an incredible play, into an incredible musical, into an incredible film. Every step along the way, I am so engaged and so fucking loving every part of this story. Truly, fuck you, Holtzman. Questioning the morality of human beings. What would you do to succeed in life? What to you is too far of betraying human nature? And I think that fucking Benjamin Barker, just Sweeney Todd as a character, is such an engaging and interesting lead. Because again, just this, you've done the most fucked up thing arguably a human could. You are feeding a human another human. And you're just you know what? It's fine. I think it's incredible. All the music in here is great. People slag Depp and Carter for being not good singers. I think they're insane. I love their voices in this. I prefer the Broadway version most of the time, but I still think that they are both incredible at portraying these characters, and especially I'm forgetting which song it is, but it's where Sweeney first finds his razors again, and you can see him just cold, dispassionate. He's I have found my one true purpose in life, to get revenge. And Mrs. Lovett just pining after me in the corner of just anything you say, anything you want, Mr. Todd, of just she is so head over heels in love with him that she can't even see what he's looking at, and she thinks he's talking about her. It's incredible. Sondheim is maybe the greatest composer in Broadway history. I love everything he's touched. I adore this, and shout out to this. I used to be very hard on myself, I shouldn't like this. I should do the Broadway version. I have seen 2 versions on Broadway, and I love every single adaptation for different reasons. Namely, I think it's a great way to you can tell the tone of the show through the Mrs. Lovetts, to the point that I wrote my final semester end paper on the theory of adaptation with this. and it made me love it so much more. I'm going to put it on the Facebook post for this, so if anyone wants to read it. But I am emphatically in love with Sweeney Todd across every medium. This is my shit 24/7.
Man, we were doing good. I mean, we talked about what, like 13 movies now. They were all at least decent. Then we get to Sweeney Todd. Yeah, I mean, the story might be good. The stage play, there might be a lot of good things around this. But this movie kind of sucks. It's just, I think, starts out with Burton and Depp just together one too many times, and them two doing their own little like incestuous thing, and it's not fun to watch. And I think it was a bad choice for director and star. The rest of the cast isn't much better. Poor Alan Rickman, R.I.P. I love the guy, but he cannot carry a tune at all. It's just a fact, Spence. I wish he
has a range and it works.
He's terrible, and like I said, like they're all like none of them are really good. And I just hate this trend that came up like in the 2000s, like 2010s, where it's okay to cast people who can't sing in musicals. This is rough. I just think it's Depp doing one of those Depp like edgy characters that he does. This movie really doesn't have anything going for it. I am not a fan. Everybody else on Sweeney Todd.
This reminds me of when I watched Pirates on Stranger Tides, because I remember going to the theater seeing it, and I remember nothing from the film. Plain and simple.
Yeah, if I were Spence here, I would say that this movie is just there. Actually, I wouldn't say that though if I were Spence, because Spence only says that about good movies. But this movie is, I watched it one time a long time ago, kind of like Rue. There's a few good songs in it, left no impact on me whatsoever. So 7, you do you.
Spence, I really like this movie, and
let's go, Jake.
I think the fact that you love this movie so much means I already kind of was thinking this, that you're probably gonna love my number one pick when I eventually convince you to watch it, because there is some crossover in the and being on this show for so long or for the past 10 weeks now, I feel like you could have been like, do you think that Spence loves Sweeney Todd? And I'd be like, obviously. Like,
bro, read my paper. I fucking love this show.
I'm excited to read your paper on it. I think it's Helen Bonham Carter's best performance. She's incredible at. I think she's not only a great singer, but she's a great.
Hey, Todd, what the fuck?
I think she's a great sing actor. I think she's great at acting and singing at the same time, which is a very difficult thing, and it's a very mesmerizing thing to watch her balance a performance at the same time as like carrying a note. I really like this movie. It borders on camp, which I love. It's just I don't know. I don't know what people have against this movie. It's the last great Burton movie, in my opinion. And part of the reason was because Burton was such a Sondheim fan. He was such a fan of this musical the whole time. It feels like he was afraid to fuck this movie up. And
then why did he take? Why did he?
Koho was just waiting.
I have no clips. To describe the infuriating fucking rage I have back here.
You lose.
Absolutely wrong.
Koho gave Jungle Cruise 4 stars on Letterboxd.
It's 1,000 times better than Burton's shit pile musical, Jake.
He loved Jungle Cruise. Go watch Jungle Cruise, Koho.
Jungle Cruise is better than this shit fire, Crookshank. Listen.
Okay.
You said he loves Sondheim. He doesn't know a thing about Sondheim. He misses the point of this musical and makes a surface level shit
If
fire.
the show is over 4 hours, this will have contributed.
Koho can't get mad at us.
Nope, I already said if this goes over 4 hours and it's my fault, I don't care. Fuck this movie.
Amaru, what is your number 8?
Looking like a dirty martini.
The best Spider-Man movie, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. I think that this is one of the movies that every single aspect fits each other perfectly. From they've talked about it before. It's a comic book come to life. That animation is amazing, but then they could have that and not do anything with it. But it's the timing of the voice actors is great. Every voice actor is amazing. The story itself is so good. The way to bring in all these different Spider-Men and not make it feel like a gimmick and give every one of them a chance to shine. Nicolas Cage, of course, all of them. Every villain, every hero, the way that it actually carries out the culture of a mixed race Black young man perfectly, because you see him, he's Black, but also making sure he speaks Spanish in his home and when he's speaking to his mom to show that he's also Latino. One of my favorite parts is not only the soundtrack is great, but I think this is Daniel Pemberton put his foot in that score. And the music is so good, goes perfectly with everything. I think this movie is incredible. I can't think of a bad thing to say about it. And the subtle Stan Lee remembrance and shout outs in this film are great. This is definitely the best Spider-Man movie over all of them. The next live action needs to be a Miles Morales film.
Yeah, I think this movie's great. The animation is fantastic. The way they made it look like a comic book was a little jarring at first, but it definitely works. All the alternate universe stuff is really cool, and I guess that's just what Spider-Man movies are now. Like, that's what Spider-Man does on film. But the all the different versions. My favorite thing about this movie was how every different version of Spider-Man maintains its own animation style throughout. And the voice cast is fantastic. All the different characters, all the different Spider-Man, and just how they all interact with each other, and how they're just even the regular Spider-Man at their different stages of their career, how it keeps going back and telling the story, just from those different points of view is cool. So yeah, I would like this movie. However, it definitely suffers from a lot of overhype for me. It's number 17 overall on Letterboxd. I don't think it's that good. I would say, as good as it is, I think it's one of the most overrated movies of the 2010s. Not because it's bad, because it's just not nearly that good. I don't think it's the best. It's up there for best Spider-Man. I don't think it's the best comic book movie. I don't think it's the best anime movie, but it's good. It's really good. But I can't give it all the praise that it gets. Yeah, the Stan Lee cameo. To me, this is the last Stan Lee cameo. He's in a couple other movies, but they're just really throwaway. In Captain Marvel and Endgame, they're just really throwaway. This one really actually felt like it meant something, especially since this movie came out, I think 2 or 3 weeks after he passed away. I openly wept when you hear his voice. You know what? I'm really going to miss him. Just took on so much more weight at that point. But yeah. Great, not as great as everybody says it is. Everybody else on Spider-Verse, Into the Spider-Verse.
Before y'all do, I just also had to mention, I meant to mention it, the scene with Miles and his dad across the door, it's all the feels. Brian Tyree Henry continues to need more work.
What if I was just Spider-Man is a white man?
No.
I just got angry. I was just wait a minute, though.
No.
Woke culture has gone too far.
There are 3 white men Spider-Man in that film.
I know. Congratulations. That was one of the stupidest things that I've ever seen.
Oh, come on. I was being funny. No, I fucking love this movie. I saw it with my wife. She was like, I want to see some superhero shit. She hates all that superhero shit. Anytime I drag her to one, she's mad at me. I'm like, no, this one's different. It's funny or whatever. And this one, she was like, let's watch that again. And I was like, really? Well, it's the Spider-Man movie again? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, babe, it's a special thing for us. And
that was when you proposed, right now?
Yes. No, I don't remember if we were married by then or not. I don't know, 2018. It was around then. But yeah, no, I really like this movie too. I love how they use the frame rate, the different frame rates between the two Spider-Man. One of them's like all smooth, and one of them's, and yeah, I often like nice look, Jake. Kathy says, thanks, Kathy. Kathy's been on my ass tonight. No, I forget what I was gonna say, but yeah, it's a great movie. The second best Spider-Man movie.
Koho, join the club.
Second best Spider-Man movie. I got to say, Rue, if you're gonna have comic book movies in your top 10, you're picking the right ones so far. You're picking some really good ones. In fact, this almost made my top 100. It probably is in the next 10 out. So good. I don't know that I have too much more to add. Except I think everything that Lord and Miller touch turns to gold. Pretty much. I think this has their stamp written all over it. And yeah, it gets Spider-Man. It absolutely gets Spider-Man right. I love it.
Every time Scott says he likes a superhero movie, I'm going to tell him to get into Fandom again. Fun fact, I didn't like this originally. I thought I was like, it's fine. It's Scott's like thinking like parody about me. It's there. And then I rewatched it like a 6 month like off. I'm just like, you know what? No, this is actually like perfect. I think if we're talking fandom as a thing, it is the best Marvel movie. I'm not going to include MCU, but like just like straight Marvel, number one with a bullet. The X-Men First Class, but Spider-Verse with a bullet. Fucking amazing movie, mastering like the medium of animation, which I feel like is something we sort of throw around, but just the idea of, again, like I think as you mentioned before, just like not only like messing with frame rates, but animation styles and the flow of combat is being determined by like the medium that they come from. It's brilliant. Like genuinely, I have a friend who she wanted to get into animation, and then she saw this movie. Was like, you know what? I will never do anything as good as this. It's no point. I'll be a communications major instead. Like it is that perfect of a film.
All right, Jake, give us your number 7.
Okay, so it's like Spence picked like the Spence's movie that he has on the list at number 7.
No.
I would say this is the Jakest. Kirk, would you agree that this is a Jakest movie? Videodrome.
It's up there.
Yeah, no, Videodrome. I love the movies that go meta. I pulled out my copy of a Marshall McLuhan's book, Understanding Me. I'm as a Canadian who loves movies, who lives close enough to Toronto. My wife actually went to school with Marshall McLuhan's daughter. I am a huge fan of his theories on just the way that media was evolving. For those who don't know, the quote, the message is the medium is a Marshall McLuhan quote that gets shared a lot. And one that I think, Marshall McLuhan quote that I think is more relevant to this film is that we are shaping the tools that shape us. And Cronenberg takes that to a body horror level, to the point where, let me back up and explain the plot a little bit. James Woods, who bad human being, who is playing a bad human being flawlessly in this movie, plays
he is one.
Yeah, because he is. He's basically playing Milo Yiannopoulos meets P.T. Barnum in this movie, which is just James Woods. I said before that Cronenberg's great at casting, and this is flawless. So he is intercepting pirate signals and finding all of these violent imagery on these pirate video signals and programming it to his channel, which is Civic TV, the one you take to bed with you. And basically he finds this signal that seems to be influencing the human flesh. It seems to be causing physical changes to the brain. And that concept is explored to its fullest in this movie, to the point where in a particularly iconic scene, a vagina opens up in James Woods' chest. He puts his hand in, and a fleshy gun comes out attached to his hand. And if that doesn't appeal to you, maybe don't check this movie out. But if that sounds interesting to you, definitely check out Videodrome, because it is a fucking trip. I just also want to say there's a character who is a stand-in for Marshall McLuhan, which is why I brought out my Marshall McLuhan book, who plays Dr. Oblivion. He says his name is Oblivion because he has a screen name. We will all have screen names someday. He refuses to appear anywhere but on a screen, because screens are more real than reality, because they can be broadcast simultaneously to everywhere. And how do we know what is real if not for shared experiences? So yeah, Marshall McLuhan basically predicted a lot of things that we take for granted now about the internet. So Kirk, why do you hate Videodrome?
It's a loaded question. I don't think this is a terrible movie. I think there are a lot of ideas being bounced around, and I think Cronenberg's trying to do a whole lot in 88 minutes. And it's weird to say this because usually I'm like, 88 minutes, yes, sign me up. But I feel like this movie is very, and I don't know the behind the scenes of like what the original script was, what got cut, what the studio did. So there may have been, it feels like there's a lot of that going on, because it feels like there's a lot of incomplete ideas. It feels like there's a whole like lore and mythology trying to be developed, and it gets halfway there and then just ends. The end of the movie feels like the start of the third act.
Yeah.
And I'm like waiting for more. It's like, oh, that's it. So I think there's a lot of interesting ideas there. Obviously, a lot of interesting visuals, but I feel like the movie just doesn't do everything that it's setting out to do. I think it's putting the ideas out there, but from a story standpoint, feels very incomplete.
I actually understand that.
Anybody else got take on Videodrome?
Nope.
This is pretty fucking good. Actually, no, it's not. You go first.
Yeah, I like this movie. I watched it for the first time this year, and I was definitely into it. I definitely think it's ahead of its time. The only other thing I'm going to say is I thought my Letterboxd review was pretty funny. I said, men will literally invent a mind-controlling TV program to give horny people brain tumors rather than go to therapy. That was my opinion of this movie.
This is also an amazing movie that I watched for the first time this year. However, Jake's right. It's a very him film, but you know what? It's a good Jake film. I actually, the only Cronenberg before this I've seen is A History of Violence, and I'm just like, you know what? I think I'd like it. And then I watch it, it's like, oh yeah, Cronenberg's my shit. Like, I want to jump into Crash. Like, that's how like ready for Cronenberg I am. Like, I think this is incredible, and for this to be like in my head is like his big like coming out party as a filmmaker. And I could be wrong. I don't know his history very well, but like, man, this is Cronenberg, and I want to fucking watch Cronenberg now.
I just want to also add that the score, the glitchy score by Howard Shore. It's like this. It is this thing that only seems to come out of the internet, but it was in 1983. It's pretty incredible if you just listen to the score of this movie. It doesn't make any sense how that came out in 1983.
All right, chat. Tell us everybody did on their number 7. Scott had Schindler's List, Spence had Sweeney Todd, Rue had Into the Spider-Verse, and Jake had Videodrome. In the meantime, we will go to Scott's number 6.
A big bear hug of a movie, Almost Famous.
Brother Bear, damn
it. Yeah. What is there to not enjoy about this movie? It's so much fun for somebody like me who loves music, who loves the music of this era that is being depicted in the movie. It's catnip, really. And it's just so many personal moments. Obviously, this was Cameron Crowe's real experience. He covered bands when he was the age of William in this movie. And yeah, it has that personal touch that I think just takes it to another level. It's such, it's an inviting movie about like finding your people, finding your community. William finds, his people amongst this band, even after he is warned that they are not, the people that he should trust. And then, I love the way that the movie ends up with like, first of all, well, you think that, yeah, that's actually been proven true, right? Like he's been screwed over in the end. Just as they said it was going to happen. But then, that's not the ending. And it is actually William, through his complete sincerity and, innocence and whatever, who is able to win over at least Russell. And the way that comes back around is, it's a perfect series of scenes to end the movie, I think. It's really funny. The I'm on drugs, like when he's on the top of the roof and jumps off and I am a golden god is great. Philip Seymour Hoffman really makes the most of his, few minutes on screen. One of my favorite lines is when he's on the phone to William. He calls William on the road, and William is just like, clearly just so swept away by the rock stars. He's just gushing about everything, blah, 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 blah. And then he he's talking to him or whatever. And Philip Seymour Hoffman's just like, kids on drugs, and just hangs up. His delivery of the line is perfect. But it just makes it's just a movie that makes you feel good. Kate Hudson is also really good, and a character that could have been obnoxious, annoying, but doesn't come off that way. When Zooey Deschanel says at the beginning of the movie, like, oh, listen to this, I'm going to play this song and it's going to explain to you why I left or whatever. And she plays America by Simon and Garfunkel, which we've already conversed about, Kirk and I, earlier in the series. It's like one of my favorite songs. One of the few songs that I have said on occasion is my favorite. It's just like, it was always going to be a movie that ranks highly on my list. So I don't know that I have a lot of, profound to say about it. It's just, a movie that makes you feel really good and just a world that you want to be part of.
Yeah, I like this movie. I'm glad you rated this higher than a lot of other movies on your list. You probably know which ones I'm talking about. Because this doesn't feel like a movie that should work for me, but it does. And the more I watch it, the more I like it. I think, like, yeah, you're right. Like, a lot of these characters should be obnoxious. I think, like, a movie like this, where it's based on, personal experience of when they're young, could be very, schmaltzy and overly nostalgic and kind of just like self-serving. And it doesn't come off that way at all. I mean, maybe a little overly nostalgic at points, but it's not like self-serving. It's feel like all the characters feel real. Kate Hudson's really good. It's a shame that, like, she never went anywhere from this except on a bunch of like really awful rom-coms. She would have
the other woman.
If she just showed so much potential in this movie. And again, like that character should kind of suck. Some of these characters should not be good, but they're all like, you just cling to all of them. I love Frances McDormand, his mother, and like that's another character.
And Jason Lee also.
Yeah. But her character could very much be like just like that overbearing, obnoxious, one-note parent. But she's very like you feel for her and you understand her and you take her side a lot of stuff, and you see a lot of points she's right. So yeah, totally. This is a good movie. I like this. I don't know exactly why I do, but I do. Everybody else on Almost Famous. Hold on. My favorite line reading in this movie is, "Do you want to see me feed a snake to my rat?" Yes. That's the best line.
So this is the second Jason Lee movie on this list. That in the top 10 movies of all time, Jason Lee is on.
Just wait, I have the squeakquel coming up next. Just wait.
Nice.
Scott wins. Scott wins the show. It'd be funny if we did have another Jason Lee movie, though. I would really like. Does someone have Jason Lee in another movie? Rue is looking right now. He's looking very.
He had
seriously.
Enemy of the State, isn't he? An Enemy of the State also.
Yes.
No, this isn't. this isn't my favorite Cameron Crowe movie, but I really do like it, and it reminds me of one of my best friends, Cal. So shout out to Cal. That's all I have to say about this movie.
Is your friend's name? Wait, Cow? Is that your friend's name?
Cal. Sorry for my Canadian accent.
No. I thought you just like you had like a really shitty like hell yeah
nickname.
I think you had like a weird like discount like Doja Cat friends. That, yeah, I'm Cam.
Moo moo. Hell yeah, Cow.
No, this movie's okay. I should have stronger opinions about this because I saw this a few years ago and I loved it, but it's weird. I lost like a lot of strong feelings for it. Not that I dislike it, but I know that when I'm gonna rewatch it, I'm gonna give it like 5 stars. I'm gonna fucking love it because I give it like 4.5 like 5 years ago. But like, hella good pick. I'll like it a lot more when I rewatch it pretty soon, relatively soon.
This movie's great. I really enjoyed it. Finally saw it in the last couple of years. Now, the only thing for me, it's not about the movie. It's about me because another movie starts with the word almost, and I saw that movie a lot more when I was a child, so I cannot separate Almost Famous with Almost Heroes, and it's horrible. But yes, it's a great film.
But Michael, it doesn't have that great quote, "I am a golden starfish."
All right, Spence, let's go to your number 6.
Let's hope I am back in good graces. Sing straight.
Yes! Yeah!
Shut up, Koho.
I had this also.
This is like a perfect coming of age film. I'm not going to say it's like a perfect piece of filmmaking, but I think at its core, it fundamentally understands what we like about coming of age films. Characters that we can sort of see ourselves in, who are like going through shit and not undermining what they're going through, but also like it's a lot of fun. So while they're depressed, they're also like making cool jokes. And this has maybe my favorite like original soundtrack in any movie ever. That I think that well it has some fucking bangers. Like I got into Motorhead because of this fucking movie. Like that's how it impacted me. Stay Clean plays in the soundtrack and it's fucking awesome. Yeah. But every single song, and yes, actually no, okay. Other than one song, everything in it is incredible. Just a fantastic piece of music. And I am so like emphatically in love with Connor's journey. It takes like a very simple, like tried and true, it's like guy likes girl. Girl's like, shitty relationship, and guy's like, you know what? I'll make a band because I want you to like think I'm hot. And you know what? It fucking works. Because John Carney knows how my brain works. John Carney makes incredible, he knows love really well. I think this is a great companion piece for Moonrise Kingdom of just like knowing how like young love works and how it does feel worldly and like, and they take like these big steps to make everything just sort of there, like to make it like, you know how they're feeling. And it doesn't need to be the right move. And I love that Carney like embraces that. I would say the one thing, like this used to be like in my top 3. It has dropped a bit on rewatch because I don't quite love the ending because Adam Levine's song is not great, but that is like the only thing against this film. I love living in the world that he creates. Koho, you know that we talk on a daily fucking basis. You know this about me.
I had this as well a long time ago in like my 80s. It's an amazing movie, and this is definitely in a different camp of coming of age movies from like the Boyhoods or whatever. Like this is a fairy tale, right? This is not a movie that is necessarily trying to be rooted in the real experience of teenagers. It is a fairy tale, and when you understand it as such, I think you can appreciate it a lot more. Because let's be honest, this Rafinha, would never give the time of day to Connor in real life. As painful as that is to say, it is true. No matter how nice and sincere and good of a person he is, but it's the movies, and we need these movies as much as we need the Boyhoods as well. And another one that just makes you feel really good. I love the songs. Yeah, not just the original songs for the movie, which are obviously good, but also the other songs of the era and everything that they use on the soundtrack. The dream sequence, the Drive It Like You Stole It dream sequence is beautiful. With the Back to the Future theme and everything is so much fun. And I do love the ending because Jack Rayner's character is probably my favorite character in the movie. I just love like the wisdom that he imparts on Connor and you don't need to know how to play. Who are you, Steely Dan? I just love that line. But Also, I have movies about brothers get me. I have a good relationship with my brother, so like the whole at the end, the older brother seeing the younger brother, achieve the dream that he wanted, but was never able to achieve, and then that last end title card thing that says, for brothers everywhere, that definitely gets to me. So I love this movie.
So I didn't.
And
say
Up
it,
is the best song. Yes, Joseph is correct. Up is my favorite song in the movie.
I love Driver Like Bullet. Shout out to Find You. The underrated song makes me cry every fucking time I watch it. Great scene.
Yeah, I love this movie. It's pretty well known that I'm not a coming of age guy, but this movie definitely does it right. The characters are all so good and so relatable. I love Connor. I love Jack Ryder's character. That family dynamic just feels so real, and I just love the fact that how they use music to get through that pain of what's happening within the family. Just the scene where he's sitting there watching his mom smoke the cigarette and watch the sunset is just that idea of, like, I don't know, never really understanding or being able to understand what your parents feel or what your kids feel, and that that divide in the family is really just present in that movie. The music is great. I think my biggest complaint is, and you said discuss, it's not necessarily realistic, but the how quickly they all become like fantastic musicians and are able to do all those different types of music. That's the one thing I'm always like, but I can let it slide because the characters themselves, like I said, I love the friends. The one, I forget the character's name, where the one that knows to play all the instruments, like the real musician in the group. Martin I just love that he's like, the one time he goes as high, it's like, you want to write music, like, always, and like just their relationship is so great. And yeah, I love it. The ending, it bums me out that with all the original music, they do end with the Adam Levine song. That feels like just a letdown after everything else, but the ending itself is fantastic. Yeah, this is a great movie. I love this one. It's in my high in my top 100. Everybody else on Sing Street who didn't already have it.
I haven't seen it.
I actually haven't seen this, but it's directed by John Carney, who directed Once. And in case anyone missed it, earlier in an episode, Once came up, and my wife was like, "How did that joke go over?" And if you missed this joke that I made, I'll repeat it. I said that I preferred the sequel 2 times.
Boo! You suck!
I prefer the sequel 2 times. And I said, I think it should have been called twice. And my wife said, that went over terribly, right? And I was like, yeah. Yeah, it went over terribly.
I got it this time. Thank you.
Yeah.
The best jokes are the ones you have to tell twice.
Yeah,
I don't have to tell it twice. I just need to lean into the pain. I am a
Jay,
get it twice.
I didn't get the joke. Could you begin it again?
Yes, I thought that the movie 2 times should have been called twice.
No, God, please, no.
Amaru, what is your number 6?
My 6 is the one that started off one of my favorite trilogies ever, Ocean's 11.
This motherfucker don't miss.
Boom, 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 boom.
This to me is basically this is actors getting together just to have a good ass time. There are different aspects of movie watching that people love. Like, there's the fantasy, for me, there's fantasy stuff, there's the comic book movie stuff, there's the action, there's the comedy. This is the epitome of just why you love movies. Because every single person in here is just having a ball, being together, and having a good ass time in a heist film. Everybody's timing in this is perfect. I think this is one of the most criminally underrated scores. Like, it's one of the songs you hear, oh, that's Ocean's. I love the music in this film. I think it's everybody at their peak in the trilogy because it's the first time they're getting together. The way they get everybody together, everybody gets their time to shine. As horrible as Tony says his accent is, I love Don Cheadle's Cockney accent in this. It just shows how, like, yo, I am going full tilt into this. I'm getting together with my boys, and I am just gonna go. One of my favorite lines from this movie, which kind of sums up how perfect timing every single part of this film is, coming from like I said, the score, the action, the just everything is when they're together at Danny's house. And everybody's going in the house after he says, if this is not for you, no troubles, go ahead. And Bobby Caldwell, Matt Damon, is not Bobby Caldwell, Linus is sitting there waiting. And Elliot Gould comes up to him and says, "You're Bobby Caldwell's son, huh? You're from Chicago. How's the weather there?" And Matt Damon says, "It's good. That's nice. Get in the goddamn house." And it's just so unexpected and so perfect about, you're along for this ride. Get your ass in the house. Do it now. And it's just little things like that just put a smile on your face. You just ride the entire movie with everybody. And just the little jokes. Rusty continuously eating anything he gets on his hands on the entire film. I love the movie. Yeah, it's just one of my favorite movie watching experiences. I probably have watched this more than anything else I've ever seen, just because how much fun I have watching this film.
Anybody else have this one? Okay, thanks to the show and Amaru, I have now seen this entire trilogy. I will say this is definitely the best one. I wasn't a big fan of the other two. This one has grown on me. I didn't really like this much when I first saw it. I've watched it a few times since. I enjoy it more, but something about it just doesn't click with me. I'll die on this hill. I'm always going to be a bigger fan of the original because
what?
I'm sorry. Frank, Dean, and Sammy are so much cooler than George Clooney, Brad Pitt, and what's his name? Matt Damon. And they always will be, that I'm always going to like that movie better. Sorry.
Hey, Todd? What the fuck?
Thank you.
I will die on that. I will die on that hill.
You're dying for sure.
Yeah.
But
go die.
Everybody else on Ocean's 11.
Wonderful movie. Yeah, it's so effortless. The way, as cool and vibey as it comes off. Like Soderbergh is just flexing. He's like, I just got all the coolest movie stars like of this moment. I'm just going to let them do whatever they want on screen. And yeah, I mean the result is basically just a hangout movie. There's like, there's the heist plot and everything, but like there's not like a whole lot of suspense about like, are they going to get away with it or anything? It's like, they're gonna get away with it. It's just watching how they are going to get away with it. That is what is so fun, and I think that's a cool idea for a heist movie, or cool concept for a heist movie. And yeah, a lot of fun dialogue. The exchange of dialogue between Danny and Rusty at the end when he comes out of jail is always just funny to me, or whatever. He's like, "Oh, I hope you were the groom," because he walks out wearing his tuxedo or whatever. Yeah, it's a great movie.
I will say, Scott, your comment on it, your compliment is my problem with it. It's like, oh, we got all the coolest movie stars, and it just feels really manufactured to me. That's one of my biggest issues with the movie.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect. Shout out to Bernie Mac, the legend. He's so good in this film.
Rue, I really respect this as your most rewatched movie. That makes like perfect sense to me. Like, of course, this is one of the most rewatchable movies. This is Soderbergh, who's I think of as an art house director first and foremost, who's like, oh yeah, let me just like shit out the most like enjoyable thing that you could possibly imagine. The most like there's so much fun filmmaking on display, and the soundtrack. When you say Ocean's 11, I do the like Doors, the like do 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 do. And I just wanted to go on a classic Jake tangent and say that in drama class we had to read like poetry, and I chose that song as my poetry that I was reading, and like I had to read that. Side. Yeah, so I was like, Jim Morrison is a poet or whatever, and I remember in that drama class that teacher very like I'm pretty sure she had a personality disorder now that I'm older. But yeah, very interesting experience.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Thank you, Koho. I'm glad that was like a warm hug.
So I need to rewatch this because it is there. I don't have any like bad feelings about this. I just think it's a good movie, and that's it. Great, yeah, it's fun. I don't understand like the deep love for this.
How good is Damon at knowing that he's a movie star with like a weird like beta chip off his shoulder? Like he's so
Matt
good.
Damon is a beta. You're right.
Yeah, he is. He has beta energy, and whoa. It shows up in all of the best Damon movies: The Interstellar, The Talented Mr. Ripley. Like,
Last Duel.
He's great. He's a great bait in The Last Duel.
Nice.
Yeah, the best Damon movies. He understands that he is this guy that's supposed to be an American movie star, and he's not quite Brad Pitt or Clooney, but he wants to be. And it's just so fun that Damon understands that about his persona.
All right, Jake, what is your number 6?
My number 6 is a little film called Mad Max Fury Road.
No! God, please, no! No! No!
Shut up, go.
What the fuck? So the reason that I think this is so special, first and foremost, is that if you go back to George Miller's filmography, you watch the original Mad Max, it's remarkable how much of everything that makes Fury Road incredible was in the original Mad Max, which is just this little grindhouse fucking exploitation movie that was designed to be played at drive-in theaters, and how much subtext is baked into this fucking thing, and then just the fact that this guy in his 70s doesn't miss a beat, and the genre that he invented of the apocalypse, this apocalyptic adventure movie, the thing that every great apocalypse movie post Mad Max is based on. If you even think about like Fallout or most video games, and the fact that not only did he not lose a beat on what made this genre that he invented so great, but that he amended what was wrong with so many of the genre movies that were coming out at the time. I'm talking about movies that get too bogged down in their plot, in their world building, in their, we need to explain every little detail. The fact that he's just like, no, in the background, there's going to be guys on fucking stilts crawling through the mud, mining some shit, and that is going to be part of the fabric of the movie. And it's like, that is what I was asking for at the time that this movie came out. I'm like, why do we need every little detail explained? Just weave it into the fabric of the movie, and I will trust that you understand your world. You don't need to spell out the Bible of your world to me. If you know that in your heart, which I believe George Miller does after seeing this movie, it will be expressed in this giant chase sequence that he constructs. And that is exactly what he did. That's exactly why I love this movie. Yeah, I could talk on and on about this movie, but I won't. Kirk.
This movie is, as we're seeing, very divisive. I come down somewhere in the middle. I think it's a really cool, really fun action movie. I think it's a really good idea, just like the constant chase. I saw it on the big screen. It was a great big screen movie. At the same time, I don't think it's some fantastic masterwork. I don't think it's the greatest like action or sci-fi movie ever. I don't think it redefined anything. I just thought it was a really fun, really good movie. But yeah, I enjoy it. Like the constant, like the inertia this movie has, just like the constant motion and just the way that works into the action, and just the fights on the trucks and everything. A lot of fun. It's a very fun movie.
When has, just the behind the scenes though, when has that ever happened that a master in their Scorsese, I guess, but yeah, that's.
Oh no, sorry. I mean it's crazy what Miller's still able to do at his age. Yeah, I mean that's definitely a feat. I'll give you that. Everybody else on Fury Road.
I just want to go ahead, Spence.
I used to agree with Koho. this was like one of the most overrated movies of the 2010s. And I think fundamentally, it just got to the point where like I understand why now Koho doesn't like it. Koho doesn't understand that you can just like action movies that don't really have a script because
Boo, you suck.
Koho, your hate for this is bullshit and you know it.
Boo, you suck.
I think Spence left.
Yeah, there.
I just want to say, the only this community is the only place that this movie is divisive. Let's not act like this movie is like one of the most divisive movies ever. This community is the only place that it's divisive because for some reason there's like 4 or 5 people who don't appreciate this for what it is, which is objectively one of the best action movies ever made. I love this movie. The only thing that keeps it from being in my top 100 is I actually love the characters and the world and everything. I'm so fascinated by them so much that I want a little bit more of them and a little bit less of the mind-blowing action. In a way, even though the action obviously is incredible, that's the only thing that stops it from being in my top 100. But again, objectively on a technical level, it is absolutely incredible. And I actually think Tom Hardy doesn't get enough credit because he's like not the main character as everyone expected. But I think he gives a really good performance as Max, and he even adds like some droll humor to the movie, which I think is very welcome.
And another thing, I think this is legitimately like one of the best action movies ever, purely from its composition of like, and I do like what Jake's saying, just like it's a movie that doesn't say like, hey, we need all this deep, intense backstory about where everything comes from. I would like more of that, like Scott, but I think that the same movie is bad because it doesn't it doesn't explain its world when it doesn't really need to. I think is a weird like, oh, this movie's bad because the screenplay is like a fault. It's like Miller fundamentally understands composition. It is one of the best looking movies ever, period. Maybe the best action in any movie ever, period, because of the way that he perfectly balances CGI practical effects to the point that you can't tell the difference. Other than the shitty fucking tornado, you don't know what's real and what's fake. And that's what's amazing about the film. Some of the best color grading, like this is a movie where it's like its technical feats are top tier. Literally, possibly the best ever. And I think they're saying like, oh, script bad, movie bad. I don't fucking get. I do not fucking get. Koho is this like, I get that like, oh, I have wrong opinions.
And the script isn't bad.
Koho, your opinion is wrong in this. You are just incorrect about this film.
I was one of the people who
Boo, you suck.
I was one of those first time I saw it, I thought it was the biggest overhyped piece of mediocrity ever. I saw it again and I was like, what were you thinking? This is a masterful film. Story-wise and especially technically and action-wise, it is objectively one of the greatest action films ever.
Doesn't it just warm your guy's heart that someone on a shoestring budget who financed this with their friends' money, like actually in their like, it carried over into the modern times that they just had that skill in the medium that we all love. That is what is so special. That's all I wanted to say.
All right. Everybody's number 6. Scott, Almost Famous. Spence, Sing Street. Armory, Ocean's 11. Jake, Fury Road. Chat, let us know who had the best number 6. While we're at it, we are halfway through the top 10. So reminder, join us next week for the recap show. These guys will all be here. The spring top 100 cast will be here. We're going to compare notes, compare lists. It's going to be a lot of fun. Make sure you check out that one. Moving on to the top 5. Scott, start us off.
Did anyone guess my hint?
I forget it. I did not.
Well, it was a picture of a baby carriage from the iconic train station scene
is it
in
Battleship Potemkin?
The Untouchables.
Nice.
Scott, it's a reference.
Battleship. It borrows from Battleship Potemkin, yes. You know, we talk nowadays about directors doing a one for me, one for them. This movie was Brian De Palma's one for them, and it is probably the greatest one for them ever because it not only is it a one for them, right? It is probably his most mainstream, conventionally enjoyable movie that he has made. but it is still a Brian De Palma movie through and through, and his style is what makes this more than just a pure entertainment, which it absolutely is from beginning to end. But you just don't get like that train station scene, for example, in your average gangster movie, your average crime movie. That is all De Palma. Like the patient suspense of that scene is amazing. The way those like when the action finally breaks out, like that shot of Kevin Costner, and he just like it's his face, and then he just like holds up the shotgun, and like that starts it all. It's just a perfect shot. That whole scene is amazing. The whole movie is it's almost like a Western in a way. Like you have this sort of gang of lawmen from all different backgrounds. You have Andy Garcia as like the cop in training. You have Sean Connery as the veteran beat cop. Kevin Costner, like, sure, he can be a wooden actor sometimes, but the movie actually utilizes that to its benefit, right? Because Elliot Ness, like, is kind of like wooden. He's like this overly sincere, like, there's the early scene of him driving the snowplow, and he's like, let's do some good, right? And like, it's played to be purposefully cheesy. I mean, like, the guys are making fun of him about it afterward. And so, like, I think it really plays into maybe Costner's limitations as an actor sometimes. And it's a really interesting story, albeit heavily embellished for this movie. And again, combining De Palma's style and sensibilities with David Mamet, who is an all-time great screenwriter, and his sharp dialogue. I love that just the dialogue in that opening scene between Al Capone and the reporters when he's like being shaved, and there's the cut he's cut while shaving, and then there's like this moment of like, oh no, is he about to freak out and go crazy on all these people? It's so good. This has been one of my favorite movies since I was in, high school and middle school. Some of these other movies I talked about, like it's one of those that like, some of them could rotate in and out of my top 10 as time goes on. This is one that has always been there. It was, in fact, my favorite movie at one point. It's fallen off, from the top of the heap, but, now, it is still one that will always be in my top 10. I feel like it is, just a pure entertainment, and also an extremely well-made movie with the director's signature style written all over it. So it is like I said, it is an ideal of what a one for them can be.
This movie has a lot going for it. I think the script is great, the direction is great, supporting cast is great, especially Connery is obviously fantastic in this. My problem with it, what holds it back from being a top 100 for me, is Kevin Costner. It kind of collapsed under the weight of him. I mean, I think Costner is carved from the same tree that Richard Gere was. Good. When an actor plays Elliot Ness, Robin Hood, and Wyatt Earp as the exact same guy, there's a problem. But yeah, I think anybody else in that role, and I think this is an all-time classic, and it is still a really solid movie. But just the fact that it's weighs so heavily on that character, I don't think Costner pulls it off. So that's the biggest downside for me. Otherwise, really solid movie. Everybody else on the Untouchables.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of De Palma, and this is a huge inflection point in his filmography where this is the movie that kind of allows him to make the flops that will follow, particularly Casualties of War, which is a great movie, and then into some of the more nasty movies that I obviously just gravitate towards because I'm a fan of I'm a fan of excess. Snake Eyes is one of my favorite De Palmas. But me and my friend in high school, we had watched this in school for some reason. A substitute teacher put it on at one point. And forever, me and my buddy in high school would punch each other in the shoulder. But before we do it, we'd say, "Here's your permit," in a Sean Connery voice, and punch each other. Because he says, "Here's your permit," and holds the permit up and punches someone in the face, which I really love. This is did Connery win an Oscar for this?
He did, yeah.
a lifetime achievement Oscar, but still a really fun.
No, he deserved it. He deserved it.
A really fun performance. Sure, I respect this choice.
I should really see this movie.
It is in fact there. I don't get it. Like, I really don't. It's like it's fine. Like it's good. I don't get why it's great. The actual fucking baby carriage scene, it's pretty good. De Niro's Capone, pretty good. I just don't like any strong emotions towards it.
Joseph, he doesn't have an accent in the movie. He talks in his normal Sean Connery voice, even though he's supposed to be Irish. That is my take.
That's how Sean Connery sounds. What the fuck do you expect?
All right, Spence, what is your number 5?
So Scott, I know I keep shitting on your picks, but what do you think about a little fucking nerd beating up a girl's boyfriends? Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
Nice.
Hey!
Let's go, Rue. Let's go, Rue. This is maybe the perfect example of great movie with some heavy faults. Namely, Scott Pilgrim, pedal character. Shit, dude. Don't want to see him win. But you know what? I'm fucking there for it. This is maybe the most... Actually, that's not true. In my lifetime, I think it's maybe the most strong directorial voice in a film. I think that this is Edgar Wright's most Edgar Wright film. And I love it because of that. I think he fully understands how to make a moviegoer happy and throws everything at it. The action is incredible. I think his pacing of dialogue is fantastic. There's like a cadence to the film that I think always just works, and it's incredible. Michael Cera, I think he's great as the role, and I think he really does understand the character of just like this pathetic, like 20-something loser who's like, yeah, maybe a high schooler, but it's fine because she's like technically legal, and that's his entire attitude the entire film, just like, I guess, yeah, this is just me. It's there, and the fact that it motivates the entire story really, just like, wait, I have to be challenged for this? I mean, I might as well. My internet's bad. It's just an incredible film. It's some of my favorite action, some of my favorite dialogue, some of my favorite direction in any film ever. Intensely rewatchable. This to me is like not a perfect movie, but like a movie made for me.
Your top 5 movie of all time. Great movie with a lot of heavy faults. That's
I
top.
I go back to the Liberty Bell argument. I can love a film with faults. It makes me like it more.
Top 5 all time. Yeah, I like this movie despite everything this community has done to make me not like it or just be sick of it. It does have faults. I think the characters, whether or not, the big debate is like, do they, is he supposed to be that guy, whatever. Whether or not the movie glorifies what he does or not, I still have to sit there and watch him do everything. So that's not fun. Like it's like a lot of unlikable characters in this movie that we're following, and that's like probably the biggest problem for me. I think the action is fun, like the whole video game style, the way it's done is really interesting. To call it the most Edgar Wright movie is kind of crazy because the most Edgar Wright movies are the Cornetto trilogy, and that's like pretty on brand. But it's still it's good. I mean, top five is kind of nuts, but it's a good movie. Everybody else with Scott Pilgrim.
Jake, you're supposed to stir it.
I will say, fuck Scott Pilgrim, fuck Enid from Ghost World, Wallace Wells from President. This movie is really, really good.
Yeah, as a Canadian, I represent I love the representation of pizza. And all of our like just being able to recognize Toronto playing Toronto is great, which also happens to be another feature of Videodrome. I think of this movie as a pretty important cornerstone of the of millennial cinema, where it is mashing together all of these references. It is very post internet. It is very post online, where like Seinfeld can just jump into a Seinfeld reference for 30 seconds, and that's the coolest fucking thing in the world. I love the manga or comic book series, whatever you want to call it. And it also features a reference to my number one film of all time on this list, a very key visual reference that Edgar Wright has spoken at length about. So I am very excited for that. Pardon?
Legend of Zelda, right?
No. I won't say anymore because my movie's obscure enough that I'm not worried that you guys are going to be like, well, you're obviously talking about Citizen Kane.
Well, I think I actually know what yours is, Jake. But
thank you.
But yeah, this is a really fun movie. It's a lot better than it should have been. At the same time, it's no classic for me. I think it's fun, but not anything that's super rewatchable. That's kind of how I feel about a lot of Wright's movies. Like, I think they're really well done. I like the way he's able to elevate, genre movies, but there's none of them that are really my favorites, unfortunately. But maybe that means the best is yet to come. I thought it was going to come this year, but that didn't happen.
Me and Scott have talked a lot of shit about Last Night in Soho in private.
All right.
Nice.
Amaru, number 5, please.
Avengers Infinity War.
This motherfucker don't miss.
Oh, shit.
Avengers Infinity War. Endgame is the experience. Endgame is the moment, but Infinity War is the movie. It is so damn good. I like the take. I love the take that this is actually a Thanos movie, and we're watching his progression and his story throughout it while the Avengers are trying to stop him. It's just so. I don't know what else to say about it, but just one of the best villains in the MCU and comic books, one of the top villains ever. Josh Brolin's voice was kind of perfect for how menacing and how thoughtful. He seems like a dude who would just sit there and sit everywhere and wait for you to fuck shit up so he can fuck shit up. I think Robert Downey Jr., outside of the last scene in Endgame, this might be one of his best acted roles in Iron Man. And it still has the MCU humor. It still has the great action sequences. I love the Doctor Strange versus Thanos fight where the gauntlet goes up against the Eye of Agamotto and the Cloak of Levitation. Especially when he goes to a whole bunch of Doctor Stranges. And I don't know what else to say about it besides that. I just absolutely love the impact of this film, the weight of this film, the fact that they ended it on the way they ended it, that Thanos is winning. And it means something because they did follow through with it. But even so, even if Endgame never came out and for some reason we never saw it, the weight that still had, the feeling of what the fuck just happened still hits you and still hits you hard. The Mr. Stark, I don't want to go. It hits me every single time. This movie is incredible.
Yeah, I like it. I really like Infinity War. The first time I watched it, I wasn't too sure about. Second time, I was like, yeah, this is they did this right. Just the fact, again, I think maybe even more so than Endgame, the fact that they give everybody something to do and everybody has a purpose and everybody has a moment. Only thing, and this probably cross over more in Endgame. I bums me out that the whole Bruce Banner Hulk thing never really pays off.
That's the one thing.
Yeah,
the one that they start that off so well, and then you never really. That would be the one critique.
Yeah,
I wish we got more of him.
It never goes
that
anywhere.
comes later.
I would say, the one thing I would say as far as the ending goes, I don't think we fully get the payoff until Endgame because, like I said, when I'm watching Infinity War, it's like all these people are dying. It's like, okay, half these characters that just got dusted have their own movies coming up on the slate. So we know they're not going. So I don't think the weight of that fully came in until Endgame. We're like, oh wow, this really is happening. They're not just going to go back on it right away. Like they got to earn that return. And so I don't think that's complete without Endgame. I do prefer. I like Endgame better, but I respect the take that this movie kind of does the heavy lifting for Endgame. So having that, you only have them 4 spaces apart, so it's not like it's a huge thing. But no, like I said, I respect the take. Everybody else on Infinity War.
Anyone? Yeah, I really like the movie. I agree with Kirk's take, though. I do think the ending rings a little bit hollow, even at the time, even in the context of Endgame, just because, yeah, you always knew that they were going to come back. So that is the one thing for me, but it still has some of the best MCU moments. Thor appearing in Wakanda is definitely probably the highlight of the movie for me. But yeah, again, they do a really good job of balancing all of the storylines in this movie and Endgame. Like I like the way they sort of break up the characters into different teams. I mean, I think that's the right approach for letting everyone have their moment in the spotlight.
Yeah, I don't really care that much about this movie. I think it's like cool to make, like, it's important because Thanos wasn't really a thing until this movie, and you need to make him a thing before Endgame. But yeah, Amaru, I don't want to go too hard, but I do think it's a crime to put Endgame and Infinity War both in your top 10 movies of all time. That's just
Todd, what the fuck?
No. It's definitely in both of the top 10.
I'm sorry. Endgame is obviously the better movie, and I just feel putting Infinity War above it. First of all, that's insane. And then, like, putting both of them, it's like pick one. And it could kind of represent both of them. Or else
90% of the time, I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about.
They are completely different movies. Yes, they go hand in hand, but Infinity War is easily the better made film.
All right, I didn't want to pick like 3 Brad Bird movies. That's how I felt.
Wait, Jake, is Brad Bird your favorite director?
No, it happened over and over again where I was like, I am not picking like 4 Tarantino movies, like, right? Doesn't everyone have this where it's like, I'm not picking a bunch of the same auteur over and over again?
No, Jake, we picked our 200 favorite movies. That's how the show works.
There was no quotas involved in this movie.
None. And
Right,
I wonder how
Scott,
you feel
back
about
me on this.
my last 4.
Scott.
And Joseph, yeah, maybe not easily, but I think Infinity War.
I don't back you up, Jake, because I've had like 6 Linklater movies.
Yeah, you have had so many Linklater. Oh my God, you should be canceled for the amount of Linklater you've had.
All right, Jake, give us your number 5.
More to come.
I don't think Adelaide is good.
Oh, Adelaide, did you talk about this one yet?
I've never cried more in a theater than watching fucking Black Panther and Spider-Man die. In Endgame,
You baby.
Just being like,
Go to jail.
Okay, back to post. Like, again, these movies are fucking poetic for me. I was in there watching the movie, crying my eyes out. Me a post-credit scene. I forget what it fucking was. It was only for Ant-Man or some shit. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I need to know they're alive. Just
It's Captain
sobbing my
Marvel.
eyes out.
It's the Captain Marvel beeper.
Right, fuck that. And with my roommate and his friend next to me, and they're like, are you okay? I'm just fucking crying my eyes out. This movie's great. Number 2 MCU.
All right, Jake, now give us your 5.
Okay, my number 5. Scheider, Dreyfus, Shaw, Jaws. No yikes. Wow. I'm the only one that has Jaws. I should automatically.
I'm sorry.
win.
There's rumors we don't have 4 spots higher? What?
I don't think anybody has it at all.
No, your first one.
Jaws. It just changes movies. It's a very simple premise. A sheriff moves to a small town, and a shark is eating. What's he eating again?
People.
Yes, people. Yes, and the sheriff has to make the shark stop eating the people. it's a very good film about that. Yeah, this thing is just perfect for me. Whenever I think about how much I love this movie, I think about the scene where Shaw and Dreyfus are comparing their scars, and Dreyfus points to a scar that just says, "This is where she broke my heart," and that's where they bond. This nerdy fish hunter and this grizzled old vet. And Scheider is right there in the middle, and the comparison of the id, the ego, and the super ego has been made 1,000 times. Not interesting to say it again, but yeah. And something that I can't help but think about every time I watch this movie is that the crew of Jaws said that Spielberg just spoke the language of cinema fluently, where they would just show up on the day and he'd be like, "Here's where the camera goes." And I just feel like that reads in every single shot of this movie of a hungry young Spielberg being like, no, there's a correct spot where the camera goes, and this is it. And this is where it goes, obviously. And Alfred Hitchcock famously loved this movie so much that he was given the chance to meet Spielberg and said, "No, I don't want to meet him." And they were like, "Why?" And he's like, "I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed by how fucking good this movie is." So yeah, Jaws. I don't know. Spielberg was too, Hitchcock was too embarrassed to meet Spielberg. So why isn't it on everyone's top 100? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, this movie's great. I mean, there's just so many great you bring up the Hitchcock thing. It does have a lot of very Hitchcockian aspects. I mean, it has the vertigo shot at one point. But I mean, I think a little
now
less
the Jaws
obvious.
shot.
Yeah, it just has the just a lot of the character moments, the interactions. I just love those very Spielberg moments, like when they're all talking, when the mayor's there, they're having like 3 or 4 conversations going on a lot of time at one time, and just everything, the build up on to the town, and just that idea of his one fear is the sheriff's come to this town. His one fear is the water, and that's what he has to deal with. I think it's just such a great little character thing. And then just the second half of the movie, when you bring those three together, you talked about that moment in the boat where they're singing the songs, and then they comparing scars, and then it gets real dark real fast. He starts talking about the USS Indianapolis. It's just so many great moments in this movie. Just action, character, story, direction, score. Obviously, great John Williams score. I mean, that's the John Williams just creates the soundtrack of something, like the sound of something. And that is just like that Jaws score is just like the sound of tension and fear and dread. So yeah, it's on my top 100, not super high, but I reckon it's one of my son's favorite movies, and I recognize it as a near perfect movie. Everybody else on Jaws.
Best movie ever? Yes, I believe in top 100. Like top 100. If Andrew Barr made the list, I get why it's here. Favorite, it wouldn't be on mine, but I get it. It's an amazing film.
You say this right as Barr shows up in the chat. I just haven't watched this in a long time. I think that's the problem, because it is more of a character piece than it is an action movie, and so I think I would appreciate it now more than I did when I watched it when I was younger and wanted the action. So that's really what's holding it back for me.
I've never seen it.
Wow.
I've never wanted.
That might be the biggest shocker of the series.
I don't want to be one of those fucking guys that's like, you've never seen Jaws? But come on.
Hey,
man.
let's remember that nobody else had The Godfather or 12 Angry Men or Goodfellas besides me.
You didn't have The Godfather Part 2, so
I mean,
a lot of people didn't have a lot of things in this show. Let's be fair.
Yes.
You didn't have Sweeney Todd.
Yeah. Hey,
that's true. No one had Sweeney Todd. No one. None of us.
You didn't have Dude Bro Party NASCAR 3. Go fuck yourself.
Hey, Bar, you just got here. Spence had
Sweeney
Todd at number 7. So if you want to give your rant on that now, I was hoping you'd be here for the actual discussion. But feel free to put your thoughts in the comments now because I know you have a lot. That was Jake's number 5. So number 5s were Scott, The Untouchables, Spence, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, Amaru, Infinity War, and Jake had Jaws. Chat was the best number 5.
Nom.
Scott, give us your number 4 in the meantime.
And Kathy, yes, I have seen Jaws. If that wasn't clear. All right, well, Jake sets him up and I knock him down. My number 4, Richard Linklater's Before Sunset.
Hell yeah!
Go to jail.
My favorite Linklater movie, the best movie in the best trilogy of all time, the most romantic movie ever, in my opinion, in a mere 82 minutes or something. Like, he makes you feel it all. And it's such a brilliantly composed film because he, very deliberately does everything without it ever seeming like it just seems like you're just watching a conversation between two people. But there are just little subtle things like, you don't find out, for example, that Jesse and Celine are now both in relationships when they, have gotten back together now after 8 years, after 9 years, sorry, until like 40 something minutes into the movie. And that's because that is very strategically done by Linklater, right? Like, he wants you to get swept away in the conversation just as the two of them are getting swept away in, each other serendipitously as they did 9 years ago. And then, so you think, right, again, the enemy is the clock, right? In the first movie, the enemy was the clock. They got to get on the train the next day and that's it. In this movie, it seems like, the enemy is the clock again, right? Jesse has to get on the plane and leave, in just a few hours. But then a whole new enemy is introduced into the movie, and there's a whole new dramatic tension as soon as we find out about the current state of both of these people, and again, it's brilliantly done to give the movie plot and dramatic tension and suspense without compromising the free-flowing conversational feel of the movie that he's obviously going for. And go watch the lessons from the screenplay video on YouTube about this movie. It's definitely my favorite of their videos, and it shows just how perfect like the symmetry is in this movie and the other movies. Again, like I said with Sunrise, like, it's an amazing movie the first time you watch it, but when you go back and watch it after having seen the whole trilogy, it just takes on a whole new dimension when you see how well everything is set up. And also, my favorite ending to any movie, when they're up in Celine's apartment, that last line, that final shot of Ethan Hawke could not be more perfect. It's my favorite ending of any movie. This movie is just like, it's an act of witchcraft. Like, again, and having the actors write the dialogue, I think this time around, they didn't for the first movie, but they did for Sunset and Midnight. It just makes it all the more rich. It just makes the conversations feel all the more natural and realistic. I mean, it is truly some of the best dialogue in any movies that you will, find is in the whole Before trilogy. And, this one is my favorite because it is the one where you feel the best at the end of the movie. I think all three of them are technically, perfect. But Midnight just doesn't make the list because it's hard to watch for obvious reasons. But Sunset, flawless.
I was wondering if Sunset was from or whatever was ahead of this. This is like the perfect week to bring this up because I just talked about how The Prestige is, I used to think was the best screenplay ever, which 50-50 now. This is honestly up there. I think this is an example of a film which honestly has no flaws, has no fat, has nothing wrong with it. It is clean. It is precise. It makes every minute of its like fucking like 80-minute runtime work, and it's incredible. Even like go watch the video store. When I did monologuing, I picked I picked a monologue in the car because I'm just like, this is incredible.
Oh, so good.
Julie Delpy just somehow again, speaking from youth, somehow mastered that feeling of like hopelessness in romance as an adult. Of every person after they broke out with me, that was someone they married, and they said that I taught them how to love, and why could no one feel that for me? And that attitude of just separation after she hasn't seen Ethan Hawke in 9 years is brutal, and it's so crazy to me that somehow, again, in like 80 minutes, you were able to transform this from this couple who like should hate each other because they ruin each other's like romantic lives to how we get to the end of the film. It's incredible filmmaking, by far Linklater's best film. This is maybe even the best film of the 2000s, like at least top 3. It's incredible filmmaking.
I watched this movie for the first time this week, and as I'm watching it, I'm thinking, I'm so glad for these characters that they found each other again. Because I can't imagine that there's anyone on the planet who would tolerate their incessant, nonstop blathering than each other. This movie, if you haven't seen this movie, I'm assuming, Rue, that at least you haven't. If you haven't seen it, I'm going to save you 82 minutes. It's basically this. Hey, nice to see you again. Hey, nice to see you again. Blah, 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 blah. The end. That's the entire movie. This movie so well captures the idea of running into somebody that you haven't seen in a while that's kind of awkward, and you just let whatever verbal diarrhea flow out of your mouth to avoid the like awkward silence. Scott, you talk about how long it takes for you to find out they're in relationships because they instantly stop just mindless chattering forever, because that's what these characters do, just talking about nothing. It's like worse than a Seinfeld episode. They just blather on about nothing forever. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm in a relationship a little bit later on. I actually can forgive the first movie more, because in the first movie they're at least young, like college age kids, and like people that age like feel they have a lot to say and it's all important, and that's comes off very obvious in that movie. You're in your damn 30s by this time, like fall out of love with the sound of your own voice. It's I just cannot fathom why people enjoy these movies. There's just nothing. It's just two people, inane, babbling brooks, going on about absolutely nothing. And I don't care about the relationship. I don't care about anything they have to say, because they're not saying anything interesting. It's nothing interesting. It just, hey, here's a topic. Let's talk about the environment. Let's talk about smoking. And it's just, oh my God, it's the worst. It's the absolute worst. I hated this one. Cody. I hated the first one, and I hate this one so much more. I want to see the third one just because I'm curious to see the third one. And that's the other thing. That's the other thing. Going into this movie, I was like,
probably like the third one actually.
Going into this one, I'm like, they have to do something different. Like, it can't just be them talking the entire time, and it is. It's just, oh my God! It just, the idea that anyone would enjoy these movies blows my mind.
How about the idea that like everyone enjoys them except you?
That kills me. That is insane. I'm Roddy Piper with the sunglasses. How do you not see how dull and boring and pointless these movies are? Jake and Rui, you got anything to say about these movies?
I haven't seen it.
Now I wish I had They Live on this list, because this is the second time that you mentioned the sunglasses, and They Live fucking rules. Yeah, I think this is the best one. I was trying to get I'm gonna get my wife to watch these at some point, because we're planning on our trip to Europe, and I'm like, this is the vibe. This is the vibe of what you want when you go on a travel. You just want to shoot off and talk some shit, and obviously you guys know I obviously love the sound of my own voice after suffering through 10 episodes of BB. Pardon?
It's why we're all here.
Oh, thank you, Scott. And I actually love the sound of all your
voice. We all love the sound.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, thank you for, it's true though. And, Yeah, I do. I do really appreciate Kirk's take on how much he hates Linklater, though. I think it's fun how different someone can interpret that. I really like when someone has like a different take on especially a director's entire filmography. That I'm just like, yeah, I can't argue with that, but I like it. I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, also, I was wondering before midnight, is it because Ethan Hawke murders Julie Delphi in that movie? Is that what you were talking about? Oh, spoiler!
You mean something happens? Anything happens? That would be great.
The scene where he eats her spleen is really hard to watch.
Yeah.
I want to turn his audio back right then.
Shut up! Rue, what do you got on this one?
I haven't seen it.
You're good. You're good.
Is there another Avengers movie?
Spitz, what is your number 4?
Oh, I keep forgetting to fucking talk. Number 4 is her. It's a woman. Her. Yo. I saw this when I was like 14 in the theater. And I'm like, man, romance is hard. And I came out of this and you know what? Yeah, it's right. And I'm just going to be depressed for the rest of my life. I don't think a film has ever understood romance as well as this. Just this. There is such like a maturity to this that I can come back and just love. And fun fact, I also wrote an essay about this movie about like the language of love in film and how that's changed over time. I think this is like
internet is good thing.
Everyone's
there. You go.
Okay.
And
so the thing with her is that it's kind of overrated, and who gives a shit about this movie? It's about a guy who's in love with his cell phone, and like he just can't stop kissing his phone.
Jake Canadian fuck.
We're just talking about how much we like Jexy better.
Brian? I think this is a very mature topic of love, like the conversation about love that I find myself just drawn towards. The idea of just adult relationships and everyone sort of questioning how he can love Samantha the way he does, and he's just like, I don't know, I just love her. And I think I just think it's beautiful how there is someone who by all means shouldn't work. And even the rest of the characters call him out on that. Even especially Rooney Mara. Like there are 2 great films in the 2010s where Rooney Mara plays an asshole ex who is absolutely right about everything she says. We're just like, how can you fall in love with someone who was made to serve you? Like she is not a human, she's literally there to cater to your whim. And he's just like, I don't know. And I think that, like, I'm not entirely on his side in the arguments, but I think Spike Jonze created just like such a beautiful like love letter to love, and how every character experiences it differently, and see how it affects them. And then you come to the end of the film, where it's truly like the idea of, I forget if this is a Shakespeare quote of someone in general, but just like the idea of better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all. And every character is just dealing with that. And just that this culmination at the end of the film, just like, yeah, we need to sit that we thought we found someone and we lost them forever. And just the pain of that's love. This is perfection. Also, shout out to Spike Jonze, who's in the film as just this weird CGI character, just a little dickhead who curses all the time. Like, you can have your movies that make me want to cry my eyes out and like hate download Tinder again. But then he just be like, yeah, fuck you, shithead, you'll fucking fuck. And he's just cinema. Perfection.
This movie's all right. I have to watch it again. I've only seen it once. It's been a while. I like the aesthetic of it. I love just like that like view of the future, like just the way it looks and the way it feels. And it's low-key kind of terrifying in like a Terminator prequel kind of way. Just like the when you think about like the consequences of what happens, like it's not great. But it's a very interesting. I mean, it's just Spike Jonze is the perfect person to tell this kind of story. where it's just kind of ludicrous, but within the world it makes sense. But I do need to rewatch it just to get kind of like the nuance and just more of the story. But again, I'm not gonna say it's a great number 4 pick, but it's a decent movie. Everybody else on her.
Don't care about this movie.
And I haven't seen it.
Wow. I loved this movie.
Hell yeah.
And I agree with Kirk that visually, this is another one of those movies where I'm like, this is what every movie should look like. Like the color grading, the world and everything, like it is pleasing to look at. It is very pleasing to look at. It, the whole thing just has a nice chill vibe to it. But also these really deep, intense emotions are going on. And I love seeing Joaquin Phoenix play a really warm, open-hearted character because I think he's really good at doing it, and people forget that he is good at doing it because he plays a lot of sickos. But check him out in Come On, Come On, which just came out, because it's another example of where he plays a really warm-hearted character. And yeah, I'll piggyback on the controversial take that Scarlett Johansson should have at least been considered for Oscar consideration.
Didn't she?
She has chemistry. She wasn't even in the original cast. She was the second pick, and she still fucking rocks that.
Was it Samantha Morton? Am I remembering correctly?
I think so. Yeah.
I think that's right. Yeah.
From Minority Report, the one that scared my brother out of the theater when she yelled, "Run!" and I was like, ugh.
Also from John Carter.
Rue.
All right. Rue, what is your number 4?
Is that your number 4?
Definitely not my number 4.
Rue, I love you and I'm in love with you.
Not my number 4, but for the third time in my top 20, the best fantasy epic ever, Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers.
This motherfucker don't miss.
This movie is everything. From the quieter moments with Sam and Frodo, Andy Serkis talking to himself, freaking Gollum and Smeagol talking to himself was just a hilarious and heartbreaking scene in the theaters. I know Kirk hates them, but I love the Ents. I love everything about the Ents. You don't like. I think it was you who said it slows the movie down. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. I don't know. But the Ents for me are one of my favorite things about the film. I love the final fight of the Ents against Isengard. But just in general, being able to follow Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli as they track Merry and Pippin, that entire storyline, bringing in a whole new race of humans in Rohan and making it just so impactful and just continuing to build the world to show that it's not just people walking. I don't know what else to say about this movie, just that it is amazing, outside of the fact that Helm's Deep is the best action sequence to ever be put on film. Game of Thrones wanted to do Helm's Deep when they did the Battle of Winterfell, and they failed miserably. That action sequence is just sit down, eat your popcorn, and love every single second that is on film. It is just everything you love about Lord of the Rings. It is at its peak here. And I 100% love this movie to death. It's just so damn good.
Yeah, I think you have me confused with somebody else because the Ents are my absolute favorite thing about the entire trilogy.
I don't remember. Somebody critiqued that before. So whoever it was, fuck you. The Ents are beautiful.
No, my biggest complaint about this movie and the trilogy in general is that I want more Ents. Because I love them in the battle at the end. They're so much fun. I gave my take on the trilogy in general last week. Like, I respect these movies a lot more than I like them. I'd never, criticize anybody for putting them in a top 10 or calling them their favorite movies because they're definitely worth it. Again, it's just not. I don't have that connection to them. This one in particular, I think, does a lot right. The Battle of Helm's Deep is great, and the build up to it is really good. Like they do a great job selling what's about to happen. Just the introduction of like the Urukai and everything, and just them not the introduction, but just what they them in this going into that battle is really a lot of fun. Splitting the party is kind of slows it down a little bit, but you still great like the introduction of Golem and just his kind of arc through this movie is really cool, and Andy Serkis obviously is really great.
It's ready for somebody to give him an Oscar nomination somewhere, please.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean this movie does a lot right, but again, like I said, these movies in general don't connect for me. This one probably is my second favorite, but they all kind of blend together. I really don't have a standout favorite for it, but a lot of fun in this one. Yes, I do, Holtzman. Everybody else on Two Towers.
This actually used to be my top 100. I used to love this. And then I realized, no, it's just because it was a lot better than double featuring it with Return of the King and Fellowship, which is ass. It's good.
What?
It's number 2 of the trilogy. I think Return of the King is a pretty good movie. This one is good, but not great. Don't like Middle Earth. I'm surprised I liked it as much as I did, but I like it a lot less now. So 3 stars with a bullet.
I will say for the third time in this series, Middle Earth is the number one reason I am not in Fandom.
Yeah, I've rewatched this movie recently. I'm not a huge fan of the John Noble Brad Dourif storyline with the Mad King, even though I'm a huge Brad Dourif fan, especially in the Child's Play franchise. I just find that whole I find that storyline extremely one-dimensional, and I feel like when you compare it to something like Game of Thrones and the way that they handle politics, it's just aged so poorly in comparison to that, where it's just like, oh yeah, this like king is under the mind control of an evil wizard, and his second in command is working in leagues with this evil. It's just there's not much there, and it takes
one is Bernard. It's Bernard Hill. John Noble comes in the third one. Second, what they add for Grima Wormtongue in the extended edition makes it a lot better.
And you don't even see fucking Saruman die. Like it's a fail. Like that's just shit. Like it's bad editing, bad story.
Wormtongue is fine. It's John Noble. He's the guy from Fringe, right? Is that what we're thinking of?
He's in the third one. Bernard Hill is Theoden.
I believe that the king who Wormtongue is speaking to, isn't that John Noble? Am I not?
That is Bernard Hill. You're talking to me.
Okay.
Don't question me on this shit.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. I just looked it up. I was like, what's the actor's name? Okay. Hopefully I never face you in trivia on
Bernard Hill. His name is Bernard Hill.
I will say this to be fair, though. Game of Thrones is about politics, and these movies necessarily aren't. So I think that's an apples to orange comparison.
That's what Game of Thrones is better.
But that's a whole other conversation. Jake, what is your number 4?
It is actually John Noble. My number 4 is T2.
Oh no!
Oh, T2. Oh, I meant Train Spotting 2.
Too late.
I don't think you did.
Koho, come in and say something snarky. Come on. Where's my Koho? Okay, T2. I actually did mean T2 Judgment Day. Okay. My dad was a big Arnold guy, and like he was into like bodybuilding. And that's kind of my gateway into movies, honestly. He had like a gym, and in his gym he had a bunch of movies, and like there was like Jean-Claude Van Damme movies and stuff. And then he had like this big holographic case, and it just had like this like Terminator like metal face holographic on this big cardboard thing, and you take it out and it had like the behind the scenes and stuff. So Terminator was a very, very, very special franchise for me, to learning that, like, hey, movies aren't so scary. It's just a bunch of fake shit, you know? Like, I get to watch these like very like scary movies and watch the behind the scenes and see, oh no, don't worry. There's a camera and it's all fake. Don't worry, Jake. It's all ketchup. I used to just say that. I used to repeat that. It's all ketchup. The blood. So when it's hard to talk about Terminator 2 without talking about Terminator 1, which I feel my take on Terminator 1 is that it is basically a slasher movie in the vein of Halloween and Jason, the Friday the 13th movies, where James Cameron was clever enough to come up with this workaround where he was like, what if it's a robot from the future that's come back, and that's why he's indestructible? And so he got to make this elaborate science fiction franchise on a shoestring budget by saying, like, no, there's just one piece of science fiction technology that's come back to our time. And basically reverse engineering from there, he had to make a sequel. And the sequel is incredible. It couldn't have worked out better. It plays to everyone's strengths. Linda Hamilton is fucking horrifying in this movie as this person who has just been shocked by the trauma of the future that we see in the prologue of this movie. The prologue, we see a T-400 like turn to the camera and look directly at us in the eye with the da 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 da, and we're just like, fuck, if you're not doing everything in your power to stop this future from happening, then you are morally incorrect. And then when we actually see her in the present day with the psychologist who's from the first movie, from the low budget, like the first movie from 1984, and he's transitioned into this like almost comic relief character where he's just like, yeah, she's batshit crazy, and it works up perfectly. And as much as we know that she is correct and the Terminators are a real threat, she is very scary in this movie. Her muscles are scary, her veins are scary. I think about her veins when I think about this movie. And yeah, just the trust that it took for Linda Hamilton to transform from this very soft waitress who only had a moment of hardness in that first movie where she said, "Get on your feet, soldier." And like, I fucking cry when I watch that moment in the first Terminator movie, because I know what's coming in the second. That is her in the second Terminator movie, and they know. And they trust Arnold to be this warm comic character. They trust Cameron knew that Arnold could do all this comedy and warmth to connect with John Connor and be the soul of this movie. And it shouldn't have worked. None of this should have worked. Like, it should have been impossible to transfer all the horror from the first movie. And I could talk about this movie all day, Kirk. I'm sorry. Just go on. What do you think, Kirk? Do you love this movie as much as I do?
It's also on my list.
All right, good.
I'll be short. I wish I didn't know the twist of like Arnold being the hero of the film.
Thanks for
I
mentioning
missed the like the actual like amazingness of the get down and shooting Robert Patrick in the face. That is,
thank you.
Like,
yeah.
Like, here's the thing: we all hype up like the thumbs up. Yeah, that's amazing. That scene would have blown my fucking mind in the 90s. It's like, the villain's a hero now, and I love how they kind of like casualize Arnold. I think him just like John Connor like teaching him how to just be human is great, because it's not even just like a hey, human. Like it could be a lot more sappy. No, it's just like a hey, I'm a teenager. This shit's cool. And he's like rad or whatever the thing is. It's very natural. I think a lot of people don't like fucking the kid. It's like
Edward Furlong.
I don't like him. I really love him. Like I think he really understands just like kid in the 90s who's too cool for this shit, and I think he does that great.
They almost didn't cast him because it was too. They were looking for a more traditional child actor, and then they were just like, "No, this kid gets it." It's a weird thing.
I think comparing the two movies, apples and oranges, because the first one is just like basically a horror movie, and this one's something very different. But yeah, that idea, like, imagine if like the sequel, because we're so used to now, like, there's been so many more movies where Arnold is the good guy, where we just see that character as the good guy. But you go back now and watch that first movie, like, he is evil in that movie. And just imagine if like the second Friday the 13th movie is like, oh, Jason Voorhees, or I guess the timeline, the third Friday the 13th movie, Jason Voorhees is the good guy now. You know how weird that would be, and just how shocking. And that's basically what they did.
Well put.
They took the monster and made him the hero, and just a completely different character. And I think a lot of that had to do with the evolution of Arnold's career and what he was capable of being as an actor, and what was expected of him as an actor. I think had a lot to do with that. But yeah,
that's still the most expensive movie of all time. They had to evolve it to the most expensive movie of all time at that time.
Yeah, Linda Hamilton's great. I think like her transformation, like you said, Jake, just what she becomes in that movie versus the first one is great. The effects are awesome. Like, this is where they invented the morphine effects that we kind of take for granted now. But it was really just what they do with that T-1000 is pretty awesome. So yeah, very solid movie. I think, if not one of the best action movies of the 90s. Scott and Rue on T2.
This movie is really, really, really good. I really like Edward Furlong in the role because he made me hate him as the bratty little kid, and then made me really like him when you see all the father-son-ish moments between him and the T-800. Linda Hamilton, complete turnaround from the first movie, and she is almost as badass as Ripley. But she kills it in her own way. I really like Joe Morton in this film. And Robert Patrick is menacing as fuck. Great movie.
Him coming off of the floor or whatever in the hospital, like when the cop is there at the vending machine, like that is one of the greatest images in any action movie. I mean, still to this day, right? Like, the effects hold up, perfectly. And yeah, I totally agree with Jake that like it's really forward thinking that they let like Sarah Connor be like this damaged and like honestly kind of harsh and unlikable character at the start of this movie. That as a woman, they let her be that and yet still be the protagonist and heroine of the movie. I think that it was very ahead of its time in that regard, and in a lot of other regards, it's absolutely belongs in that canon of greatest action movies.
All right, number 4. Scott had Before Sunset, Spence had Her, Rue had Two Towers, and Jake had Terminator 2. What was the best number 4? Let us know in the chat. And let's go on to Scott's number 3.
We all have a favorite Christmas gift. And in 2019, I received my favorite Christmas gift when Little Women was released.
Whoa.
And 11 viewings later, here we are at my number 3 movie of all time. I can't deny it. I know some people may say it's too recent, it's too soon. How can you have this after less than 2 years? I've seen the movie 11 times, people. I've seen it as much as just about any movie on my list. And there's just no movie that gives me as good of vibes at the end of it as this does. Like, the pure joy with which I am filled after watching this movie is unparalleled with any other movie. Like, I legit just start like tearing up at like just random moments now, like not even emotional moments in the movie, just because that's how much I love the characters and just the feel of this movie and how much the movie loves the characters. The decision to, tell the story in this way with like the past and present moments, putting them alongside each other in a way that had never been done before in an adaptation of Little Women, like, is genius. And if this isn't like the definition of a best adapted screenplay, like, what are we doing? Like, I like, of all the Oscars, of course I would have given this movie all the Oscars that year, but like, of all the ones that it deserved and did not win, adapted screenplay is easily number 1 on the list, especially when you consider what did win. But that's a whole nother thing. Like, this is the definition of what you want in an adapted screenplay. It takes material that everybody knows that has been filmed, a billion times before, and makes it something new, makes it something modern, makes it something more powerful than it's ever been. All of the performances are all of the performances. Okay, sure. All the performances are pitch perfect. This is my Joker moment. What is happening right now? But eh, all of the performances are pitch perfect. Like Florence Pugh gives, is easily the best Amy. Gives this character new dimensions that had never been seen in a previous adaptation. Her relationship with Laurie and Timothy Chalamet is like one of the most resonant parts of the movie for me. I love that scene where they're together in the studio where she's painting, and just like the little things that you pick up on. And I think the movie, you do have to rewatch it in order to fully appreciate it, because you are just trying to keep up to some extent the first time. But once you rewatch it, you can see the again, the acts of witchcraft that Greta Gerwig was doing, stitching together. You know, the importance of every little line and image. Like when Laurie says to her at the end of that scene, he's like, "You look beautiful," and then he takes a pause. He's like, "You are beautiful." Like that, just that little change in dialogue is like shows his maturity as a character, and that's the moment where well, hey, there's going to be something here in this relationship. And another example is like the way that we see Beth's death conveyed. There's the paralleling scenes of like when she comes down the stairs and Joe comes down the stairs. The first time Marmee turns around and Beth is there, and oh, she's great. She survived through the night. Second time it happens when you're in the present. Marmee turns around. Beth's not there. They don't need to say anything, right? Nothing has to be said. No lines of dialogue. Laura Dern doesn't have to be like, "Oh, she's gone." Because of how, brilliant Greta Gerwig like sets it up. It's show not tell filmmaking. There's so much of that in the movie. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say. Like, to fully appreciate this movie, or for me to get my full thoughts on it, we would have to do what no one would ever want, which is to sit down and watch this movie and just let me like point out all the things I love about it. No one would ever want to do that, but that's where I am at the movie at this point. I can't deny. I would be lying to myself if I did not put it this high on the list, despite it being recent.
I'd want to do that with you, Scott.
Thank you.
This is.
I mean it.
I think I've only seen this movie twice. It's been on in my house at least 11 times, probably more. This is Kathy and my daughter's go-to movie. I think I got to check her Letterboxd page. I think this is still my daughter's favorite movie.
Hell yeah, Kathy.
But I like it. I think there's some really good things about it. Really solid things. There's some things that I can't believe that of all the great performances in this movie, Florence Pugh is the one who got nominated for an Oscar, because she's without a doubt the worst thing about this movie. Everybody else is pretty good. Her trying to be a 12-year-old girl is ridiculous. It just completely sucks me out of it. But yeah, Saoirse's great, of course. Everybody else, Laura Dern's really good. But yeah, I like it. I think I may need to rewatch a couple more times to get everything that you're getting out of it. Yeah, it's a solid pick. Oh, you get Holtzman. You're welcome. Everybody else on Little Women. The thing is, like, I don't know this story. Like, I've never read the book. I never seen any of the other. This is the first movie I've seen of this, so I don't really have anything to compare it to. But yeah, definitely. But I thought it was pretty good. Everybody else on Little Women.
But Kurt, but Kurt, these are my Little Women. This movie is like insanely good. I'm glad your family reacted to it the way you did, because like when I came out of the theater, when I watched it for the first time, and I stand by it. My thesis for this is if I have a daughter, I want to raise her on this movie. Because to me, this is
if I have a son, I'm gonna raise him. This
is just the most like wholehearted, just like love for family. Like movie that I can get into. Just like it's not like it's fucking Fast and Furious where it's like we need to talk about family all the time. It's just it's the joy and the pain of what you have to do when you're growing up. And I think that's just beautiful. It's the first version of Little Women I've seen, so maybe Cameron Holtzman and all his Canadian wisdom will be like, actually, here's why it doesn't work in this version. And he says that and he's fucking wrong. But this is just like such an incredible piece of adaptation of taking the source material and changing its linearity to somehow make it better which I haven't heard of before. I just fucking Greta Gerwig is McQueen. You can do whatever you want. Go ahead, do Barbie. I don't care. You're amazing.
Yeah, the all the love you guys are giving this and saying, yeah, you want to show your son and daughter this has really hit home how much I'm like, yeah, like this has been good. Watching or talking about these movies with you guys, like yeah, that's 100%. Like this is what movies are. Like this is what I want. When I saw this and just shooting an exterior on film, and I could tell they were shooting it on film, and it was just like, oh, like fuck yeah, like someone cares. Like you could tell how much Greta Gerwig cared about this movie and the love that went into making this movie, and just hearing both of you say, oh yeah, like this is what I want my daughter to see, this is what I want my son to see, it's like 100%. This is why I found this community. This is why I needed to find like people who talk about movies like this, because yeah, this is a thought that went through my head as I was watching this movie. So yeah, Rue, please tell me you've seen this and you love it.
I have not seen 1 second of any Little Women ever. Ever. Not
Please
one.
Jesus Christ.
Please, though. It's lovely.
All right. Spence, what is your number 3?
Rue, I hope you've seen this. You really should have. Ko, I know you want to play it, so get it ready. La La Land.
Yeah!
I really have
Wait a minute, as he?
Rue, no.
Go ahead, Spence.
I remember when I pitched to Kaleb Boatman, let's do a YLS for movies about movies. He looked at me and said, "But why do we want to talk about La La Land for the whole episode? Because it's that fucking good." However, when I first watched it, I actually didn't like it. I was a bit underwhelmed. I was like, man, all that for nothing? Fuck this ending. Every time I rewatched it, I get more and more sad. My top 10 just makes me fucking cry a lot. I think I've said it on the show before. If not, I'm going to repeat it. I love movies about romance. Being able to condense your story into two characters who love each other and having the audience fall in love with them. It's just beautiful for me every single time, even trashy ones. And the fact that you're able to do this of just like, not like an anti-romance, but the idea of both characters acknowledging it's not the right time, a different life, different circumstance, and maybe, but them still falling so deeply in love and knowing that while it was nice, it's not the end, is so like adult in a way that like my young brain can understand. I just think it's beautiful. Emma Stone is fantastic. Ryan Gosling is fantastic. I love every song in here. Even John Legend, who should be giving the worst song in the movie, he makes a fire fucking song. Sort of Fire is great. Fantastic. This is like, I get why so many fucking 13-year-olds are like, I'm going to make movies now because of this. Like, I get it. You're basic as fucking, and if you go to LA for the first time because you want to, like, I love this movie. I get it. This is like, I don't have the word for it. It's like realizing your youth and your age at the same time and just falling in love with the world. And I think it's incredible.
It's fine. This movie's biggest.
Minute. I had this. Yikes.
Oh, you did? I'm sorry. Okay, good.
Oh yeah. I actually, Spence, I think you put it beautifully how hard it is to talk about this movie, because it's a hard movie to talk about because it's so uncool to like this movie at this point. It is kind of just uncool to like this movie at this point. I saw this movie as like a third date. Another movie that I saw before this with my now wife, at the time girlfriend, was The Handmaiden, which was a very sexy movie to see, which was we earlier on my list. The Handmaiden. There's lots of scissoring in that movie, which is great if you are just starting a relationship.
I'm in danger.
No, but this one is I think you said it very well, and I think the hardest thing about this movie, the thing that sticks with me the most, is that Ryan Gosling's bar at the end, Sebs, is purely a tribute to Emma Stone and the romance that didn't happen in this movie, which is what's so good about it and what so many people like miss about this movie somehow, in a movie that is incredibly unsubtle. It is incredibly in your face in a movie in a way that I respect. I don't need subtlety in my romance. That is not my definition of romance. My definition of romance is in your face, and this is how I feel, and confessional. And the Seb's bar at the end is the fact that it's even called Seb's is a suggestion of Emma Stone's earlier in this movie, and everything about it ends up being a tribute to Emma Stone's ideas about what his dreams could be. And that's the thing, that it's a heartbreaking movie when you think about it in that context. She goes there and she sees what could have been if she had taken a different path. And the different path is also, not to discredit her, whatever path she's on currently, but her alternate path was beautiful, and there was so much there, and there was children and a whole other life for her. And Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling's chemistry is very real, and their ability to sing and dance is very real, even though people bitch about Emma Stone not being able to sing. I'm like, she's trying her hardest, and that's all the movie is asking for. Okay. So that's how I feel about La La Land. That's all I have to say. I don't know what else to say.
Okay.
Sorry, Kirk.
I will say again, it's fine. I mean, I do respect like that idea. Like, I do like movies about relationships that are just like for a time and it's not going to work out. But this movie in a lot of ways is just really derivative, purposely derivative, I guess, of a lot of other things. And the biggest sin for this movie to me was I went and saw this movie. I walked out of the theater. It's a musical. If I walk out of your musical, I need to be humming your songs, singing your songs. I could not remember one song from this movie.
Whoa.
The minute I walked out of the theater, it was gone. Successive rewatches, I've learned more of it. But like that first theater viewing, I was like, I don't know these songs. They're gone already. So that's, I think, the biggest, like the worst thing you could say about a musical really is that the music didn't stick with you. Like I said, I don't hate it. I do think it is overrated in a lot of corners. I don't, I think it definitely should not have won Best Picture. I understand why it was nominated. This is a perfect Cody Newberry, complaint about Hollywood, being so excited about Hollywood in their movies. But this is La La Land. Everybody else on La La Land.
Rue, I have seen this movie.
Did you hear that? I meant to mute it.
You knocked it off mute. You knocked it off mute when you hit the mic. I've seen this movie, and I am in the same boat with Kirk. It's fine. It's all right. I am so glad Moonlight actually won, because when I finally saw it, I was like, oh, thank God, because it's a musical. Sure.
Moonlight's a musical, yeah. I agree.
Yes.
Normalize that both La La Land and Moonlight are fantastic. That's
yeah.
my take.
Nice.
Yeah,
Not bad. It was just cool.
Fuck Moonlight.
I love this.
No, God, please, no.
I'm just kidding. Fuck, I love Moonlight.
I love this movie. It's really great. I love how old-fashioned it is. It is not afraid to do a freaking 5-minute long tap dance, sequence in a mainstream Hollywood movie. Long live Damien Chazelle. Let's keep going.
What is?
Yeah!
Is Payson giving us his top 10 in the chat? What's happening? Is that what that is?
I think this is maybe his 2016 list or something.
Okay. All right. Okay. I see that. Yeah. All right.
His number 2 is Hell or High Water.
Hell,
Jason, go to hell.
Hell or High Water should have won the Oscar that year, no doubt. That should have been the Oscar movie. That was Best Picture of that.
What year was that?
No question.
2016.
1984.
Okay, that was Spence's number 3, so that takes us to Roof, your number 3 top movie of all time.
My favorite MCU film, my favorite comic book movie, and what I would argue is the best comic book movie ever, Captain America: The Winter Soldier.
This motherfucker don't miss.
Everybody talks about how Guardians of the Galaxy is the. Oh, am I frozen or is everybody? Oh, wait, I'm back. Am I back?
You're good.
We got you.
Okay, y'all all froze at the same time, so I don't know if it was me or what. But everybody talks about Guardians of the Galaxy being the movie that was the one that saved, quote unquote, the MCU, the one that was the first genre. Bullshit. Captain America: The Winter Soldier exists. It is the first movie that I can remember in the MCU era of comic book movies where if you take the name Captain America: Winter Soldier off of Steve Rogers, you take his powers away, and it is a fucking great spy thriller / political thriller movie. This movie is fucking epic. And now put back the comic book movie parts on it, and it is made even better. It is Samuel L. Jackson's best performance as Nick Fury. That car scene of his gets overshadowed because the elevator scene is so iconic, but that is just as iconic. Robert fucking Redford as the antagonist in this is so damn good. It actually brings Captain America to the modern time because the first Avenger, of course, it's when he was there, and then bringing him back, he's like, oh, he's a man out of time. But actually, what he would be there, in the modern times, still being really nostalgic and really just looking at everything as it should be, but then seeing how fucked up the country is and looking at Project Insight and saying these are the seeds of where Civil War is coming in. On your left is puts the partnership between him and Sam just front and center. I love Natasha's role in this, where I don't know who said it, but somebody said that there's like this romantic tension. There isn't. This is the epitome of this is a friendship, a complete and utter friendship that works perfectly. It doesn't devolve into the CGI love fest in the end of the film. This is just an amazing action movie, a great comic book movie, and from front to back, just so damn good. Probably without not including like Portals, because Portals and that scene is so good. That freeway fight is the best action sequence of the entire MCU. Gunshots, car chases, the hand-to-hand combat between Bucky and Cap is so good. I love every aspect of this film. When Buck captures, you've seen in the trailer when he catches that shield, and you just know you are just so in this film. And the speech he gives at the Triskelion, saying who's the people next to you when he could be Hydra. Are you with me or not? And then of course Sam comes back with did you rehearse that, or was that all off the top of the dome? It's just everything in this movie is great. Everything in this movie hits. It is the best comic book movie to be made ever.
Yeah, I like this movie because, like you said, there's no like skybeam at the end. There's no like generic plot. It's a very personal Captain America. Like so many comic book movies, you could just like alternate. Like, okay, take this team or this hero, put them in that story, and it's the same thing. It's just whatever generic plot. Like this is a very personal Captain America story. I just love the fact that the first one is him in his environment. It's his backstory of doing what he did best, and then you throw him in this future. And this movie's all about, can Captain America exist in this world, and what is his place in this world? I think that's really well done in that spy, intrigue genre type of movie. I do love his relationship with Natasha. This, like, I don't think it is completely like non-romantic. I think there are some like puppy dog feelings there, but I think that's like her more like teaching him how to be like like how to like interact with women. You know what I mean?
In my head, there's very few male-female relationships that don't have a little bit, but the perfect platonic one is when you're like, yeah, we know we're attractive people, and of course there's this thing, but there's nothing there.
Exactly. It's not. They're not going to go anywhere with it, which I respect. Just because they're the male and female lead, they have to go somewhere. I respect that a lot, but I think it's a unique relationship. It's not just like you say, there's an understanding of who they are, but there's something, she's accomplishing something in his life through that relationship. And she's kind of like, she's like his guide through this world. So she's almost like a big sister type thing in a way. So yeah, I think not my favorite MCU, but I could definitely respect it. I do think it is that first one that took it from, okay, we're not just going to do generic comic book movies. We're going to do different things with this. I agree with you there. So yeah, if it's your number one MCU, I completely respect that. Everybody else on Winter Soldier.
Yeah, I think it's fucking crazy to have like 3 MCU movies in your top 10.
Hey, Todd? What the fuck?
I think Koho was ready for that.
Yeah, sorry. I just got to call it like I see it.
They're all
like,
that good.
I also think that like people are like, ooh, this movie's like a 70s thriller, like the China Syndrome and the Andromeda Strain and All the President's Men. And I'm like, no, it's fucking not. It's like, oh, what if Captain America came from like the fucking World War II and was like, oh my god, what if like Nazis still controlled the fucking like government or whatever? And it's like, oh my god, what kind of a moral choice would that be for him? And it's like, it's still literally Nazis being like, Hail Hydra. Like, it's not a like complex choice for
Ooh, you suck.
At this point, it's not a complex choice for him. They are literally doing the fucking Sig Hail. It's like, the movie pretends like it's like, ooh, like, isn't this something to think about? What would Captain America do? It's like, yeah, it's still Nazis running the U.S. fucking government. It's not that fucking complicated. It's a stupid movie. I don't care for this movie. Go on.
Hail Hydra said once by a computer whose brain is taken from another person. So
no, Gary Shandling says it.
I'm really tired, so I'll be quick. It's a real good movie. I feel like my love for it is eclipsed by everyone who says it's the best MCU film. It's definitely top 10, just not number 1. Good movie, though.
I like the movie, too. I do think it's one of the best MCU movies. At the same time, I'm sitting here trying to remember like specific moments and scenes from the movie that I like. And I'm kind of coming up empty. Maybe I just haven't rewatched it in a while, or maybe it's just kind of an in one ear, out the other. Yeah, it's technically really well done, but just doesn't sit with me. I don't know. But I like the movie. My memories of the movie are very positive.
All right. Jake, what is your number 3?
Best superhero movie of all time. My number 3 is Spider-Man 2. Boom.
Someone summon the Australians.
Scott already said it earlier, and it is the best superhero movie of all time. When I was a little boy, like let me guess, so I was in the fourth grade when Spider-Man 2 came out. I delayed my birthday so I could take all my friends to see this new Spider-Man movie. And this fucking thing just delivered on all levels. I feel like I will never have a better time at the movies than I did seeing Spider-Man 2 with all my bros when I was in the fourth grade. Doc Ock talking to his hands, being like, oh, we shouldn't, but the real crime would be like not finishing what we started, and like the operatic nature of Alfred Molina's performance is just perfect to the comic book patina of it all. The Sam Raimi action sequences, particularly, I think that a lot of people in retrospect like to point to the sequence where all the doctors are operating on his back, and the Evil Dead style sequence of the arms attacking them like demonic vines, where someone is looking to a chainsaw and it's cross-cutting to their eyes, and the chainsaw going up and reaching for the chainsaw, and they're too slow, and the chainsaw that gets captured by the arm, and you have Alfred Molina looking to the air to God, presumably, and screaming, no! And to me, as a child, that just sent like chills to my soul. I know to adults who were watching this at the time with childhood Jake were just like, oh, this is they're really going for like this campy heightened thing, and it doesn't matter, because to me as a 10-year-old or whatever, it was just like, no, they invented someone screaming to the sky and going no, and that's what this movie's all about to me. It works on every level. The remove of the ironic remove doesn't matter when it's played so straight. And sorry, Kirk, you just say what you think about this movie.
Did anybody else have this?
I did.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. I mean, I had The Dark Knight ranked higher, but The Dark Knight is almost not a comic book movie to me, so this might be my number one comic book movie. I just wish that there were more comic book movies like this. First of all, the look of the movie is so much brighter, more pleasing, all of the above than your average superhero movie today. It's so much more sincere than your average comic book movie today. I think a lot of that is the performances of Tobey Maguire and Kirsten Dunst, who know exactly what movie they're in, and they give it that earnestness that the movie calls for, and which I think makes the movie more emotionally resonant. Because of that, and just the relationships work really well. Like, the moment which always will get me, and I wrote about this last time I watched it, I think, is in the bank when Aunt May thinks that Peter has just like left her there, even though he's gone off to change into Spider-Man. Like, that's a heartbreaking moment, right? Because I think the Peter and Aunt May relationship is so crucial to these movies.
Spider-Man stole that guy's pizza.
I mean, Alfred Molina, his introduction, like when he just first comes into the movie, he just has like that first scene with Peter, and he's talking to him at the dinner table with his wife. Like in that first 5 minutes, like he's better than like any villain in the MCU, like immediately. Just in his first 5 minutes of screen time. I mean, gosh, I'm really nervous about what's going to happen in this next one, but they will not they will not shatter my memory and my nostalgia for this, which it is, to me, it has the pure comic book energy that I want from a comic book movie, and it is the product. It has the imagination of its director. It is just kind of free-spirited and not concerned about some larger universe or calculatedness in the way that a lot of comic book movies are nowadays.
There was a time back in the mid 2000s where I would have called this the greatest superhero movie of all time. I think the main reason is what this movie does. I think this captures the spirit of who the Spider-Man character is, which is basically just like always trying to do the right thing and always getting crapped on for it, and never having any breaks go his way and still powering through and always doing the right thing. I mean, that opening scene where he's battling to deliver those pizzas and doing the right thing, and then he stops to go be Spider-Man and save somebody for a while, and then he goes and does everything again to get those pizzas delivered, and he ends up getting fired and just being told how lazy he is and how he has to do better when he's doing all that stuff. That is Spider-Man. That is who Spider-Man is. Also, I love Rosemary Harris as Aunt May in this. I think she's the heart and soul of this movie.
Thank
and
you.
her, there's a hero inside all of us speech is the best part of any of these three movies.
So good.
However, rewatching these movies now, the whole trilogy overall, but this one's particularly, it really does not hold up. There's a lot of stuff in it. I think Molina is great as Doc Ock, but some of the stuff like that scene, again, I hate to disagree with you so directly, Scott, but that scene where he's talking about reading poetry, and then later when Peter tries to read poetry, I'm cringing just thinking about it. It's so bad. And then just stuff, and again, I'm sorry to come directly at you, Jake, but the the chainsaws, like, hey, it's a Sam Raimi movie because there's got to be chainsaws in it because it's Sam Raimi. Looking back, this is I don't think Sam Raimi was the guy. I'm sorry, Australians. I'm really excited to see Alfred Molina.
Australians? He's American.
No, the Australians are big fans. I'm really excited to see Doc Ock, Alfred Molina's Doc Ock with another director and another writer, because I really think that character has a lot of potential. I just don't think. And Tobey Maguire is just, what's her name, Kristen Dunst, are just rough in general.
Wrong.
It's not Kristen Dunst. We know that because of Multiplex canon.
Whatever.
Have you seen a fish called Wanda?
Rue and Spence, what's your takes on Spider-Man 2?
Spence, go first, please.
Rent?
That's it.
Yeah.
The amount of hypocrisy that just came out of Jake's mouth after talking about Winter Soldier and then talking about Spider-Man 2 is utterly ridiculous. Now, give an actual take on these movies. Spider-Man 2 is great. The train scene is probably one of the best comic book scenes of all time. From him stopping it to them carrying him to the mask coming off to saying he's just a kid. I actually really also think that the horror scene of the doctors trying to take the arms off of him is a great Sam Raimi horror scene that fits really well into this film. I like Alfred Molina, but Spider-Man 2 to me is probably the most overrated comic book movie ever, because people say it's the best comic book movie of all time, and maybe it cracks the top 10. Maybe. It is dated as hell. Tobey Maguire is the worst Peter Parker ever. Pretty good Spider-Man. Whiny little bitch. Kirsten Dunst cannot act. There is no chemistry between the two of them. And you know who's even more of a whiny bitch than Tobey Maguire? Fucking James Franco as Harry Osborn. He is horrible in this film. So bad. So just like Dane DeHaan did a feat by doing worse. By doing worse for him. And only because he was a horrible Green Goblin. When he was actually Harry Osborn, when he first came back, that had some actual depth and range to the anger and the anger and the desperation that Harry Osborn needed, while James Franco was an entitled, whiny crybaby the entire time. I really like this movie, but it is not even close to being the best comic book movie of all time. And it has both Tom Holland movies are are just as good. Not Far From Home. Homecoming I like better. And I already told you what the best Spider-Man movie is. But this movie, overrated, and Jake made me put it even farther down now because of the bullshit he just spewed.
This motherfucker don't miss.
I can think of a Spider-Man movie that's more overrated than this one.
My son, the astronaut.
Not close, sir. Not close.
Here's a clue. We talked about it already tonight.
Okay, that's everybody.
Spider-Man
Number
3 is
3.
better.
We got Scott with
I
Little
think it's
Women,
funny.
Spence with La La Land, Rue with Winter Soldier, and Jake with Spider-Man 2. Tell me in the chat who had the best number 3 film of all time. Going into our number 2s, we have Scott. Scott, what is your number 2 movie of all time?
I'm not sure I'm going to make it after this last hour or so, but Inglourious Bastards. I think it might have been on everyone's list.
Not mine.
Oh, okay.
Hey, the best movie ever.
Well, Spence is wrong again. Yeah, that's the best Tarantino movie, obviously. And, I talked about how Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was kind of, a love letter to movie making in a way. And this movie is, I think his most explicit one about movie making. I mean, movies play such an important role in the movie. The whole thing sort of centers around this propaganda film, Nation's Pride being made, which kind of shows, right, the power of movies, but the power of movies for transmitting, evil. But also, Shoshana makes a movie of her own to play in place of, the end of Nation's Pride. She literally, or her, assistant literally sets movies on fire in order to burn down the theater. And then, you have the meta layer of Tarantino using his movie to rewrite history, to revise history, to make the good guys win, make, basically the entire Third Reich get killed in this theater. So there's so much there about, again, Tarantino just expressing his love for movies and, how much fun he has making movies and showing off. And he's one of us, he's one of the movie lovers at the end of the day who, just wants to be like, look what I can do, with movies. And it's so much fun to watch. Shoshana Dreyfus, her whole story, maybe one of my favorite movie characters, definitely one of my favorite Tarantino characters. Melanie Laurent's performance, I always talk about this moment, about the restaurant scene where Hans Landa comes in, buys her the strudel, and puts the cream on her and everything, and that whole the tension in that scene, and then he finally walks away, and the little strangled cry that she lets out at the end of that scene that she's been holding in basically that whole time. Flawless acting. Just a little moment, and I don't think that performance gets enough credit. I mean, you have Christoph Waltz obviously gets a lot of credit, and you thinking about it, him winning the Oscar back-to-back year with Ledger as the Joker, you have two of the top 5 movie villains ever probably winning the Oscars in back-to-back years there with Landa and with the Joker. I mean, the movie's really funny, all the speaking Italian stuff, and I don't speak Italian. That's right, at third most. Just so many memorable lines. Brad Pitt, the first time I watched the movie, his was the only performance I couldn't get on board with, and now when I watch it, I pretty much think every line that he has is hilarious. It's just overwhelming at certain points watching this movie. I got to see it in theaters actually a few years ago. I didn't see it in theaters the first time around. And the night of the premiere, Shoshana, getting ready and the David Bowie songs playing, she has the red dress on. She walks out into the theater, the door opens and everybody's there. I just sat back in my chair and was just this that's it. What more could you want than what this is giving you? Those set pieces, the opening is just, terrifying and builds the tension so brilliantly. The scene in the speakeasy, again, it's Tarantino's famous set pieces where the dialogue is the set piece, and then there's just this explosion of violence at the end. Yeah, everyone else talk about it because
Did
it's
Spencer
amazing.
straight up go to bed?
Scott, I have it.
It's a
Jake, what
baller
number
move
did
he
you have
did.
this?
I had it at 16.
Okay, you're next. Go ahead.
Okay, so this movie has a very special place in my heart, Scott. I think you hit on it very well. That seeing it on the big screen is a very different experience because so much of the movie relies on gaining revenge on the Nazis while they are watching a movie, and Tarantino understands that the more you relate with the pain that the Nazis are experiencing, the more satisfying it is. So watching the Nazis get murdered watching a movie on the big screen on a premiere of this propaganda film, what is it called? A Nation's Pride?
Nation's Pride, yeah.
A Nation's Pride. You can relate with that, being so excited to see these Nazis die on the big screen in front of you, and it's such a different experience. He understands that you can only get so much satisfaction from watching Nazis die in the most brutal way imaginable. You can watch a Nazi being scalped, and it's only going to get you so far. The thing that's going to get you the extra mile of satisfaction from cinema is having well-written, relatable characters. And what's more relatable than seeing a movie on the big screen and enjoying watching all of this carnage ensue? And can you imagine watching all of this carnage ensue and then turning around and there's a Jew raining a bullet storm of machine gun fire onto you? He understands exactly what that is. I think that if Tarantino was a dumber man, he would show us Nazis getting their nuts cut off and their genitals being mutilated, and at some point you would just throw up from the amount of brutality that he was showing you.
Jesus Christ.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. But instead, he finds a way around, and he says, there's a Nazi who says, "It's my child was born today. I love my family. I have a family. I love them. I care about them. His name is Max." And that's a special thing that Tarantino understands about violence and capitalizes on it. And he says, no, you need to understand these Nazis are having a good time. They're talking about cinema. They're going to the cinema, much like all 5 of us. We all love movies. And that's relatable. That's special. That makes us connect with these Nazis. And that way we can enjoy them all the more being dismembered.
I had this at 29. I'll just say this. I'm glad I finally get to say, hey, I know that guy for the last scene in the opening montage of Top 100 for 1. 2, it is ultimately satisfying. Probably the most satisfying part is Shoshana laughing on the projector while the fire's going.
Yeah.
It just feels so good. And probably one of the best opening scenes ever, with the conversation between Londa and the farmer drinking the milk, him yelling Shoshana at the end. It's so damn good.
This movie is just an embarrassment of riches. I mean, if you have a great movie that has one all-time iconic scene, it's like, oh, that's great. This movie has at least 3. You have the opening scene that Rue talked about, a masterclass in building tension. I tried to show this movie to Kathy. She's never watched it because she can't get past that scene because she can't deal with like the tension and just
I don't blame her.
The disgusting feeling you feel just knowing something horrible is about to happen, and the way Landa just he's like a cat, playing with a mouse. Then you have the bear juice scene with, we're tickled to hear you say that. Getting to watch Donnie beat Nazis, that's close we had to watch go to the movies. Great scene. And then you have the basement bar scene. Again, master tension. And then you could argue again more. You have the scene in the restaurant with the cream. You have the shots in the movie theater. Just so great scene after great scene. And then you have one of the all-time great villains in Hans Landa. I think one of the all-time great protagonists in Alder the Apache. I think this is a fantastic Brad Pitt performance.
Intentionally one-dimensional, though.
Yeah, it's.
I think it's intentionally one-dimensional, where he's just like, I want the Nazis to feel suffering and pain.
But he plays it so well.
Yes,
and I love Tarantino, like just how like he doesn't care, like he's gonna do what he wants in his movies, and like I thought the whole thing when with what the controversy with Once Upon a Time in Hollywood with Bruce Lee, I thought that controversy was hilarious because it's like the guy rewrote world history, like he killed Hitler in a movie theater. You don't think he could write a character that could fight, that could beat up Bruce Lee? Like that's too out of left field for anybody. But yeah, this is my top 5. This is my favorite Tarantino. I obviously get so excited talking about because it's such a fantastic movie.
Cody's
but yeah, just so many great things about it. Spence, why are you wrong not having this in your top 1?
It's a great movie. It's 4.5 stars. I have no problems with it. It's the better version of Tarantino rewriting history. Fuck what's it? That's great movie. Really, just great movie. It's just I've only seen it once.
Can I just say that I'm so glad being in a group of people who love movies that this has been elevated to the level of Pulp Fiction. It never seemed in the time that I was a kid, it was like Pulp Fiction's a classic and Inglourious Bastards is Tarantino's comeback. And it's like, no, Inglourious Bastards might be his best movie. I'm just glad that in a group of nerds, we can all agree, no, that might be his best. That might be his classic. I'll
probably switch my rankings with those two fairly soon.
This might be my masterpiece. Spence,
when I was a kid, I thought having the B word on a marquee was funny. My number 2 is Aladdin. So here's the thing. I'm really tired. When I was making this list, I had a really hard time sort of figuring out like what is my 2. I knew my 1. I've known my 1 for years. My 2 through 8 were all like they could have been anywhere. And I sat down and was like, this is like the reason I landed on Aladdin, which when I first made my top like 50, like 5 years ago, wasn't even on the list. This was the movie that made me happy as a kid. And I mean like child, like 3 or 4 years old. So every happy memory I have as a kid is this movie. It's like I'm having a temper tantrum or I had like a shitty day at school or all the kids there just fucking hate me. I come home and watch Aladdin. My dog had kids, named them all after Aladdin. We kept Genie, then he got fucking murdered. That's a different story. This is just, to me, this is pure joy. I grew up a massive Disney kid. I love musicals. Robin Williams was someone who I grew up on religiously. This is everything. This is everything I need in a movie. Like, not as much anymore, but when I was up until I was like, I think 14, if I was sad, I just put on Aladdin and just sort of take it in and just be like, yeah, I'm in like another world and I can feel joy. And I needed that. And I figured that's the perfect place to put it. If anything's going to be my 2, this is it. If you don't like it, fuck you.
I had this as 46. I love Apu. I want Raja as a pet. Robin fucking Williams.
I do want to say one more thing. When I actually like publicize my letterbox list for this, you'll see below my 100, there's four things where it's like, if I could have had it on the show, I would have. Y'all should go watch Twisted by Star Kid Productions. It is like this from Jafar's perspective. It's like Wicked, and it's fucking great. And one of the Sultan's guards is just like, why did you fix the socioeconomic problems, Jafar? And Aladdin is a 33-year-old douchebag, and it's fucking great. If after Thanksgiving and after y'all goes because it's fucking late night, go watch that. I could not recommend anything more. It is it's in my top 10 favorite musicals ever. It's brilliant.
Yes, Abu, not Apu.
Anybody else have this? Nope. Okay. Yeah, this is my favorite Renaissance film. Probably my favorite Disney movie. I love like it has like all the magic and everything, but it's also like got like a layer of grit to it. It's about street crime. It's about street criminal, and it never really loses that edge to it the whole way through. And I really appreciate that about it. Robin Williams, I've never been like the biggest fan of his comedy, like that, like just like stream of consciousness, like ranting that he does. But Genie is the perfect, basically avatar for that. And I think it was perfect casted. I think he's really great in this. So yeah, if I was going to put a Disney movie in my top 10, this would definitely be the one. Scott and Jake, your thoughts on Aladdin?
I just want to say, seeing Spencer stand up, Adelaide being so like animated.
I'm tall.
All four of you guys are for a bunch of fucking movie nerds. You guys are all very attractive. I just wanted to say,
Jake, you're married.
Cut off, Jake. Cut off.
I just think that I think of Aladdin.
No more martinis.
What a sexy movie. Aladdin's so sexy. He's such a sexy little street rat.
All right.
But no, you think of like a bunch of movie nerds, and I'm like, oh, like a bunch of dorks, and I'm like, nah, these guys like Rue, Spence.
I really thought he was going to talk about the movie. I really thought he was going to talk about the movie.
I really hope Cody is not watching this.
Good. I'm just saying good for you guys.
Aladdin is a lot of fun. Let's keep going.
All right, Amru, what is your number 2?
My
Someone
number
said-
two.
Sorry. Someone said in the comments, I'm wasted. Sorry, I'm just nice.
My number 2 will probably be my number 1 fairly soon, and it is Blind Spotting.
Anybody else have this before we go?
Spencer.
Okay, all right.
This movie is fucking perfect. So, and a big reason it's perfect is because I lived the longest time in my life in Oakland, taught in Oakland for 6 years. And it is probably not, I don't know many other movies that represent a city, at least in the past 20 years, quite like Blind Spotting represents Oakland. When you think of Oakland, a lot of people think of one thing and one thing only. It's a dangerous city. However, when you actually live there, it is dangerous, but it is cultured. It feels like home. There's just, the people are warm. It has its own unique identity, and it is all that simultaneously. And that's what Blind Spotting is. Blind Spotting is absolutely, it's a drama and a comedy that is probably one of the most quote unquote politically correct social commentary movies out there in the last couple years. And you don't even though it is kind of in your face, you don't think about it at all as you're watching the movie, because how much you are so into Miles and Colin's relationship. How absolutely hilarious that beauty shop scene where he sells the flat irons. The boat scene when he sells the boat, and the entire conversation is Yay area slang back and forth. You're gonna rip the hook the woo out to the rear view for 400 bands fast, and then he says, I have no idea what I just said. And everything sounds good when you make it sound pretty. But at the same time that this movie is hilarious and heartwarming, it is so fucking intense. I just watched it again a couple of days ago, and there is a particular scene with a little kid that I know it's coming every time, and every time it's coming, my heart is just absolutely racing about. I know how it ends, but I don't want to see this scene. And it directly follows a scene where you're laughing at somebody for having a medium shirt on because the son gave his father the shirt of the showing of love. And the fact that they're able to balance the comedy and the drama is what makes it so great. But even more so is that as you're just watching this entertainment film, you realize what Blind Spotting actually is, and the layers of how your brain is trained when you see something to see one thing first and foremost. And it isn't until somebody points out the rest that you see it, but your brain is always trained on that. and how that is a layer for people, how that is a layer for society, how that is a layer for the just race relations in this country. And the biggest example of that is the end of the film. Yes, that the last scene where Colin raps all his frustrations out on the cop is so damn good. Every time I watch that, when I watch it, there are so many just technically amazing bars that he spits that you just don't catch until you see it again and again and again. But even more so, the fight between Colin and Miles at the end, where Miles is this white cat from East Oakland who is loyal to the soil, born and raised, has the grill, talks the slang, but that's because he's actually here. However, when you look at him, you see a white dude with slick back hair and you think, oh, that's another guy gentrifying the neighborhood. Then you look at Colin, big black dude with dreads, and you think, oh, he is the dangerous one. But in the rap, the final scene is, this is the first time I've ever I felt pressure on a trigger. And the difference between you and me is that I'm not a killer. The cop is the one that's killed everybody, and he has never, and this is the first time he's ever held a gun in his life. But you look at Miles and Colin's next to each other, and Colin's the one you automatically go to say, oh, he may be the dangerous one. On top of the fact that, in addition to that, if you know Daveed Diggs from Hamilton, you know he is just the nicest, most outwardly positive person. This movie is utter perfection in what it represents. It's utter perfection in how it's acted and in the comedy that it's fused. The narration of the scene that shows why Colin went to jail is fucking beautiful. And also, it's set in my trivia bar in Oakland. So when I first saw it, I was like, I know that place. I brought my friends there to go play trivia every Monday. It is just absolutely amazing. And if you've never seen this film, Scott, I really hope you did finally get to be able to see it. It is fucking brilliant.
Retweet. This, I think, is maybe like one of, if not the best films that perfectly balance comedy and drama. And Root went that really well. Like literally in a scene, you could be really like genuinely having fun. And honestly, like the medium shirt bit shouldn't be that funny. But Rafael Casal has just like this really, not Rafael Casal. I mean, it is Rafael Casal. Carlos Lopez Estrada. Just masters just how turning a simple joke to something just genuinely funny because you care about the character, and you turn around and it's like this heavy moment of drama, and it's on a dime perfection. But even beyond that, like I think to me the reason the movie works is like it came at a perfect time, and like it's like speaking like just on race relations. I think it's very educational and entertaining, while also just being a very heroic story. But I think that for me, the reason that sort of like stuck with me is the nightmare sequences of like taking Colin's fear, and what we can understand what it means normally because like we've seen it a lot in the news, but seeing his version of it, like the art in his mind of him being locked up in a courtroom, vomiting bullets, unable to speak as his white friend speaks for him. It's horrifying in all of the best ways. There is very rarely a film as good as this, and I am still shocked that I saw it. I saw it on the same day as 8th grade, fun fact. And it's just, this is a magnum opus of filmmaking that I'm shocked. I think a first-time director was able to pull this out. Just masterpiece.
Yeah, I've never been to Oakland. I don't know much about it, but I can tell watching this movie that is like a definite love letter to the city. That's very obvious, and the city's a character, and I really like that. I remember seeing the trailers for this movie, and it focused on, it's him witnessing the shooting, and it kind of didn't give much for that. I'm like, okay, it's going to be that kind of movie. That's the movie. And then I watched it, and I was blown away by what this movie did. Just the fact, I think it was like, actually like pretty brave to take that basic concept and then make it 3/4 of at least like a straight comedy. I was not expecting that at all. but it's still like through the comedy, the drama is building, and I like that. Like you see with Miles, like his frustration over all the gentrification is at first like played for laughs, and then it slowly builds and builds and builds and kind of explodes. And then same with David Diggs. He's after the shoot, he comes in, he's like, "Oh, I saw a guy get shot yesterday." Like he kind of plays it off, and it's like,
that's how real it is.
Yeah. And then it's like there's so much humor going on. Like even the scene with him getting fired, like it's such like a serious, like traumatic moment in his life for so many different reasons. But it's played like the scene is played like a joke, like not a joke on him, but it's played for laughs. So just that, like Spence was saying, that blend of comedy and drama, and the ending, that wrap, like a lot of, like 99% of movies that would try that would fall flat on their face. But they set it up so subtly throughout the movie that it works when you see it, and when it finally happens, you're like, yeah, I buy that this is how he would communicate, and you get that frustration and that emotion coming through. And it just so happened to me, I watched this movie the night there were protests in Pittsburgh. Antoine Rose, the Antoine Rose verdict came through, and there were protests going all over the city. And that's the night I watched this movie. So I mean, it was that was made it so much more of a reality to me. But it was very much like I said, to just the way this movie's crafted. I've never seen anything like it. I think it was one of the best movies that year.
And real quick, the reason why that the comedy works for such traumatic actual like events is because that is real life for people who live those lives. All the PTSD that you see from Colin, all the trauma that they affect, the way they get through it, because like I only have a secondhand relationship to this because I grew up with privilege, but I know people who live that, and what they do is they laugh their way through it. They laugh their way through it, and they laugh their way through it together. And that's why the comedy being a part of that is what makes it so real and makes it so good, because that's the reality of life.
Scott,
So yeah, earlier I said there were 3 movies I wanted to watch. I only watched one of them. This was the one. Such an interesting movie. Different from anything I feel like I've ever seen before, which is always a huge plus for me. I'm definitely still processing a lot about it because it's not something that you can just like easily just after one watch, be like, oh yeah, I know exactly how I feel about this. But I mean, I really like so much of it. Yeah, the scene that I really liked was one that you mentioned, Rue, was when the guy is basically recounting the whole story of how they went to jail, or the events that led to them going to jail. Like just so entertaining to listen to. Like they take these real life people, real life situations, this day in the life type of thing, and it's made so cinematic in a way that that few films have been able to manage. Like this is not like a lot of the day in the life movies that I've had on my list where it's like they're just setting the camera down and letting it happen. No, like they want to make this like cinematic. Like this is a movie. This is not just we are showing you in a day in the life of these people. I think I still have some questions about the third act. Like I do think it's convenient that they end up in the home of that cop, who is the shooter earlier in the movie.
Movies
and
happen.
I think
that's just how things work. Like,
I think there are moments where, it's pretty on the nose, like the dialogue / rapping. But again, I'm torn because at the same time, I understand they want to be in your face, and so you like have to be explicit about these things sometimes when that is the approach that you're going for. So again, there's a lot of things I still have to process about it, but it's such an interesting movie. I really admire it. There's a lot of moments I like a lot. I'm glad that I finally watched it, and I think it could, I rated it 4 stars out of 5. I think it could definitely go higher on rewatch.
Yeah, I haven't seen this yet. I'm like, me and my wife and I are obsessed with The Wire right now, and it sounds adjacent to this type of thing, where we're just like, how could watching The Wire, we're thinking about how could a movie ever capture the nuance that of the soul of a city that the Wire attempts to capture with Baltimore, and I don't know what the answer to that is, but I haven't seen this movie yet. I'm excited to see this movie based on everyone's description.
All right, Jake, what is your number 2?
At number 2, I hope someone yanks this. If not, I feel like I should automatically win. It's a Wonderful Life.
Your month.
I don't think.
No.
I don't think anyone had it. Yeah.
Oh my god, you sick bots. I should automatically win, Kirk. Should not be a competition anymore. This is a movie that I watch annually at a Christmas, as a lot of A Wonderful Life fans do. And I basically start crying in this movie immediately because at this point, having seen it 20 times or so, I know exactly what it's doing. It is punishing the main character of the movie for being a decent human being and looking out for others above himself, which is something that I feel basically no other movie captures as well as It's a Wonderful Life. It's a Wonderful Life is the story of a man who puts others above himself and looks out for the greater good and is basically punished for it by the cosmos. And he decides at some point to take his own life, reasonably so. If you see it's a movie that the world is so cruel to him. None of his dreams are fulfilled because he is so concerned with the lives of others and how he can improve those. And he decides to kill himself. So an angel basically intervenes and says, "Here's how bad the world would be if you didn't exist at all," and shows our protagonist George Bailey, played beautifully, incredibly, can't be overstated, by Jimmy Stewart, who at his break point, where life just has him by the balls. Like life might have a lot of us, Amaru and Kirk and Scott and Adelaide. Has life ever had you by the balls and you just want to smash and
Did you say smash my balls? I'm confused.
Basically,
you muted yourself.
Basically, critics at the time couldn't understand why Jimmy Stewart was this character who was so decent and then raged out so much and smashed a bunch of stuff in his house. And they were like, critics at the time were like, this is a bad performance in 1946. They were like, what is he doing? This isn't the same character. And it was, critics at the time who were watching movies just weren't on the level of Jimmy Stewart losing control of himself from sheer dissatisfaction of life. The fact that he sacrificed himself so his brother could be a war hero, so all these immigrants could have homes. They didn't understand that this decent human being could turn into a monster and scare his children at this point. And they were like, Jimmy Stewart is so off. Why does halfway through the movie he snap? I don't understand. And I think that's remarkable because I think that's how we all sometimes feel inside. And this movie that captures the cost of sometimes putting others above yourself in a way that I think no other movie since. And it's not a movie that I'm like, oh, from 1946, this is special for this time. In 1946, there was nothing else like it. It's like, no, there was nothing else like it since. There's nothing else that is just like, guess what? The the price of being decent and trying your hardest to make the world a better place is sometimes that your life fucking sucks. There's nothing else like It's a Wonderful Life, and that's what hurts so much about this movie. And it's only the last third of this movie that actually shows how Jimmy Stewart improves the world around him by being this decent human being. I could talk about this for an hour, and sorry, Kirk, we're already so long into this, and I just send it over to you.
This movie so brilliantly spends the first 2/3 setting up so much,
right?
And I love those. Just when he's being shown all those callbacks to how
Right.
the little subtle things that changed in all these different characters' lives. You don't realize when you're watching it through, like how it's all going to come back around. I watch this movie every year. Every year
Yes.
I tell myself I'm not going to cry, and every year I do. It's either when he pulls out the pedals on the bridge, or it's when Mr. Gower walks into the house
chemist,
and he mouths Mr. Gower, and he has that look on his face. Or my brother George Bailey, the richest man in town, gets me every freaking time, and I hate it, but I love it so much. This movie's fantastic. We talked about Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. The Capra Stewart stuff shouldn't work. It should be corny and cheesy, and we should laugh
It
at
hurts.
it now, but we don't because it's so good. They're just something about them. They do it right. Stewart's great in this. Everybody else on It's a Wonderful Life.
Kirk, you nailed it in less words than I could. I wish I could say it as concisely as you did.
I had It's a Wonderful Life on my list for a while. I really love this film. It's pretty damn brilliant. It's another one that my mom has been watching for years, and I watch with her.
Emma, put it back on. The fuck, dude? I would support your list so hard.
Very, very great movie. Timeless for a reason. Great message. I don't have anything else to add.
I should automatically win. Go on.
But does yours have a genie in the rug? This is fantastic.
A genie in the rug? A genie in the rug. Does my movie
I remember
have a
when
genie
Cody
in the
Newberry
rug?
used to hate this, and he doesn't now because he's learned.
That was weird, yeah.
This is like a perfect movie. If you don't like this, you're a bad person. But also, you should rewatch it because I don't think you are a bad person because people are good. We got one each, four left. Let's go.
Cody seems like No, it confused me actually. Like when I first found this community that Cody hated this movie, I was like, Cody seems nice. What the fuck? Like, how could you hate this movie and be nice?
He's come around since. Okay, everybody's number 2. Scott had Inglourious Basterds. Spence had Aladdin. Amaru had Blind Spotting, and Jake had It's a Wonderful Life. A lot of you always putting your order in. If not, let us know what the best number 2 was. And here we are. This is it. 10 weeks in the making. 4 hours and 45 minutes in the making tonight. Everybody's top movie of all time. Scott, what is your all-time number 1 movie? Don't let us down.
Kirk,
Let me tell you something.
You're both so handsome.
I have wanted to order some Code Reds on some of you tonight, but I have not because I am not Nathan Jessup, and none of you are William Santiago. It's my favorite movie of all time, A Few Good Men.
Nice.
So, Scott, the Scottest movie ever. I could have called this if I was like, pick a movie that is Scott.
Yeah. This movie has influenced me as a person, my life choices more than any other movie for sure. To start with that. People always talk about the last, courtroom showdown in this movie for obvious reasons, right? It's an amazing scene. It has the "you can't handle the truth" line. It has "did you order the code red?" It has all of that stuff. But I think that scene is only as good as it is if you have the context of the rest of the movie, right? If you understand that, like, this is it for Caffey, right? Not only does the entire case hinge on what he does with his Jessup questioning, but his career hinges on this, right? Like, this is a high-ranking military officer. He cannot just put him on the stand, accuse him of a crime, and without any basis for it. So there is so much suspense and there's so much tension, and that's because the rest of the movie does such a great job of building that up. And, they introduce Markinson, right? And Markinson, you think, oh, this is going to be the witness who saves the case. Nope, he kills himself. And then they still have Downey's testimony. Downey melts down in the stand. Yeah, basically, again, they're at their wits' end, and it is all riding on this, and that's what makes that last courtroom showdown so much better. I also love that this movie just sort of like validates the experience of all the characters. Like, Caffey is the great litigator, right? But he is always like, I want to settle the cases out of court. Like, he's not really interested in fighting for what is right. He just wants to get a result. And Joe is not that talented as a litigator in court. I mean, we see that during the scene where she actually tries to object, over and over again, and keeps getting shot down. But she is the one who actually believes in these people, and she thinks that Caffey needs to be fighting for what is right, not what is the easiest. And they are nothing without each other. Both of them are needed in order to reach a just verdict. So it really validates the experience of like all types of lawyers, the ones who can get up in a courtroom and argue and fight, and the ones who are behind the scenes, but have that belief in what is right, and that passion to seek what is right. Tom Cruise has just never been more charismatic in this movie. Like, you should hate this guy because he is so cocky. But with Sorkin's dialogue, something about Sorkin's dialogue and just his delivery of it, he just has that. He's cocky, but he has that charm about him. And when Sorkin dialogue is performed right, it sounds like music, and it sounds like a symphony in this movie. What else can I say? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I did probably burn myself out at this point, but I've talked about A Few Good Men before. It's it's my favorite movie. It will probably always will be. It's been for going on 10 years now. It's the movie that means the most to me. I think it's the most entertaining movie. And yeah, I love it. I can't believe we're here, but yeah, A Few Good Men. We did it, Joe.
I rewatched this movie the first time in a long time. I got a lot more appreciation out of it. I do think this is a really good movie with a legendary final scene. That final scene is so great. Like, I just love just what a chess match it is. Like, they're just like kind of like, okay, we're going all in on this, and we have to get this result, and it just them moving the pieces around to get that result. Just how just him and Jessup, and then they're back and forth, and even how like the judge comes into play and his attitude towards everybody and how they work that. Like, all those moving pieces have to come together. I think it's a great. The way it's written, the way it's directed, the way it's acted, it's just a perfect scene. The rest of the movie is good. But I don't think it ever reaches that height. And you're right. I mean, it is building to that. The whole movie is building to that scene. But I feel like there's some, like, in dialogue and things like that, a few holes that could be poked in it. But it builds to that fantastic scene. Other thing I didn't realize, because I hadn't seen this in years, I didn't realize how little Nicholson is in this. I think this movie could, I mean, he's great in the scenes he's in, but I think he's only, like 2 or 3 scenes altogether. I mean, maybe more of him would kind of like spoil the movie, but I was hoping for more of him because I really like his character in this. But overall, I mean, I get obviously very big Scott pick, and I'm not going to tell you you're wrong for loving this. I know I understand exactly why you do. Everybody else with A Few Good Men.
The Scottish pick of all time. I wish I would have called it now. It's just that, like, you picked the Scottish movie you could have picked. Scott, have you seen Bridge of Spies?
I haven't, actually.
What? Scott, we should cuddle over this movie.
Why is that a big deal that I haven't seen Bridge of Spies?
Scott, I don't want to be a dick, but we should cuddle over Bridge of Spies.
Hey, Todd? What the fuck?
Okay,
A Few Good Men.
A Few Good Men.
Not in a sexual way, in a friend way.
Jake, I'm cutting you off. I'm cutting you off because I'm getting tired.
You are.
A Few Good Men is a good movie. I enjoyed it a lot. Go ahead, Spence.
Amaru,
Hugh
do you agree that
Jimenez-
Bridges?
I
Wait,
have-
everyone, can we just talk about a Bridges?
No, we
Go
can.
ahead, Spence.
It is just good. I think it's a pretty I'll say a little overrated, really overrated by you. I get why you like it, but it's also like, I don't know. There's nothing for me to grab onto other than him just drinking a fuck ton of chocolate milk, which like vibe.
Yoo-hoo.
Yeah.
Yoo-hoo specifically.
All right.
You
It wasn't
you
a
won't
deep
get the
cut
point for
question.
chocolate milk,
Go
I'm telling
fuck
you right
yourself,
now.
Scott. I have no like strong feelings about it. I actually like Tom Cruise in it, but that's really the most you're gonna get from me.
I have one more thing. I had like my buddy, he wanted to do like stand up forever. I was like, oh yeah, I'll like try like stand up with you. And I had a joke. Scott, look at me in the eye. Look me in the eye. Where I was like, oh, my joke had to do with the movie Injustice for All. Right?
Okay.
Okay, so you know Injustice for All, the Al Pacino.
All right.
courtroom-
Shut up! Spence, what's your number 2?
Number
Okay.
1.
Or number 1, I'm sorry. What's your number 1?
I'll get to
Number
this in a
one.
second, I promise.
I should win in Kirk's heart because I picked a movie about Pittsburgh. Kirk's being a wallflower. I'm gonna sit down for this because I'm gonna get depressing for a second. I watched it for the first time in high school, and I genuinely wanted to die after I finished because like Charlie is very much like freshman year me. I felt very lost and quiet and reserved, and like didn't have the best childhood. It's like how do I fix this? And then I found Friends, foreign concept right now, and I realized how good humanity can be. It's like no matter what your friends went through, all the trauma that they suffered, they can still be there to support you. And I really needed that. But I was still depressed because I got to the end of the movie, and yeah, Charlie's life isn't perfect, and yeah, everyone moved on. But I realized that even in the end of it all, even when all the tragedy is there, you could still be happy and know that you had a good time. And I couldn't grasp that. And it took me a couple of years. I think I mentioned on the show before, I used to have like Inception and The Dark Knight and like my top 2. Like, oh man, I fucking love Christopher Nolan, whatever. And I watched this on like a first date with a partner of mine. And I just sort of sat there and let it wash over me, like how important this movie is for me. That like no matter how like bad my depression gets and how lonely I feel, like I can just look at Charlie and be like, it gets better. No matter who leaves your life or what you're going through, there will always be someone there to support you. And I need that shit. And this is the kind of movie where it's like you can always dislike a film and that's fine. If you don't like this film, that is okay. But if you're gonna genuinely undermine it, go fuck yourself. Because this is the reason I'm trying to be like less negative about films. Is this seems pretty innocuous for most people, for me. But when I sit down and like really talk about what it means, like we shouldn't be putting down how important movies and art can be to people. And I know the show is a representative of that, but like this is it for me. Where it's like, I needed this in my life and I don't know where I'd be without it. So at this point, forever and always, number 1.
I like how you set that up where no one could say anything.
I also had it.
You can slag it off all you want, but just like I'm trying to be less negative, and this movie taught me that.
Good, Scott.
Well, I'm not going to slag it off. I had it on my list as well. Yeah, I think this is another one where, like, kind of like Sing Street, where there are questions, like, you have to suspend your disbelief a little bit. Like, the way that they just, like, take him in so quickly and without asking any questions is a little, like, I don't know that would really happen. However, what it gets absolutely right and what is absolutely authentic are the emotions and the feelings. And that's the most important part of a coming of age movie for me. And like, yeah, just that last monologue he has when going through the tunnel is beautiful. It really is. It's one of the movie scenes I will always remember seeing for the first time because it left such a strong impression on me. But yeah, it's not afraid to go to some dark places. It recognizes that being a teenager, growing up, can be a really dark time, and it acknowledges that, it validates that, but it also, speaks to the bond and the salvation that finding your friends, finding your people at this time of life can bring. And so I think that's something that a lot of us have experienced. And I think the movie, yeah, I think it gets all of that right. The specific emotions and feelings, like I said, are all captured perfectly. I did go through that tunnel a few years ago, but I didn't realize I was going through it until I got out of the tunnel and I looked around. Like as soon as I came out of the tunnel, I looked and I was like, "Oh my gosh!" Like I of course I knew it was in Pittsburgh. But it just like I never processed like, oh, this could be the tunnel in the movie until I like got out and I looked around and I realized, oh, this is exactly what you're looking at the end of the movie. So, but it was still a cool moment.
I've got to interject with that. For those of you who don't know, I mentioned on the show, I think last week, I went to Pittsburgh and hung out with Kirk, and he made sure we had to go through the tunnel. And full like sympathy, Kirk is gonna be like a ride or die for the rest of my life because he went out of his way, drove me through the tunnel, put on Heroes, and shut up. And I could just sit there, and I'm not the most comfortable like feeling emotions in front of other people, but just every part of my body wanted to just break down in joy because I could finally just feel like I found like my love of movies again going through the tunnel. And the reason I'm gonna love Kathy as well, she took a video and sent it to me. So if I'm ever feeling like shit, I can literally just watch that video and sit there and be like, people in the world care about me. So Kirk, you're the fucking best human on the planet. After Mike Hanley, you're number 2, actually.
That's textbook pandering.
Let me be sappy, fuckhead.
Perfect.
No, that was
unacceptable.
That was an awesome moment. I was so excited to get to do that for Spence. We were so excited to get to that for Spence. I love that. First and foremost, Rue was talking about his Oakland movie. This is very much a Pittsburgh movie. That ride through that tunnel and that view you get out of it is through the 4-pit tunnel is just the iconic Pittsburgh moment. And I'm like fortunate to get enough to do it all the time and to get to share that with LA, knowing how much they love that movie and how much that moment means to them was amazing. That said, the movie itself is really solid. I love how it's about like falling in love with people, but not necessarily like in a romantic or sexual way, just like falling in love with like these people, like finding your tribe. And that's such a unique thing you don't see a lot in movies. Just like really like just grasping onto those people. And again, it's another thing where it's like, it's fleeting, it's not gonna last forever, but it's what they need in that moment. Like the scene where they're to dance, like they're all just like, they're playing Come On Eileen. Emma Watson's so good. She's a manic pixie dream girl, but it's like in a realistic sense, and it's like, it works. So yeah, I think this is just a really good movie. I think it's a real. Again, I'm not a big coming of age guy, but this one works. Rue and Jake on Perks of Being a Wallflower.
I've seen it once. I enjoyed it, but it also has Hermione not having to be Hermione, so that's always a plus for me.
Watch Little Women then.
Hearing you guys talk about
I promise you, I'm going to.
Like just like over 10 weeks, I have to, Kirk, at some point. I have to meet up with you at some point and see a movie with you at some point because it hurts me to hear Adelaide talking so lovingly their feelings about you. I gotta do that. It's true.
I didn't cuddle with Kirk, so
I'm in danger.
We're not quite you and Scott, but like we're almost there.
I don't know if I conveyed that the cuddling was fully a joke. My wife would I'm sure love Kathy. Kathy, who is as dry and cruel to me as my wife is. There would be a
What is
perfect
happening?
mesh there. Dryly like Jake, what the fuck? Like,
Hey, Jake,
but yeah,
Jake,
I
have you
haven't
seen
actually
this
seen
movie?
this one
Alright,
yet. I'm
Have
very
you seen this
excited.
movie,
Rube.
Jake?
All right, Amaru, what is your number one of all time?
It's Inception.
This motherfucker don't miss.
It is Inception. I just talked about how Blind Spotting may take the number one spot, but getting ready to talk about this movie just brought up all the feelings I have every time I've seen this movie, and it's the reason why it's my number one. This movie is the movie that got me to want to write about movies. This is the movie that got me into this community. This is the one where I sat there and my mind was absolutely blown to know. I just went and researched just for like weeks upon weeks upon weeks about theories and stories and where all the I looked at all the behind the scenes stuff. I just wanted to know what was in Nolan's mind, what kind of theories there were, and I just absolutely am enthralled with everything about this movie. I love Leonardo DiCaprio as the lead. Elliot Page is a great character to kind of juxtapose to the crew in itself. I think Joseph Gordon-Levitt's dry humor in this is great. It's where I figured out that I had a man crush on Tom Hardy. You mustn't be afraid to dream a little bigger, darling. And then just the dream upon when we actually get to the action sequence of dreams upon dreams upon dreams with the hallway rotation and the being able to use the kick at the right time using, I think it's Levin. What's the name of the damn song? I want to call it Levin Rose, but it's not that. But it's basically it's a
pretty close.
About time.
It's same singer.
But that just using that with the seeing the truck go at the same time as the gravity hits with the hallway and then the avalanche in the third level. Ken Watanabe is very subtly weighty and strong in this film. And everything I love about movies with when there's action, there's great characters, there's a puzzle to be solved, there's just things that make you think. I said Oceans is the one I've watched the most. Inception is the one I've watched the most, just because I get so much joy out of watching this film and watching the layers unravel with the story. And yeah, I don't mind anybody saying like you don't connect as much with the characters, but I connect with all of them because I just love going on the ride with this film. And the score, the big bong, it's just it gives me joy every time I hear it. So Inception and Blind Spotting are going to be 1A, 1B, one day one over the other. But this is the movie that like anytime it's brought up, I'm like, well, I got to go watch this now again. I absolutely adore the hell out of this film, and I will never stop thinking about it.
Who else had Inception? No
I don't
one?
think anybody did.
Oh, I thought yikes then. Okay. I think it's a fun movie. I think it does a lot of cool stuff. I think it's an interesting concept. Unfortunately, the only problem with it is this may be the movie more than any that suffers from hype for me, because I didn't see this movie right away. I didn't see it in theaters. I rented it when it came out on video, and the entire time, like when this movie was out until I saw it, I had people in my ear. This is the greatest movie of all time. It's going to change your life. It's going to change the way you watch movies. And I was just so built up for it that the first time I watched it, it completely fell flat. And I've watched it multiple times since, and it's grown on me, but it still hasn't overcome everything that was built up for me and like just what was in my mind and what I was expecting. But again, I could see it like it's such a movie type of movie, if you know what I mean. Like it's just so big and so high concept that I'm not going to say you're wrong. Like it's teetering on that point, like for me, like I always say, like Nolan is a great 2000s director and a very mediocre 2010s director. This is right on the cusp for me. He's not going downhill yet, but I like a lot of his other stuff better. But I understand your pick. Everybody else on Inception.
Yeah, I just want to say I love Inception, but that I was like worried about my number one pick, and I'm like Amaru's the only one that like came up with like a pick that I like maybe expected in the number one spot, and everyone else like I don't know, like suck my pick.
Hey Todd, what the fuck?
I mean, Inception is a fantastic movie. Definitely one of those like theater experiences you never forget. Like where, seeing it for the first time, where it's like you feel like you're watching movies do something that you never knew that they could do until you saw Inception. So in that regard, the world building, the visuals, the spectacle of the whole thing, the construction of the story. I think it's all brilliant. I will say it still falls near the middle of my Nolan list just because of that emotional thing. I think the stuff with Leonardo DiCaprio, with Dom and his, grief with what happened to his wife, I think that stuff mostly works. I don't really care about that many of the other characters in the movie, sadly. The stuff with Cillian Murphy and his dad doesn't resonate for me. And that's the reason why it's, it doesn't rate higher. But again, we're talking about one of my favorite directors. It's a 4.5 out of 5-star movie. It's, a groundbreaking movie, and I totally understand why someone would have it as their number one movie of all time.
So like I said, I used to have this as my number one. And it was probably in my top 20s for top 100 when I like shuffled things around. But I rewatched it like mid last year, and I had built it up so much in my head that on that rewatch, I'm just like, it's not what it was. And I just took it off entirely because I didn't feel genuine putting it on here. I think on like a third watch, probably my list because it's a fucking amazing movie. So full respect to you, it's just not on my list because I didn't want to lie about my feelings towards it.
All right. Jake, you've been teasing it all night. We're finally here. What is your number one movie of all time?
All right, you fucking losers with your fucking dumb movies. Oh, Inception. Number one. Perks of Being a Wallflower. You dumb fucking idiots. It's The Phantom Paradise. That's the best movie of all time.
Hey Todd, what the fuck?
Okay. So, the best movie of all time is a little film called The Phantom of the Paradise. If you're wondering, is this like a Phantom of the Opera? Yeah, it's kind of like the Phantom of the Opera. If Brian De Palma directed it, Brian De Palma of Carrie and what was the one that Scott picked?
The Untouchables.
The Untouchables, right? Right. So there's all of this technical skill going into this, but it's a little bit the Phantom of the Opera, and it is mostly Faust. If you saw my hint, my hint was a picture of simply Faust. I thought no one would get this, but it's the story of. The movie starts and it is a voiceover of describing this music producer in like dark voiceover where it's like Swan. He is like the voice of a generation. Like his like musical taste is unparalleled, and whoever he chooses is the next like Beatles or whatever. And then the movie basically goes into this man who chooses to sell his soul for a rock and roll. If you've seen it, I have a hard time describing this. To an adult view, I would describe this movie as a comedy. To my modern self, I would describe this movie as a satire. But when I first saw this, I took it very straightforward that this it was the story of Swan, this music producer who was almost a little person from the 70s, like this I guess he wrote music for the Muppets mostly is what you would know him for. Rainbow Connection is probably his most famous song. He wrote all of the music for this movie, and it's the story of this man selling his soul to gain success in this surrealistic music industry where Phil Spector is like this evil godlike force that can just reign on humanity, and I'm having trouble describing it. Scott, have you seen this? Is what you predicted that I would pick? The Phantom
It was, but unfortunately, this was the other movie on my list of movies to watch for this episode that I didn't get to. So,
right.
But I knew this was it.
Right.
Yeah, so I watched this, and whoa, boy, I was surprised. I looked it up. Like, this came out a year before Rocky Horror, because honestly, the way I would, describe it as a Rocky Horror knockoff, but with like a lot less charm. Like, this movie's all over the place. Like, the music isn't very good. The story is just bananas, and I was thinking like, oh, at least it's a De Palma movie. Might get something from that. Nah, like, this is. I understand, like, you like camp and you like out there stuff, but this is number one. That's a hard pill to swallow, Jake. Has anybody else see this?
I've never even heard of this,
but no.
I do want to watch it. I will probably try to watch it soon again. I was trying to squeeze it in before the show, and I just couldn't.
Kirk, but you kind of gotta get it though, right? Like, it is like such a Jake movie.
Oh, it definitely is. I'm surprised it wasn't on Tubi.
I mean, it's also a Canadian favorite, right? Like, this movie was a cult classic in Winnipeg.
I did read that.
Cameron Holtzman does not like this, so you're wrong.
Rue, have you seen this? I don't think so. All right.
Was that a rhetorical question, Kirk?
Well, on that note, that rounds us up for the all-time top 100. I got to give out grades for this week, and this was tough. I'm going to go from last to first this time because this is the big important one. This was tough. Everybody was really bunched together. I've been sitting there staring at this list for the past week trying to figure out who's going to come in.
I think they did well.
Who was going to come in wherever. But I think I landed on it. Fourth place. I hate to do this because they talked me up so nice for the last movie. I got to go with Spence just because you had the weaker spots in
what?
I'll explain.
You had her.
Number 3.
I went to a different state, motherfucker, and you put me last.
Come on, that's what it was all about. You were just using me for YLS places. Number 3 was Jake. I'll tell you what, Jake. You were cruising in first place. You had some bangers on your list. Then one step away from the finish line, you just wiped out and face planted with that Phantom Paradise pick. You had like 5 or 6 fantastic movies on your list.
You didn't get it.
That number 1 killed you. Number 2 is Scott. Scott had both probably the worst and best movie of the week in Before Sunset, Glorious Bastards. Those cancel each other out. Other than that, he had a very strong list. Rue had just top to bottom. I had no complaints. I had nothing bad to say about any of Rue's movies. That's why Rue gets number 1.
3 Avengers movies, honestly.
Because out of everybody here, he had nothing I had anything to say terrible about. The rest of you had at least one bad movie on your list. Rue did not. Rue gets number 1 in the top 10. That's where we're at. So now, everybody in the chat, thank you for sticking around. It's been a long episode. Thank you for being here. Thank you for staying. I hope you enjoyed it. Tune in next week. Wrap-up episode. These guys here. Springcast here. Top. We're going to go over their combined list. We're going to name this winner. We're going to name overall 2020 winner or 2021 winner. It's going to be great. Much shorter show next week. Much more laid back. We'll see you then. Have a good night. Happy Thanksgiving.
You're not going to intimidate me. I'm entitled to my opinion.
Drunk and angry. Come on, break the lousy cup.
Ow! I hurt my arm.
Well, and I'd expect everybody to do everything.
I'm going there soon, you know.
Is that so? Where are you going?
Uruguay.
Well, you go Uruguay and I'll go mine.